What's up, peoples? Hope you're doing well. I hope you are doing well. I was watching a video, so I figured I will come here and watch the video with you guys. I've not been out a long time. I've been so busy. Sure. I was watching this video. So, maybe I can do something. Hey, Roger, what's up? What's happening? Oh, Lord Jesus, Jesus. People are too funny. Hey, for me, people are just too funny. People are funny. People are so funny. Do y'all see how they're burning up Los Angeles? They're like burning up that entire city with their riots, protesting, entitlement. I have never seen this. I'm like, America's a funny place. America's not a real place. Can you imagine being in somebody's country illegally and you want to burn everything down because they want you to leave? This is crazy. This is really crazy. This is crazy. I'll play the video. This is really crazy. Because then some people are asking, like, you have some Latinos, like, who said, oh, yeah, they're like, oh, that Black people should help. I'm like, but why don't they call Vanessa Bryant? Why don't they call Vanessa Bryant? She has $600 million. Kobe left her $600 million. Why don't she take that money and help her people? Like, this is so funny. I think that kills me about Mexican people. It's like, they really want to sit here. Hey, Ronald, thank you, Boo. They really want to sit here and act as if they're nice to Black people. Seriously? Seriously? No, you thought you were special. Hey, Kevin, you thought you were special because tu piel es tan blanco, your skin is white, huh? Tu pelo es tan liso, huh? Your hair is very sleek and stuff, right? Y'all thought y'all was special. But Mexicans, especially a lot of Latinos, when their skin is white, oh yeah, they act a fool. They align with white people. They fight for white people. They promote the interests of white people, right? So cool. You wanted to play preferred immigrant. How'd that turn out for you? And then the other thing also, hey Maria, and the other thing also that Maverick's good. Maverick 21. Oh, I gotta show y'all Maverick. And the thing that also, like, I think is really, really funny too, is that to me, honestly, when it comes to America, I've come to realize, I'll be outside. When it comes to Instagram, when it comes to a lot of Latino people, like some of these immigrants out here, I feel like you have some immigrants who like to play good immigrants, right? There are many things they don't agree with. Hey, Rachel, there are many things they don't agree with. There are many things they don't like. They talk hella crap about white people, okay? Oh, están raciste, muchísimo raciste, all that kind of stuff, right? But they don't say it out loud, you know? Because Black people are usually the ones to be openly attacking white people, right? And because we know white people are crazy, white people are mean, white people are at large, not all of them, but at large. White people are wicked, white people are vindictive, white people are petty. So when you confront white people openly, they never forget. They're going to make you pay for that. Look at Haiti. Okay. Look at Haiti. This is a nation of fully Black people, right? They, I guess, made the mistake of beating Napoleon. They made the mistake of beating one of the most powerful navies at the time, which was the French Navy. To this day, hey, Lacey, to this day, Haiti is still paying. They're paying for their audacity to whoop some white ass. You understand? That's what happens here. So whether it's Latinos, whether it's the Asians, the South Asians, they have so many frustrations against white people, but they don't air out their grievances. They keep it in their heart. And then they watch Black people put their entire chest out there to confront white people and their foolishness. But consequently, Black people receive the ire of white people's pettiness. And to hurt Black people, white people intentionally promote the quiet immigrants. You understand? We've seen the same shit here on social media, even here on YouTube. For those of us who are like part of the beauty community at one point, a lot of these girls out here are Mexican. Desi Perkins is Mexican. Katie Lustra Lux is Mexican. What's the other girl? She's doing her makeup like really pretty. I forgot her name. She looks white, but she's Mexican too. It's a lot of Mexicana over here, right? How many of these girls have ever promoted like a Black-owned business? How many of these girls have ever given a shout out to a Black influencer? The only preferred Black is Makeup by Shayla. Okay, the only black person they hang out with is Makeup by Shayla. They walk around like they're white. They believe. I mean, they're like, because now they have money. They rebrand themselves. They give themselves a new aesthetic. And if you didn't even know, if you didn't look at their last name, oh, is she Mexicana? Like, see, like what? That's crazy, right? As soon as Mexicans, Latinos come into some money, they act gringo. They act white. Excuse me, what? Look at Adrian Ballon. Okay, this is who they are. You understand? It's like the black people is the dog, hey queen, and then these white skinned people, white adjacent people, they behave like cats. It's all over the place. It's all over the place. There's this other Latina lady that I know. She used to be like the chief marketing officer at Sephora. Because I asked her for a question. To this day, she has yet to respond, right? But no, when I first met her, like when we sat down and we ate, she was like, oh, she met Josie Moran at this beauty fair. She was like, and Josie was crying. And she said, we're going to buy from you. Sephora is going to support your business. And I'm like, so you came to America. She's from Peru or some weird country like that. You came to America to kiss the ass to trasero of some gringos, right? That's what they do. They go above and beyond for whites. So it's like, okay. And my other thing is, let's talk about the prisons. Let's talk about the prisons. Let's talk about how Mexican people bully Black Americans and Black people at large in prisons, right? Let's talk about the Mexican gangs in the prison. Let's talk about how Mexican gangs, they torture, abuse, molest Black inmates. People don't want to have these conversations. People don't want to have these conversations. That's why I took a break for 2 weeks, because in America, people don't like to tell the truth. People like to say what's convenient, and people like to pretend to be polite. Then this politeness shit is when you're going to get screwed. Every time you allow yourself to be bamboozled into the lane of politeness, you're about to get scammed. You're about to get disenfranchised, and you're about to get played, because you got to say how you really feel, right? Marlene, when I was young, I mean, even now, I've always been like a little obsessed with like prison culture, but you can really see in prison culture that Mexican gangs, they're so mean. They are so mean. They bully people. They stay to themselves. They're mean as hell. They do all kinds of drug dealing in the prison. Like, it is crazy. It is crazy. Now, these Latinos say, oh, Black people should support them. Oh, shut the fuck up. Cállate, por favor. Para cállate. Pincha tu boca. Okay? Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. Okay? Shut up. Shut the fuck up. When Latinos come to America, you go into predominantly Black neighborhood. Los barrios de sus negros. That's where you go, right? Tú y tu gente, okay? You're in the Black neighborhoods. And when you go there, you do not assimilate. You create competition. You start your own businesses. Right? You converse amongst yourselves. Even when you send your kids to school, and many of y'all don't even have papers. So we know you're not paying taxes. We know your kids are getting free education, free ESL, free IEPs, whatever kind of issues they need, that the state has to provide, the state provides for that. And your kids will go to school and intentionally speak Spanish in front of a predominantly English-speaking classroom, because you are full of microaggression. That's microaggression. That's passive aggression. Why don't you say it in the way that everybody can understand? Okay? Why don't you speak English? This is America, okay? Right? This is America. This is Americano, right? This is America, right? You have to speak English. Why don't you speak English? Right? You're around a bunch of people who don't understand your language, and you intentionally start speaking Spanish. How's that not disrespectful? How's that not disrespectful? How's that disrespectful? Even in the schools, y'all be starting gangs in the schools. When I went to high school, and mind you, I went to a pretty good high school. I went to Fairfax High School because I grew up in Fairfax. We even had MS-13 in the freaking high school. Like, what the frick is this? Like KSO. Like, what is this? What is this? The MS-13, oh, vato, Latina la raza, por favor, que fuera. You need to go. Because you don't know how to coexist with other people. And you come here to compete. Miss me with the bullshit and the tamales, okay? Miss me with that. You come here to compete. You come to America to make money. You come here to compete. You don't come here to share. You don't come here to build. And also, one of the most famous Mexican I know is Vanessa Bryant, right? She married a Black American, And no matter what happened, okay, things didn't work out, but don't act like tu mamá no está en bruja. Your mother's a witch, Vanessa, right? Your mother's a witch. But my point is, when Kobe was alive, did you ever even encourage Kobe to make peace with his family? Of course not, because they Black. That's why Kelly Rowland, Sierra, they ain't shit. They truly ain't shit. Because how can y'all even fuck with a goofy ass bitch like Vanessa Bryant when she ain't got no respect for African Americans? At the end of the day, Miss Pam is Kobe's mother. At the end of the day, why are you gonna put this lady all the way down there near the restroom? Like they were sitting near the baños, okay? They were sitting next to the bathroom for the restroom. You have a bunch of celebrities, people who never even helped to raise Kobe. You guys, oh my gosh, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, because I will never let this shit die. I will never let it die. In the words of Cardi B, if you have beef with me, you're going to have beef with me forever. Forever, right? You will have beef with me forever. Miss Pam, I will ride at dawn. Get the fuck out of here. For as much as I can tell, for as long as Kobe, before, like when Kobe joined the league and all that stuff, Miss Pam was at every single basketball game. What mother do you know is perfect? What mother do you know don't make no mistake? Like your mama's a whole witch, and you suing your mama, and your mama suing you, okay? So you have a crazy family, okay? You have a crazy family, but that's your mother, though. You guys had your mom on the property in a fancy-ass house. Meanwhile, Miss Pam and her husband had to resort to selling Kobe stuff from the freaking storage in order to pay their bills. Hey, Diana. You understand? And it's like, and that was even this whole thing, it was so disgusting because the number of Black Americans who agreed with that shit, oh, when you get married, your wife comes first. Your wife don't come first worth a damn. Also, if you're somebody who's properly raised, even as a woman, you will never ask a man to choose between you and his mother because there's no comparison. There is no comparison. And a real man should know how to balance both without making feel like, oh, you come first, whatever. Me, I will never ask my husband, oh, do I come before your mom? No, because a mom, you only have one mom. A mom is sacred. You'll have your relationship and we have our relationship. But at the end of the day, when you're a good person, when you fear God, you're going to tell somebody you need to do right by your mother so that you can be blessed. And you wonder why Kobe is dead. The only thing that's unfortunate about Kobe's passing is the fact that his daughter passed also. These young people, her friends that were on the basketball team, they also passed. And their parents also passed. But Kobe by himself, is it really a problem? I don't know. For the Bible says, honor your mother and your father, that your days will be extended. Your days will be prolonged. But when you live a life and you're worth $600 million, and you don't give your parents shit, how can you expect to have a long life? How can you expect to have a long life? And my thing is, what kind of wife will even be okay with you not even talking to your mother, not even making peace with your mother? You would think the way everything transpired with everybody dying on that plane, that this lady would put things in perspective and say, you know what? This is very, very traumatic. And obviously, maybe we should all reconcile and come before God. Of course not. Because a lot of Mexicans are racist. And she knows damn well in her Mexican culture, if she was married to a Mexican or if she was married to anybody from Latin America, she will never be allowed to have the mother and the father sit next to the restrooms. That is so disrespectful. I'm West African. I'm from the Ivory Coast. I'm going to tell you this. You try to make an African mother sit by the restroom, we're going to jump your ass. We're going to beat your ass. Like, you're not going to disrespect us. Matter of fact, you can be from a whole different, just a different village. I'm not even talking two different nationalities. I'm just saying two different village. I could be like Yoruba, you could be Igbo. There is no way my mother or some mother is going to sit by the restroom. But this is America. In America, there's no respect. Another thing, too, I've come to realize, and you can be offended, that's fine. I've come to realize when it comes to America, with a lot of Black Americans, African Americans, anything goes as long as your skin is white. Because me, Marlene, it wouldn't have been a thing. You out your damn mind. And I would have said, Miss Pam, that's your son. You get up and you go sit in front. If she wants to start some shit, call all her vatos. Because today, Vanessa will get her ass beat. properly, she will get her ass beat. Oh my gosh, this is not even possible. A lady carried her son. She carried her son. She raised her son. She made her son a superstar basketball player. And you, with your goofy ass Mexican ass, do you even have a high school degree? Do you even have a high school degree? You gonna make her sit by the bathroom. Bitch, we will fuck your shit up. We will fuck your shit up. And I'm gonna tell you this, for as much as some people when I like Trump, me, Marlene, I stand beside my Gemini. Because a lot of people, especially in this goofy ass Democratic Party, they begin away with all kinds of disrespect. Trump to me, he is the equalizer. He is the equalizer. Too much disrespect. And then when I see these goofy ass, now I don't know if they're African Americans or not. I don't give a fuck. Because you can be born here, you can be African American and be a whole idiot. Just because you're African American doesn't even mean that you should even have the right to carry that. Because do you even know your history? Do you even know your history? I'm hearing folks say, oh, California is part of Mexico, and guess the fuck what? When Teddy Roosevelt, he lost at the Alamo. Because he lost. And what happened? He went and he got some black people named the Buffalo Soldiers, and they went to Alamo and they whooped these Mexicans' asses and they took the fucking land, okay? It is black people who took that fucking land from Mexico. And guess what? We ain't giving it back, bitch. We ain't giving it back, bitch. And anybody who knows the story of the Buffalo Soldiers is a group from the Civil Rights War, because after the war, Abraham Lincoln asked those black people, I guess they're like freed Africans, he asked these people to give back their weapons. The Buffalo Soldiers, the people who would go on to make the Buffalo Soldiers were like, nah, we're not giving our weapons. You're crazy. You're literally crazy. You had us kill white people. And now you want us with no money, because he promised the money. He never gave the money. You no money and no weapon after we kill whites. Are you okay? Are you okay? Like your head, it works properly? No. So they just run away. They run away, kept the horses, kept the guns. That's it. Right? And when Teddy Roosevelt, white man, he tried to go to Mexico to fight these Native Americans, they whooped his ass. And the only way he won that, he went back and he won again, was with the Buffalo Soldiers. But when they tell the story, they give all props to Teddy Roosevelt with his fat, stubby ass, white ass looking ass. How can he fight these people? How can he fight these people? Right? Don't talk about the fact that he got his ass whooped the first time and he needed the help of these freed African, I don't know, whatever they are, whatever you want to call them, because at that time you don't have the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment yet. Right? But the Buffalo Soldiers came in there and they saved the day. And that's how you get all these lands like Texas, New Mexico, all that stuff. It's because of the Buffalo Soldiers. So why? Please explain to me why. Porque, right? In my right mind, am I going to be like, oh yeah, Mexico belongs to, California belongs to Mexico? Nah, we took that shit. They took that shit. The ancestors took that shit because they saw fit to take that shit. Right? And this is another problem that I have with America over here, is that these people don't teach they don't teach Black American history. They don't teach it right. They don't teach it right. And this is why you'll see a lot of goofy people out here who happen to be Black saying all kinds of dumb shit, because they're not well read. They're not well read. People are just too damn dumb for me. People are just so damn stupid. It's not that hard to read, and it's not that hard to pay attention in class, and it's not that hard to research. It is not that hard. You need to go and find out, how did America get these lands? Who helped them? Who helped these white folks to get it? It's Black people. It is the Buffalo Soldiers. So in the spirit of the Buffalo Soldiers, get the fuck out. Okay? Get the fuck out. Fuera. Okay? Get the fuck out. Go. Okay? Go. Me, Marlene, I am sick and tired of bullshit. Even like yesterday, Esther sent me a video yesterday of some Latinos using the N-word. And she was like, oh my gosh, Marlene, I can't believe these Latinos are using the N-word. I'm like, why are you surprised though? African Americans have allowed Latinos to get away with murder. They have allowed Latinos to get away with murder. They do whatever they want, especially in places like California. They do whatever they want. They say whatever they want. They treat people however they want. From the outside to the penitentiary, they do whatever they want. They've been allowed to get away with murder because their skin is white and their hair is slick. Because I'm pretty sure if it was African people behaving this way, it'll be all kinds of diaspora wars. I'm like, why do you think here? Right? But at the end of the day, this word, the N-word, it has been so bastardized. And people have been able to say, oh, are you oppressed by a white person? This is the African-American mindset. Do you not like white people? Oh, I guess we're friends. Do you not like white people? Hey, I guess we're friends. Do you not like this white person? I guess I'm like, you sound so damn stupid, right? This person cannot like a white person. However, you got to know why exactly they don't like the white person, right? But when you align yourself with people on the premise that, oh, they just happen not to like white people, you're crazy as fuck. You are crazy as fuck. Because the reason why they don't like that white person could be a reason to actually benefit, like it actually goes against you. So maybe in this instance, you know, because everybody's not all the time bad. A white person you cannot like, but they can take a position that is actually beneficial to you, right? When we talk about illegal immigration and the labor market and who's predominantly affected by illegal immigration, it is Black people, right? So I can say, yeah, I don't like this white man, but when it comes to this particular topic, because it affects my finances and my ability to take care of myself and to provide for myself, I'm going to have to agree with his ass. I don't have to like him every day. But what I've come to realize over here is that everything is so polarized. It's either this or that. It's like you're so slow. You're so remedial. People are nuanced, right? Have you ever heard of the adage that says, times of war make for strange bedfellows? It's like under normal circumstances, I wouldn't fuck with you. However, in this instance, because what you're saying and what you're fighting for actually protects my interests, I will align with you. But I want to know, to so many Black people in this country who want to align themselves with the Mexicans and the Latinos at the larger scale, how do you benefit? How have Latinos ever put money in your pockets? How have Latinos ever supported you? How have Latinos ever promoted you? How are Latinos ever been nice to you? Where? I would love to see it. I would love to see it. Sometimes I even think they're even worse than white people. I think they're even worse than white people. Like where? You should even study Mexico. Like you should even study Mexican history and see how they treat the Black people of Mexico. These are racist. They are racist. It is not a nice people. It is not a friendly people. And I can go as far back as like the Mayans and the Aztecs, right? Who in their religious practices used to practice cannibalism as as part of their religion. Are you actually okay? Like, do you know who you're supporting? But it's like, oh no, they're coming from a third world country. And mind you also, Mexico has the 13th largest economy in the world. So why can't you make it in Mexico again? I am so confused. I am just so confused, right? But that is the problem, is that when you go around thinking that everybody who hates white people is automatically a friend of yours, you're going to make an idiot out of yourself. Because if you think Latinos are coming here to be an alliance with Black people, to help Black people, to fight for Black people, are you crazy? And I think today, Latinos, especially Mexicans, have made it quite clear. They're not here to be nobody's ally. They're here to reclaim the land that was taken by, I guess, the people lost, right? The land that their ancestors lost through wars. They're here to reclaim that. Cool. And that's what I wish a lot of Black people in America will understand. America is a capitalist country. It's not a socialist country. It's not some what's it called? It's not some like philanthropic experiment. No, people come here to make money. People don't come here to be activists. People don't come here to be let's lock arms and let's fight for civil justice. I don't give a fuck, right? If they can watch you die and that's gonna help them make more money, that's exactly what they're going to do. Right? And I feel like it's only Black people who don't understand that, because they have this goofy understanding, this goofy paradigm of human, like of who human beings really are. And you underestimate that self-interest, it trumps everything. Greed, it trumps everything. People come to America for themselves. People come to America for themselves. But like before Joe Biden, you had 80 million Latinos in this country. 80 million to 46 million Black people. That's African Americans and all kinds of the Black diaspora. So it makes 46 million. 80 million to 46 million, we already have a problem. Number two, 32 million Latinos are registered to vote. We already know that when it comes to Black Americans or African Americans, about 10% of the population is incarcerated or is felonious. So those people off the bat, they cannot vote. They cannot vote. And instead of having like Black American politicians who even fight for a way to help these people regain their right to vote. It's okay. You can lose your right to vote for 10 years, but should you lose your right to vote like for eternity? That's crazy. I don't know. What do you think? right? But you think about the number of people who are disenfranchised. They cannot vote because of felonies. Then you take the old people who might not make it to vote because they're in these homes, who knows? Then you take the babies and the children. How many people are left that can actually vote? And then you consider the fact that voting happens on a Tuesday where a lot of people have to go to work. And for some reason, voting in America is November 4th is not a national holiday, which is very bizarre to me, right? So you compare the Latino population that is registered to vote to the Black population that is registered to vote. It is very concerning. It's very, very concerning. So do you think that these people are going to vote for your interest? No, they're going to vote for their interest. You ain't got no friends. In America, you ain't got no friend, okay? It's every community for itself. And you got to be very silly to think that, oh, this community is going to look out for me and this community is going to look out for me. Everybody going to look out for you. People look out for themselves. People look out for themselves. People look out for people that look like them. People look out for their children. People look out for people who speak the same language that they speak. That's how it goes. That's truly how it goes. And you see it. And you see it. Right? So I'm like, everybody needs to start to look inward and start working on their own community and how to make your community as competitive as possible. And when there's illegal, and I've said this many times, you study American history, whether it's legal immigration or illegal immigration, the people who suffer the most are always African Americans. And it's not just with Latinos, with the French, with the Dutch, with the Italians, with the Germans. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's like the more immigrants come here, African Americans get pushed further back. Now, you can continue to be delusional about that, no problem. But at this rate, 25 years from now to 50 years from now, it's going to be horrible. It is going to be horrible because it's not, when it comes to African Americans, what people have to realize, you're not just fighting illegal immigration, legal immigration. You also have to think about AI. Okay? So these are all three different sources of labor replacement: intellectual labor replacement, human resource replacement. And when you consider the legacy of slavery, it's truly unfortunate that you don't know how to make sure that you don't get pushed all the way back. What's the point of fighting all of this to get to a point where you're all the way in the back? And if you think anybody out here is going to have mercy, oh, they went through slavery. Oh my gosh, they suffered. People don't care. People do not care. People do not care. They do not care. And even like when I see these fights, Black American women versus Black American men, always this infighting. It is so stupid. It is so stupid. It is so pedestrian. It is so unproductive. Because when shit hits the fan in this country, if you're a Black American man and you think that somehow you'll find, I guess, some kind of safety amongst the white, or you'll marry a white woman, even her, she will suck you dry. If you're a Black woman too, and you think that you'll find some kind of respite amongst the whites, you are crazy. Because everybody will always say, why can't you make it happen in your own community? Why are you here? So obviously you're in the need. And as we say, the hand that's always asking is at the bottom. When it comes to mixing or interchanging with other communities, right, it's always best to come from a position of strength. Where it's like, I don't need. But when you need and you go somebody else, it's like going to somebody else's house, they're going to be mean to you. Because people do not respect people who are not self-reliant. Anytime you ask somebody for something, there is a huge opportunity for you to be disrespected. Every time you ask this and that from somebody, you open yourself up to be ridiculed. You open yourself up to be disrespected. You open yourself up to be abused. That's human nature. Human beings are not good people. They can talk a good game. They can say the things that you want to hear. Oh, yeah, I don't like Trump. Wumpty wump wump. But that should not be the thing that brings you warmth. You need to say, okay, why don't you like Trump? Because then you might realize that, you don't like Trump because he's trying to do something that protects me. You understand? And that's why this is why we've gotten to a point today where so many immigrants or illegal immigrants, I don't know, especially like the Latinos, because they're not comparing what's going on with slavery, which is crazy. But it's like you are allowing people to believe that African Americans are actually immigrants. Are you crazy? Are you seriously crazy? Yesterday I'm watching CNN, like a little clip from CNN, and I'm seeing Bakari Sellers, and I'm like, okay, maybe you're not even from here. What do I know? But I'm watching Bakari Sellers, and he's legitimately comparing illegal immigration to slavery. I said, oh wow, oh wow, oh my God. This is how far away we've gone from the plot. This is insanity. People who came here willingly. They work, they make money. Now, are they being paid? Hey, bag, are they being paid minimum wage? I don't know. But my thing is, not only do you know who you are, you know where you came from, you keep your first and your last name, you keep your faith, your religion, your culture. You can go back to wherever you came from at any time. You're not a slave. You are desperate for an opportunity, but you're not a slave, though. Are you crazy? Right? And that people were looking for Bakari Sellers to say, even for some Mexicans, whatever, Latinos to even say it, that you believe that illegal immigration or even immigration at all is the same as human kidnapping and trafficking. Are you insane? Are you insane? You see, but once again, me, Marlene, I'm going to say this because there's been a lot of diaspora wars going on lately, but I'm going to say this. I blame African Americans. Because if you don't teach people how to respect you from jump, this is not going to end well. This is not going to end well. This is not going to end well. But like even this whole thing about, we want to reclaim the N-word, allowing a bunch of idiots like Jay-Z. Jay-Z's an idiot. Jay-Z's an idiot. Like of all the places I've ever been, of all the countries I've ever traveled, of all the Black people that I've ever experienced in the Black diaspora, it's only here in America that Black Americans want to be represented by the lowest denominators of them all. If you have the lowest IQ, you get to represent Black America. If you are the dumbest, JC is a drug dealer. A drug dealer. I'm like, you read African American history, like from slavery or whatever, until it is what is called African American history, right? I'm like, the level of integrity, the level of innovation, the level of hard work. These people they're not the ones to play with. You see, had these people, the spirit of these ancestors, had it stayed the same, I kid you not. When I say African Americans would have been what the Jews are today, it's not even a joke. It is not even a joke, because what do you need to rival the Jews, the Ashkenazi Jews? What do you need to rival the Koreans? What do you need to rival the Indians, right? Community, family, marriages, mom and dad, hard work ethics, the fear of God, right? Discipline, structure, perseverance, no excuses, just working hard. This right here, it existed until a man named MLK, he showed up somewhere, right? And what Marxism and socialism did to African Americans, that it made African Americans who are extremely educated, because if you know anything about the African American church, starting with the Baptist church, you cannot become a Baptist pastor if you don't know how to read. You got to know how to read, write. You got to speak multiple languages. You have to learn Latin. And that's why when it came to how, I guess, enslaved Africans, freed Africans until you get to the 13th whatever amendment, whatever. But where did they learn to go? Where did they learn to read and write? At the church. Because Black Baptist preachers were some of the most highly educated Black people on this land. That by far. And today you can see it. And I'm not talking Jamal Bryant, because he's a whole idiot. I'm talking like Pastor Tony Evans. I'm talking like you need to understand it, because there you have different sections, like different factions of the Black American church. But the real one is the Baptist church, right? This is the culture for real. And when I tell you, it's like the Vatican. Like you can't be basic. You cannot be basic and arise. You cannot be basic. Because the level of brain power you need to have as a preacher is not a joke. So that's where people learn to read and write. And that's why you see, even with MLK is a Baptist. He's a Baptist preacher. His father was also a Baptist preacher. This is not a joke. It is not a joke. And even like the art of being a Black American preacher, right? Even that itself is an art form. This is not a joke, you guys. This is not a joke. The 60s happened, the feminist movement, socialism, Marxism, bunch of fuckery, utter fuckery. This is how how they destroyed African Americans. It's utter fuckery. You take a whole community and then you flip it upside down. You say, oh, the woman has to be on top, the man has to be at the bottom. Money, 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 money. We don't care about religion. Anything for money, money, money. This is where we are today. This is where we are today. But I'm telling you this, had people kept the spirit of the ancestors today, what Ashkenazi Jews are to this nation, it would have been African Americans. You could not touch these people. Because when you come out of a system where you're not reliant on the government, because you know they're racist, they don't like your ass, right? They're not in charge of your school. So you have more say-so on how you teach these Black children. You have more say-so on how you impart knowledge onto these Black children. And not just that, you give them purpose. It's like you're not just here to learn. You're here to represent. Like there has to be something bigger than you, right? Like when you're in school, when you enroll in school, you got to say to yourself, as a Black person, I will not allow anybody to have an A but me. If there's a curve, I will be part of the curve. And if I can, and so help me God, I'm going to lead the curve. Because you people, you're going to be running behind me, right? That's Deuteronomy 28. You shall be the head and not the tail, right? You shall be the head. You shall be the head. What's it called? Child, Deborah, you don't even know what the hell you're saying. You don't even know what the hell you're saying, right? But I'm not even surprised because some of y'all, you just think. Like you just speak. You don't think. You come in and you're like, you always feel attacked. Oh, she's African, so let me not. You're so damn stupid. You're so stupid. You are really stupid. You are so damn stupid, right? It's okay to sit down and to listen, right? It's okay to sit and to listen. You can listen. You're not always being attacked. Everybody's not always attacking you. And my thing is, if I live in America and I'm West African, why would I not worry about the welfare of African American people? You sound stupid, Deborah. You sound so stupid. Just like some of these goofy ass xenophobes that we see out here, right? So me as a West African, my skin is all Black. I should live in America when I know that the vast majority of African Americans are descendant of slavery from Western people from West Africa. That's the Ivory Coast, that's Senegal, that's Gambia, that's Ghana, that's Nigeria, that's Togo, that's Benin, and also part of Central Africa because you have Congo, but Congo that also involves Angola, right? You don't. So for me, people took people from Africa, they brought them here, they tortured them, they killed them, they abused them, they disenfranchised these people. And for me, as an educated African woman, you don't think I should be concerned about the welfare of my cousins? Like, cousin, if you don't fix this, these people are going to hurt you. But you see, the thing about some of you African Americans, you're so fucked up in the head. You're so fucked up in the head. You're so fucked up in the head, you don't even know who your real enemy is. You don't even know who your real enemy is. And because you struggle with loving yourself. So every time you see a dark-skinned African, you already assume would mean you harm because you hate yourself. You hate yourself. Think about all the people you invested in, right? Think about all these immigrants that you invested in, the Mexicans, the Latino. I don't care what the fuck you are. Then what would you even say if you're African? Because if you're African, you should understand why we have to worry about their welfare. Because to me, Marlene, as an Ivorian person and an honorary Nigerian, an African American, that is my cousin. That's my family. We all come from the same tree, but at some point, because of what happened, we are different branches and we develop different cultures. But ultimately, if you know that your cousins, they've been here since the 1600s, and you see what's going on in 2025, how can you not be upset? How can you not be sad for them? Because you're like, yo, what's about to happen right now? It's not looking good. It is not looking good. Because we are sitting here and we're watching a replacement of people who suffered through slavery. We're sitting here and we're watching this shit in 4K. Is this a joke? This a joke? So like, I don't know. Some of y'all immigrants, I don't know what the fuck you are. Nor the fuck do I care. But my point is, part of also being a good immigrant is being a good friend. It's being a good cousin. It's being somebody you look out for your people too, because they are our people. Yes, because of 400 years of separation, they built their own culture and their own identity. That's a beautiful thing. But we still have to look out for each other. Just like if Kevin came to the Ivory Coast and he saw something that didn't look right, I would want him to bring that up to my attention. Oh, Marlene, have you noticed the French are doing this, and that? But who, Kevin, what happened? Right? Because that's what you do when you look out for each other. Because you're like, cousin, you've been through too much to watch everything you fought for slip through your hands. And this is what we're sitting here and we're watching this in 4K. We are watching the inheritance of Black Americans slip through their hands. How can people come on national TV and compare illegal immigration to slavery? Are you sick as fuck? Are you sick as hell? And even me as an African, I am offended that somebody would compare illegal immigration to slavery, because these are our people that they stole. We still have the places. In Ghana, you can see the castles of slavery. In Senegal, in Gambia, because we kept these things so that people will never forget. But they're all over Senegal. You stole our people. They didn't have a say-so. Throwing these people overboard because they got sick. People were dying in these things. There's even a thing that there's a story of the Igbo people. So many Igbos, they threw themselves in the ocean because they were like, yo, we'd rather die than to be slaves. These are our stories. This is what you did to us. How does that compare to illegal immigration? So even me as a West African woman, I am offended, because the truth is, when we talk about African-American history, there is no African-American history without the history of enslaved Africans. So most of us from West Africa, these are our people. These are our people that you stole and you brought here. And now you're trying to make everything so easy for these Mexicans, trying to make everything so easy for these Latinos. We're a few days from Juneteenth. We're in Texas. So many enslaved Africans didn't even know they were free. Didn't even know they were free. Today, you see Mexicans, Latinos come here. They have iPhones. They're using the C1 BP1 app. They have free food. They got free shelters. They put them in luxury hotels in New York City, in Colorado. What the fuck? Imagine people who left the Gold Coast of Africa to come to Virginia, come to Connecticut, come to Rhode Island in the winter with no clothes on, How insulting is it for these Latinos to think that whatever they're going through is comparable to what West African people went through? Are they okay? So if you're not triggered by that, that to me is crazy. But I can never understand. Everybody has issue. Every family is going to have issue. Like in the Black diaspora, we're all going to have issues. And sometimes it keeps it interesting, if we're being honest. It just makes it interesting. But at the end of the day, because I disagree with my fellow African-American sister or my fellow African-American brother, am I going to watch them die? No. I will save you. Because we can fight tomorrow. But I'm not about to sit here and watch white people, watch Latinos come and hurt African Americans. I don't even care what you call me. I do not care. I have to save you. Because in your blood is the blood of my ancestors. And enough is enough. White people have done enough. Latinos are not about to come here and be a brand new class of oppressors to African Americans. It's not going to happen. It is just not going to happen. It is not going to happen. These people are crazy. It will not happen. And if Trump wants to pick them all up, let him pick them all up. This is crazy. Everybody wants to come to America and just rush to the front of the line as if African Americans have not been in this freaking line for 400 years. No, you will not cut in front of them. It's the same thing with this trans movement. You got a bunch of white men who wake up out the blue and now, oh, I'm a woman, so now I need to cut in front of the line. I need access to the bathroom of a woman. I need to have access to the woman's sport. I need to have access to women's spaces. You don't get to cut the fucking line. Because to this day, women are still fighting. Women are fighting for more rights. Women are fighting for more. We are fighting for way too much. Have they even found a cure to ovarian cancer yet? I don't think so. So why the fuck would a white man who wants to dress like a woman? That's a choice. You made a choice. You don't get to cut the line. You don't get to cut the line. And this is also why I repeat, this is why Marlene, did not want Kamala Harris to be elected. There you go. This is why I did not want Kamala to be elected. Because I'm like, think about this. Take a step back, okay? Gain some perspective. And ask yourself, what message would that have sent to people if Kamala Harris had been elected? What message would that have sent? What lineage does she even have a slave? Even Barack Obama, okay, sure, he's from Kenya. But Kenyans were not sold into slavery. Now, they were abused by the British, but it happened on their land. The British abused them, and the British brought Indians from India to abuse them, just like in South Africa. But they were not sold into slavery because I guess Maasai people are not easy to capture, okay? But my point is, you let somebody who's half Indian from India, mama got the red dot and everything, and then her father happens to be Irish, whatever, Finnish, Jamaican, Indian. What message does that send? That now America is a country where the children of immigrant can even just be born here. So these are like anchor babies, go live somewhere else. And because they have the U.S. nationality, they can come back when they're 18, start the college and have a little career. And then you run for president. And then you take advantage of African Americans because you went to Howard? No. It is not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It is not going to happen. You do not get to skip the line. So I'm like, let me get this straight. So we haven't even had a full-blooded African-American woman even run for office. But I'm going to go get an Indian to do the job for me? I don't need your help, boo-boo. I don't need your help. Send this one out. And you see, and this is where I respect the Republican Party. Because, listen, they had Vivek and they had Nikki Haley. They're like, nah. We don't mind y'all coming here and working here as Indians, but you will never be the face of the White House. Point blank, period. Point blank, period. Can a black person, anybody from the black diaspora, be born in India and run for prime minister or run for president of India? No, there you go. There's an order. There's a hierarchy here. You can say maybe white Americans and then black Americans. There you go. Right? So if black Americans have not fully ate the fruit of America, you need to wait your turn. You need to wait your turn. You will not bamboozle us, people of color. She's a woman. I don't give a fuck. We want to know about her lineage because at the end of the day, it sends a message. It doesn't matter if the U.S. has stolen land. People who disagree with that ethically are free to go. You are free to go. You don't have to be here. If you feel like America is stolen land, you can go. Hey, who stopped you? Before you came to America, you knew it was stolen land. Before you came to America, you knew they enslaved. You claim I don't know if you're black, African American, if you're African or whatever, but I'm assuming you're black, so that you're here, right? Before you showed up on this land, you knew, right? The history of America is not hard to understand. It's not hard to whatever. So to be here, we have a saying in the Ivory Coast, is that you invite somebody over, you make a stew, and you put a bunch of meat in there. The person does not say, oh, Marlene, oh, Kevin, oh, Yvette, what kind of meat is in there? Nah, they eat the meat. They eat the meat. They eat the meat so much they lower their pants and stuff. They drink. And then they say, oh, Kevin, what kind of meat is that? It's like, no, bitch, don't ask me now. Why does it matter? Why does it matter? Right? You came to make money on this land knowing that this is a land of abuse. This is stolen land. Exactly, Yvette. Speak it one more time. Me, Martin, I'm Ivorian. I came here, I was like 11 years old, but I kind of knew the story of America. Did not know it as well, but I definitely knew, because I knew enough, because like my sisters, my cousins, like all my older siblings, stuff, whatever, because cousins, we're all siblings. My older siblings, they were always, because they were older enough to be in college and university and things of the sort. So they were always playing like documentaries and stuff. Plus, we had the apartheid in South Africa. So, listen, like I told you, the trifecta is the trilogy: Dr. King, Malcolm X, Muhammad Ali. Okay, like these three Black American men right here, it's the trilogy, right? So you knew that they had done things that were awful to Black people. Plus, we also knew about, we watched Kunta Kinte. Like, now, is it completely factual? No, but we used to watch Kunta Kinte, and we knew that they took African people, they brought them to America, and they tortured them, and that's why when I came to America, because my birthday falls Black History Month, I made it a purpose to learn as much as I could about Black American history, because I wanted to learn what happened to my people once they got here. What the fuck did you do to my people? Your fucking ass. You demon. Okay? Because it's really hurtful. Because you're like, what the heck? And even one time my dad, y'all. My dad told my mom, he was like, because my dad, they called each other like daddy and mommy. I'm sure you heard me call Jimmy daddy too, right? But it's a culture thing. But my mom and dad, they called her like mommy and daddy, but it's not to say that's my parent. It's just respect. So he's like, mommy, do you know, like back in the day, our people used to go in the forest and capture people and give them to the whites. When I tell you my mom lost her shit, do you know? And my mom just lost her mind. Because her grandmother, her name is, Zoe, but it's like, it really means Zoe. I'm like, these people, they knew about the Bible. But like her dad's mother, right? Because my mom's people are closer to Liberia. So when she was like, Zoe, when she would hear that the whites were coming, she would run into the forest. the whites are coming, the whites. And my mom said, she would always say, one day I'm going to come back. And I'm going to walk over your heads. I'm going to conquer you people. I'm going to live amongst you and you will fear me. But in the meantime, she would run into the forest. Like they had these people scared. You see, let me show you something. So that way you can understand why my dad said that to her. Hold on. So hold on. Let me see if I can get your picture. Hold on. So it'll make more sense because otherwise you're not going to get it. Okay. You see this? So see, Kui is Liberian. So see, so look right here, right? So you see, my mom is from here, right there. So you see, all that is Liberia. So she's like from here. Her mother is from here. My granddad is from here. And I do believe that his dad was from Liberia. But like they would just run into the forest. My dad's people are from here. Sassandra. You see, and you see this name like San Pedro, Sassandra, right? This happened because the Portuguese. So before we had the French come into the Ivory Coast, we had Portuguese people in the Ivory Coast. It was the Portuguese people. I think the British also came because in my dad's language, you have words in Portuguese, you have words in English, and then a little bit of French, and then you have whatever the language is. Whatever word they didn't have, they would take from the colonizers, right? So like if you go where my dad is from, you'll see a lot more light-skinned people. Like a lot of my aunties are very light-skinned, almost like she's almost like a redhead. It's a lot of light-skinned people. My granddad was like super light-skinned. Okay. I think they had sex with them people. My dad's granddad too. He was like, they call him the old agua, like his name is after water, but he was like super tall, like ginormous, you guys. His ears were like this big. His hands were like this big. So many of them, they smashed a lot of because Portuguese did not mind having sex with African women. It's the British who were racist. You know what I'm saying? It's the British who were racist, but the Portuguese did not mind having sex with Black people. So like you'll see like in the Ivory Coast, we have some in Capo Verde. Capo Verde is like right off of Senegal. They speak Portuguese also. In Angola, they speak Portuguese. In Mozambique, they speak Portuguese. I even think some parts of South Africa too, there's a little bit of Portuguese in there too. Because when they came, the Portuguese were not like crazy oppressive and they didn't mind having sex with people. Like, oh yeah, you look good. Oh, that's a big ass. It's the British and the French. The British first are most racist. Then the French, British get the gold for racism, and then the French get the bronze. Is it silver? No. Which one comes after silver? Yeah, that goes to the French, right? So my dad's people, because they were by the Gulf of Guinea, which is still the Atlantic, they would go into the forest because I'm telling you, like that area of the Ivory Coast that's next to Liberia, you guys, there's so much forest there. There's so much forest. So imagine even back then how much more forest there was. And my dad's people, where they are, like where my dad's people are from, is a bunch of elephants. Like there's so many elephants. So my dad's cousin, one of my uncles, right? His name is Legre, right? And so Legre means the elephant people. Like even now, my cousin will send me pictures. I'll post them on the community tab. Sometimes the elephants just come out and they just start harassing the villagers. They're like, but they're so big. They're so big. They were not as racist. Like from what I mean, and they could probably be racist, but when you study the relations that the Portuguese had between Africans versus the British versus the Dutch versus the French, the English are by far the most racist. I didn't say they were not as racist. I didn't say they were not racist at all, right? Because they still came there for power, but they were not as racist, which is probably why the Portuguese Empire was never as big as the British Empire. Context, Deborah. I think you struggle with that, right? You can be a racist, but not as racist, like as an imperialist racist. Like Great Britain is truly an imperialist nation. You look at the world map today, you can truly count how many countries in this world speak Portuguese. You can look at Africa, you can count how many countries speak Portuguese, as opposed to how many countries speak French, how many countries speak English, right? And you'll see that way more people speak English because the British were even more evil. Even the Dutch were not as racist. When you study like the VC, like the first Dutch companies that ever came to South Africa, many of these white men had South African wives. They would trade. It wasn't a big deal. It's not until the British come, and the British were really mean to the Dutch because they put these Dutch people into concentration camps, just like they did with the Ashkenazi Jews who were leaving Europe. But nobody was talking about that. They put these, they call them the Boers, because at that time they're called the Boers. The British put the Boers in the concentration camps to the point that they were near extinction. It was really, really horrible. When the Boers, which are now called the Afrikaans, right? When they come out of that, they have like PTSD. They become incredibly demonic. And because they can't take their PTSD out on British people who put them there, they put their ire on South African people. And they said, oh no, when the British were torturing us, you helped them. Is that even factual? We need to check, right? But when the Dutch get to South Africa, it is really for business. It's not to oppress people. But the way the British showed up in South Africa and the stuff the British started to do in South Africa, the laws, the taxes, the property taxes, the this, and that, it was just so insane. But ultimately, the British will put the Boers in these concentration camps for like almost a decade, pushing these people to near extinction. And I think that's what led to them being extreme radicals. And one could also make the same argument with Ashkenazi Jews and Zionism, because only God knows what the British had them go through in these concentration camps in Palestine and in Cyprus. So when you come out of that place, you're not normal. You are crazy. And you think everybody's coming after you and everybody wants to kill you because these British people, they do things to people. Okay. But anyways, so that's that, right? But that is my African business. So I don't know what an African business is. That is my African business. Anybody that comes out of Africa and that is being abused is my African business. That's it. So I don't even know what it means to be African. We stick to your African business. Africa is a whole continent, but it's not just a continent. Africa has had its children stolen and brought all around the world, even if it's Jamaica. If something happens in Jamaica too, we'll talk about it. Something happens in Haiti, we're going to talk about it. Something happens like in Brazil and how they treat these Black Brazilians, we're going to talk about it. Because these are our people. So I don't understand. How can you care about Africa if the children of Africa are throughout the world and even in 2025, they're still being abused. They're still being mishandled. They're being brainwashed. They're being propagandized. They're being tortured. Like, how does that even make sense? How does that make sense? These are all of our people. And many of the people who were sold in the West happen to have Yoruba roots also. And you see it too in Latin America. Because especially with Black Brazilians did not let go of their Yoruba roots. So these are Nigerians of the West Indies. Like these are Nigerians of Latin America. A lot of Jamaicans also have Yoruba roots also. These are like, I'm like, well, these are our people. These are our people. And like they say in the Ivory Coast, just because you put a log in the water, it will never change. It is still a log. So everybody is. Yes, sometimes you can be upset by certain things that you hear some African Americans say, but you also have to understand they've been through a lot of trauma. And sometimes you just got to charge it to the head. Don't charge it to the heart. They're going through a lot. You can't always internalize everything. Sometimes you have to understand what they've been through. And then ask yourself, if I had gone through this, only God knows where my mental would have been. Because this is some weird ass experiment. It's some weird ass experiment. And it causes a lot of frustration and it causes a lot of confusion. And they want you to feel insecure. They want you to feel insecure. And I was like, no. And that's why I repeat, I did not want Kamala Harris to win. Because what message does that send? You mean to tell me that with 43, let's say like 43 million Blacks or African American, you mean to tell me that out of 43 million African Americans, there is not a full-blooded of lineage? I'm talking like since the civil rights, civil war lineage, African American who can represent, who can run for the first woman president. We got to go import somebody from India. We're not doing this because we know what this is. We know what this is. For a season, a lot of these white liberals used African Americans in their goofy ass family feud to have power. And Malcolm X warned us about that. Today, they're looking at the numbers. They're seeing the big number of the Latino population, and now they want to kiss their asses, kind of like what LBJ did to African Americans with his New Deal, whatever it was. What is it called again? The Great Society of LBJ, right? That propaganda they sold to African Americans that caused all this havoc today. Now that you destroyed these people, you have confused these people, you destroy their culture, you destroy their marriages, you destroy the love they have for each other, you have destroyed their entrepreneurial spirit, you have destroyed their self-esteem, you've caused so much confusion. They attached themselves to you for 60 years. Look at what you've done. Look at what you've done. So now that they're no longer beneficial, oh yeah, we have our new favorite class of minorities, which are Latinos, sitting maybe now at 90 million. No, you don't get to play with people like that. You don't get to play with people like that. No. And for them choosing Kamala Harris, who was such an immigrant. Hey, Shayla, choosing Kamala Harris, who was such an immigrant, was like a dog whistle language to say this country is ours now. Right? We as immigrants can come here and we can run this nation. Oh, no, it's not going to happen. I'm like, we're not stupid. Just like with DEI, we're not stupid. We know what DEI is for. It's not just for white women. It's for trans white people. Because once again, what white people do, because they want power, they're narcissists. Like they are the true definition of ethnic narcissists. We are constantly seeing here, we sit here, and every 10 to 20 years, we see white people rebrand themselves, repackage themselves into clusters of so-called minority groups. You're not a minority, okay? Just because you want to put on a dress does not make you a minority. You are still a white man at the end of the day, okay? And wearing an outfit is not comparable to somebody's skin color. I was born black. You went and you purchased a skirt. You went and you purchased makeup. There's nothing here that was purchased. This is me. I was born like this. Right? So I'm sick and tired of white men who need more power rebranding themselves as trans women so they can be seen as a minority. You're not a minority. You're not an oppressed group. You are still a white man. And that's why many of them don't even want to cut off their penises, because you don't really want to be a white woman. You don't want to be a woman, right? What you want is power. But because you don't want to be called a racist, you find a way to architect a new form of minority. And to me, that is incredibly insulting. Because a white person will always be a white person, and a white man will always be a white man. Whether he wears a long dress that's giving KKK or he wears a shorter dress that's giving trans, you are still a white man. You will not play with me. We're not going to play semantics. Tomato, it is a tomato, right? These people white people will repackage themselves in new costumes with new hashtags and a brand new flag and look at you dead in the face after you've been through 400 years of slavery and tell you, oh yeah, by the way, I'm oppressed. You're not oppressed, you're inconvenienced, right? It's an inconvenience. Yes, it's an inconvenience that most people will not go along with your mental illness. You are mentally ill. And I don't say that to stigmatize you, but to bring up to really bring up to the forefront that it's time for you to take your medication. Take your fucking meds. But you are not oppressed. You are inconvenienced. Just like two white men who cannot get married. Okay, at the end of the day, are you not a white man? At the end of the day, can you not get a job? At the end of the day, what's his name again? The CEO of Apple. Is he not a gay man? Is he not a gay white man? But he is a white man, and that's why he gets to be the Tim Cook. That's why he gets to be the CEO of Apple, because he's a white man first. His sexuality comes after, because nobody really cares who he sleeps with, right? You can keep who you sleep with, your love for anal sex, to yourself, and you can still inherit what America has for you as a white man, because you are a white man. So therefore, you're not oppressed, you are inconvenienced. Would it be nice for you to go out with a man and kiss a man and not have to worry about losing your career or being outed? I get that part. That's called an inconvenience. That is not an oppression. You're not oppressed. And we go along with these white people and their goofy ass nomenclature, and nobody wants to contest what they're saying and what they're claiming. You are not oppressed. Do you even know what oppression is? Like, seriously, can most white people even sustain oppression? During COVID, they were asked to stay in the house. That was even too much for them, okay? They talked about, especially in Michigan, they wanted to go kidnap the governor and put her on trial for treason. I'm like, what the heck? Because people told you to stay inside the house? right? White people don't know what oppression is. What they know is inconvenience, major inconveniences, royal inconveniences. But oppression, no. They're some of the wealthiest people in the world. They make most of the rules of the world. They decide how trade works in the world. They decide what's a human right, what's not a human right violation. They make all the rules. People just follow their lead. So how can you be oppressed? Who's oppressing you? The laws that you write, you wrote these laws. So how can you be oppressed? You are inconvenienced. Okay, go take your medication. Go take your meds. And this is why today, even on social media, even of all places on TikTok, you're seeing a lot of people now are fed up with white trans women because these are nothing but entitled white men who are trying to make everybody's life insufferable. They just want to make people's life insufferable. And they also don't want to work. They do not want to work. They want to be perpetual victims because of how they choose to dress and make you believe that, oh, I really believe. No, you don't believe shit. You're white, you're entitled, and you want to see how you can compel other people to move and act against their wishes, against their good conscience, and most importantly, against the orders of God. Like, who brought you here? The devil? Like, what? Make it make sense. But anyways, y'all, I digress. Hey, Elena. But what we're not about to do, we're not about to sit here and watch people compare illegal immigration to slavery. Wait, me, Marlene, that will never fly. That will just never fly. Never fly. And I think it's about time that in America, people start having some really tough conversations because we've been so consumed with PC culture, what's it called? Virtue signaling culture, self-righteous culture. No. We're going to speak the facts. It is what it is. And it might be uncomfortable for some, but welcome to being Black. That's the whole experience here, right? But personally, Marlene, I do not feel like the relationship between Black people in America, and that's all Black people in America, versus the brown community, which is the Latinos, is a symbiotic relationship. I do not believe that. I believe that Latinos come here and they position themselves in the way that white people will prefer them over Black people. I also do believe that Latinos, especially Afro-Latinos, whatever they call themselves, with the mixed skin, not the ones that are white passing, but they're like dark enough to be closer to Black people. I believe that those people too are full of microaggression. I think they're full of microaggression. And so it is what it is. You got away with so much effery for so long. It's time to shut that shit down. It's time to shut that shit down because you're going to learn to put some respect over here, right? Because you're an immigrant. These people, these Black people, these African-American people, these are people of lineage. This is all they got. You still have Mexico to go to. You have the option whenever you want. You can speak Spanish when you want. You can speak English when you want. They only speak English all the time. Okay, 24/7, right? And there's still a lot that they have to fight for because it's not where it's supposed to be. So no, and what you have done for the past, especially with Joe Biden, all we have seen are Latinos just take and take and take and take from the African-American community, from the Black community. All you do is take. All you do is take. You are a leash. You're a parasite. You are parasitic. You are parasitic. You don't add. You don't contribute. You don't elevate. No, you just take and take and take. How much money has New York City lost behind some Latinos, illegal immigrants? How much has Chicago lost behind illegal immigrants from Latin America, right? How many African Americans in Chicago have seen their property taxes be increased through the roof, to make sure that Chicago can continue to take care of illegal immigrants? And when you work and you make money, you're first to go to MoneyGram. You are first to go to Western Union to send money back to Mexico. So you take from people, you take. And then when you have money, you send your money back home. So you don't even care. You don't care. You are a parasite. You are truly a parasite. And you need to be exposed for that, right? If you are not willing to dutifully contribute to making America better, and that means financially, adios, you can go. You can truly go. You can go. But I'm like, the 4 years of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, people need to pull out their calculators and do the math. How much money, how many billions of dollars have Latinos taken from the community? How many billions of dollars have they robbed taxpayers of? How many billions of dollars have they robbed our students who go to public schools from? right? How many high schools could have been built? How many teachers could have been hired? How many special programs and after school programs could have been created? For what reason? For what reason? And then tomorrow, when you see Black people or Black Americans, African Americans, or Black Americans at large, like everybody that lives here, hey, Queen, when you see a bunch of people of Black skin who don't do well, you're going to start to make fun of people, do this. No, it's okay, mommy. It's okay. It is okay. It is truly okay. But I feel like the people, like I said, Vanessa Bryant, Llamar, call her, okay, because she has $600 million from Kobe Bryant. Right? We saw how she treated that Black family. Me, Marlene, I can never let that go because I think it's utterly disrespectful. And I know if he was Mexican, she never would have done that to his mother and his father, out of line. We saw Mr. Joseph Bryant out here. He died. Maybe he couldn't even afford his medication. And this Mexican girl, she's sitting on $600 million, couldn't even pay all kinds of money to save this man's life. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. And I think also, especially places like LA, and I feel like also if you reduce the Latino population to some extent, maybe it's also going to force more Black men in this country to see beauty in their own people. All the baby heads, the whatever, the feisty Latina, fuera. I do not care. I do not care, you guys. I don't care. Because I know if I was on fire, you wouldn't even spit on me. Okay? Right? You would not even spit on me. We watch here, we see so many Black people when they travel overseas, when they go to so many countries in Latin America, they're not treated well. They are not treated well. Some people even get set up. Some people even get robbed. Some people even get murdered. Okay. How many Black Americans have died in Colombia? Okay. No. We need to restore order. We need to restore order. We need to restore respect of history, respect of lineage. People got too comfortable. Because I think to a lot of people who are not from here, when they're sold this notion that America is a land of opportunities, America is the land of freedom, they think freedom means I can do whatever the fuck I want, irrespective of who was there before me. And that to me, I strongly disagree. You are free within certain parameters. Right? But as you enjoy your freedom, you should never forget or forsake or even disrespect the people who made this possible for you. You have to know how to be a good guest. And I said that to you, even when y'all were mad at me for supporting Trump. I said that way back, and y'all got mad at me. And I said this way back. I said a lot of people don't know how to be good immigrants. I said that to y'all. Y'all got mad. I said, no. Because people do not know how to behave in somebody else's house. And that to me, it's a strong consternation. It truly triggers me. Why the fuck do you not have manners? That's just so crazy to me. That's so crazy to me. And I said to y'all, not everything these white people are saying is racist. Everything is not racist. Certain things, it's the truth, you guys. It is the truth. Even if you go to somebody's house, let's say somebody invites you over to their house. That just because you are invited to the house doesn't mean that you own the house. Somebody invites you over to dinner. Does that mean that you get to eat everything and leave the pots empty? No, you are still a guest. It is a courtesy. They invited you, but you need to know how to govern yourself. It is not your house. You can't just go in their fridge, drink up all the juice, eat up all the dessert. What kind of barbarian are you? Like, who fucking raised you? Who fucking raised you? And you see, and when I say these things, people get mad at me. But no, you guys, you need to start asking people, how were you raised? How were you raised that you don't have civility? Like, how were you raised that you're a savage in 2025? You have to know how to conduct yourself. You know what I'm saying? Somebody invites you over to their house. Does that mean you can just poo-poo in the toilet? No, it smells bad. You should poo-poo at your house, right? You always poo-poo at your house before you go to somebody else's house. What you are allowed to do at somebody else's house, when you go to the powder room, you can pee because that does not smell unless you drink a lot of alcohol like that. But I'm like, urine usually does not have a smell to it, right? So when you go to somebody's bathroom, powder room at their house, you're allowed to pee, right? You can wash your hands, you can freshen up, but you don't go to somebody's house and poop in their toilet. This is just out of order for me. You poop at your house. The only time you're allowed to poop at somebody's house is if you stay there for multiple days. Because, okay, now you got to poop. But even that too, you need to be mindful how you poop. Be a mindful pooper. That means you can't stay at their house and eat eggs, boiled eggs, the whole time you're there, because you're gonna poop and you're gonna fart. Like you need to learn how to live with other people. You need to learn how to coexist with other people. And then you also need to learn how to share. It's just so crazy to me, right? You grab something, you put it back. You have trash, you walk over to the trash can, you put that in the trash bin, right? You apply for a driver's license. You'll just drive without a license. This is not a third world country. You understand? And that's why when the British were saying it, a lot of Europeans were saying it, when you import the third world country, you will eventually become a third world country. And I said this, and I'm like, yep, I agree with this. Because if you've come from a country of lawlessness, what can you bring once you get here? All you know is chaos. All you know is greed. All you know is selfishness. All you know is confusion. So you are not just, when people immigrate, they don't just bring their suitcases and their passport, if they even bring a passport, right? But people bring their cultures. They bring their good and their bad habits, right? But most people, especially people who want to do illegal immigration, that means like wherever they're from, they were all the way at the bottom. So that means like you had extreme poverty, extreme scarcity, and all kinds of stuff. And it's like, we have to redo your entire education. But the sad thing is, many of these adults will never go to school. So we can't train them. We can train their kids, but unfortunately, the kids have to go back to that house and be in a third world environment when they go back to the house. Immigration is so complex. Immigration is so complex, right? And I'm like, and every time people want to sit here, like, oh no, let's talk about feelings. No. We're going to talk about what immigration does to people. What it does to the native people and what it does to the new people. And we're going to talk about financially, culturally, emotionally, even in terms of religion. Why do you think King Solomon lost his mind? When you have 1,000 wives from 1,000 different cultures, you got to get to a point now where you practice PC, because you don't want to offend her faith. You don't want to offend his faith. Don't want to offend her faith. You have 1,000 different religions. And so what happens? You don't even feel comfortable standing up for your religion, because now I don't want to offend this person, offend that person. No. When somebody makes a choice to come to a predominantly Christian country, they have to understand Christian people have the right to be loud, to be boastful, to be proud of their Christian faith. You made a choice to come here. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, hey. Right? Because, oh no, we have to accommodate this faith. We got to accommodate that faith. No, I don't have to accommodate shit, because you made a conscious decision to come to a country that is predominantly Christians. No, that's fine. You can blame Europeans. Some people like to blame Europeans for everything. But at the end of the day, you can also be responsible for yourself, right? You can say Europeans are stealing resources, and I'm not going to sit here and disagree with you. However, when African people choose to pee against a wall, that's not colonization. That's lack of self-respect, and that's lack of respecting property, right? When African people in many countries outside of Rwanda, because Rwanda is super, super clean, outside of Rwanda, when the vast majority of African people choose not to pick up their trash, that has nothing to do with, oh, Europeans making that. No. We have to stop, right? You can pick up your trash, right? Being poor does not automatically mean dirty. Right? You can be poor and be clean, right? It's just that because we align ourselves with liberals and progressive values, we are so locked into victimhood that we act as if we still don't have some kind of agency. We all have some kind of agency. Do you have to spit on the side of the road? No. So why is it that the same Africans who are comfortable leaving trash all over the place, as soon as they land at Charles de Gaulle in France, or they land at Heathrow in England, or they land at Dulles Airport in Washington, D.C., or wherever they land in Canada, automatically they start to feel self-conscious about, I don't want to be the dirty one. So it was always in you, right? You understand? A white man gonna steal. White people will steal. It's a parasitic people also. They're a parasite. So that's what they do. They steal. But you, as an African, when you're in your country, right, what are you also doing to make things better? At least in terms of hygiene. Do you have to pee against this wall? Can you not pick up your trash? We know that there's a season for rain. And if y'all don't pick up the trash, it's going to turn into all kinds of mosquito nets. And then the people are going to start having malaria. So why don't we pick up our trash? So many young people don't work. You can't grab a broom and a glove and pick up the damn trash. You want to wait for the government? Everything is not always white people's fault. You also have to look at self, and you got to take accountability, right? The white man might control the entire country, and he might steal because that's what white people do, right? But why is it that to a lot of people, African people are always synonymous with insalubrity, like just dirtiness all over the place? Why? Because we don't want to pick up our shit, right? And it's okay. A broom, you can grab a broom. You can grab a broom. You don't work. All y'all sitting here unemployed, waiting for a job. Until you get a job, you have a job to do. Take care of the little bit of square footage that you got going on. You can be poor and you can be clean. You can be financially poor and have good manners. Hello, thank you, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. What does that have to do with having money? Right? So we also have to stop. We truly have to stop. Because when you go to Europe, you know that you can't pee on the side of the road, so you don't do it. So why do you have to wait to a white man's country to hold your pee? Why is it that when you're in your own homeland, of all places, you should treat your home country with way more respect? Well, see, thousands and thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of young African people risking their lives. They walk through the desert of the Sahel. Like you walk through the desert. You risk your life through Spain or wherever, Italy, wherever the frick you're going. So you can go to Europe and watch toilets at KFC. Because your dream is to go to Europe so you can wash the toilets of white people. Why don't you take care of washing toilets in Africa? Make it make sense. So everything is not white people. They have a big part to play, but everything is not white people. You have to look at yourself and you got to take accountability. Of all the things going on in my life, what is it that I'm responsible for? Being clean, having good hygiene, keeping your place in order, keeping your house in order, keeping your neighborhood in order, keeping the parks clean for the young people, they can play, right? If you're older too, helping the young ones with the homework, there are things you can do. You cannot do everything, but there are things you can do. And if anybody started thinking like that, eventually things will get better. Because how can you even fight back or conquer white people if you don't even have structure and cleanliness and hygiene in your life? If you're chaotic, they're always going to mislead you. Because the way you live is how you think. If you live in a very unsanitary environment, if you live around amongst filth and disease and things like that, then I can only imagine what's in your head. What's in your head? But if you have order and structure in your head, you're not going to be okay living in utter chaos. You know, once upon a time too, white people lived with all kinds of diseases, cholera, the bubonic plague, and leprosy, but they understood they had to work hard on being clean. Otherwise, people are going to die. And people were dying. Cholera was killing people. Leprosy killed a lot of people. Bubonic plague, it killed a lot of people. So they made an effort to be clean, to be cleaner. And that's why when you come here, you cannot loiter. You can't just like throw stuff away because they understand the consequences of garbage that is not taken care of. It will make people sick. It will make people sick. So what are we doing? Okay. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's really, it's like me, it really, really bothers me. And that's why I even hate people say, oh my gosh, America is a country of immigrants to a certain extent. But when you speak like that, they want to make it seem as though American culture is polymorphic. Like it can be like this tomorrow. It can be that tomorrow. It's like, no. For as much as America is a country of immigrants, America also has a certain culture to it, right? Like July 4th, American Pie. You know, like there's certain things that baseball, like there are certain things that are distinct to America and the American people. Right. So America has a culture. But when you're saying things like, oh, well, we're a country of immigrants. America is a country of immigrants. I'm like, hold up. Wait a minute. Right. America does have a culture. And also, I don't know if America also needs more immigrants. I don't know. Does it? Does it not? I don't know. But America has a culture. And American people have the right to want to preserve Americana. It is their culture. It is how they identify. It's how they relate. It's how they get motivated. It's how they get inspired. So I'm like, why do you want people to pretend to be cultureless or to be culturally agnostic because you don't want their cultural identity to exclude you? It's okay to be excluded. Like, what the fuck? Like this thing about integration, it has made people feel as though everybody always and every time in all places should be integrated. No. There's a certain level of respectful discrimination, that's also healthy. Right? American people, people who are born here and who have lineage here, especially like before the Civil War, they have the right to say, this is what Americana is to us, and we want to preserve that. Because if aliens were to come from outer space, they should be able to tell what's American culture from English culture, from Nigerian culture. People have the right to have their signature. They have the right. And it's not to offend you, but if you're offended, why are you here? Like, they have the right to have their culture. Now, they will be accommodating to make you feel somewhat included, but you also have to have enough wherewithal to understand, like, hey, I don't have lineage. My people didn't fight the Civil War, okay? So, like, we got to be respectful, just like the whole trans woman situation. Now, me, I think it's mental illness, but hey, you're sick, so whatever. Is it fair for me to expect you to have the same mind? You're obviously going through shit, but I'm just going to say, like, okay, you're a trans woman, cool. But you also have to understand, if biological women do not want to include you in certain things, and non-personal, everything is not, oh, it's discrimination, oh, you don't like me, or you're a phobe, or I ain't no phobe worth a damn, okay? As women that are biologically born, they have the right to their culture. We have the right to keeping certain things to ourselves, because there has to be a distinction between a woman that is biologically a woman and a trans woman. Because from the moment of conception, we're not the same. We're not the same. We are truly not the same. Exactly, we're not the same. We are not the same. It's like, I'm not gonna go to Nigeria and be upset that, oh my gosh, like, how come Yoruba culture does not invite Ashanti culture? Because it's Yoruba culture. Now, sometimes we can have this like cute little marriages, but like we can have this little one night stand once in a while. But it's like, hey, I appreciate that. And I feel like it's so crazy to me how a lot of immigrants, be it legal or illegal, are sitting here today in a country to some extent has been good to us, and be like, oh, well, can you believe that they want to hold on to their culture? Can you believe that they don't want to include us? Yes, because many of us immigrants, we are transient, right? Many of us have plans to go back home. We can vacation back home. Like, many of us are transient. So yes, why should they change their entire their entire pedigree to accommodate people structurally who are transient? I might not even want to die in America. And I'm being honest. But that is my husband's African American, so I don't know how's that gonna work. Okay. But I'm like, I might want to die in the Ivory Coast. Jimmy might say, hey, Marlene, I want to die in the Ivory Coast with you. Like, okay, husband, let's go die over there. Right. But ultimately, we also have to have some kind of like self-awareness and some kind of humility and some kind of modesty. Like, you know what? Me, I'm an immigrant. Maybe I'll stay, maybe I won't stay. So I cannot ask you to change your whole shebang bang bang to make me feel like I'm included, because I might not want to be here. And sometimes also you can look at people and instead of thinking about, oh, well, I don't feel included, you could also say, wow, this is actually beautiful. I commend y'all on trying to have a cultural or a national identity. Everything is not against you all the time. Everything is not against you. Imagine somebody, if you have a friend that's a multimillionaire and then your friend can go buy a Maybach and you drive a Toyota. It's not personal. My friend has money. Why would she not buy a Maybach? Okay. Maybe once in a while I get a ride, right? But hey, she has the money. What the freak? You know what I mean? And that's the problem in America too. It's like even Black America, I think sometimes even like Africans get offended. I think sometimes it's how it's said. But to me, ultimately, African Americans also have the right to say, there are times we want to stay to ourselves. It is perfectly normal. It does not make them bad people. Like, this is just so crazy. It is no different. I told Nicole that. I'm like, to me, it is no different than having your ethnicity. You can be Igbo, you can be Yoruba. They identify as FBAs, but it doesn't mean I don't like you. It just means that sometimes I want to stay to myself. That's it. That's that. Nothing more, nothing less. It's like people feel, because of all this like wokeism shit, people feel like, oh, I got to be included in everything. Everybody has to include me. Everybody has to make me comfortable. No. And you also have to, and I feel like even sometimes what we don't understand is like, sometimes you'll hear conversations happening on social media because that's where people converse and stuff. But sometimes these are family conversations that you're privy to. And yes, you can be hurt, but because they're having a conversation amongst themselves. Just like we can have conversation amongst themselves. If they don't know you, but what the heck, what the fuck you said, right? It happens. But everything is not always intentionally meant to harm you. No. Many of us from Africa, we are from one African nation, multiple ethnicities. Multiple ethnicities. I think the Ivory Coast has like 72 ethnicities, right? We don't get offended. I don't know how many are in Ghana or how many are in Nigeria, but I'm like the 200 million people. It's like so many different ethnicities. Everybody does their wedding a certain way, right? This bride, a Yoruba bride will look like this. The Igbo bride, nobody said, oh, but why don't you look like that? The Edo girl with her scepter and her crown, like it's all beautiful. You're not a bad person because you want to hold on to your cultural identity and you don't want it to be changed. Because 20 years from now, 50 years from now, you want to be able to say, I recognize this thing, right? I recognize it. Because otherwise, it's something else. And I'm like, to me, that does not make a person bad. That truly does not make a person evil, this, and that. People have the right. People have the right to fight for their national identity. People have the right to fight for their ethnic identity. People have the right to fight for their cultural identity. People even have the right to fight for their ethnic, their gender identity. Women have the right to say, I am not comfortable around a trans. I don't want to have this. I don't want to share a restroom with a trans woman. She's not saying, I don't like you. She's saying, I also have to think about what makes me comfortable, right? I hear you and I see you and I wish you the best. But this intimate space, I don't want to share that with you. That does not make her a transphobe. No, that makes her a person that has boundaries. That also makes her a person who can stand up for herself. Everybody wants a strong woman until they actually meet a strong woman, right? They have the right to say that. All these young ladies who do not want trans women in their sports, they have the right to say, listen, I want you to compete. I want you to be an athlete, just not in the woman category. I don't want to share a restroom with you. Like that person, Leah. That person, Leah, is claiming to be a trans woman, but still has a penis. And so when the person were in the locker room, they would see the person's penis. That is crazy to me. Because just because you have your freedom, you have to understand that your freedom stop, okay, when you start to impede on somebody else's freedom. Freedom is not requiring others to diminish their freedom to make you feel comfortable. That's oppression. Okay, that is suppression. All right, you don't get to take more freedom than what you are allowed. Every citizen and legal alien in this country is allowed a certain set of freedoms. You don't get to take more than what you're giving. Right? Everybody has the right to say, this makes me uncomfortable. My safety matters to me. And if you cannot respect the fact that someone is letting you know, these are my boundaries, this is what makes me feel safe and that what makes me unsafe, then you are a terrorist. You are nothing more than a terrorist. And people are done with that shit. People are done with that shit. People are so done with this. A woman has the right to say, if I go into the woman's bathroom, I am expecting to be around other women. Because not just that, when you have a vagina, right, we know that you have more estrogen and you have less testosterone. So we expect you to be less aggressive. If you still have a penis, you still have testicles, only God knows. And then you take these hormones, this cocktail, only God knows what you're capable of, right? And only God knows what you're up to. But I don't have my life to give you to get to know your life story. You're not that important to me, right? Oh, but you even know my life. I don't need to. You're a narcissist. I don't need to know your life story. What I need to know is, are you creating an environment that makes me feel unsafe? And when it comes to womanhood is a territory that belongs to biological women. This is our turf. This is our shit. So if we say, yeah, nah, makes me uncomfortable, okay? You have to respect that. You got to respect it. Go make your own turf. Go make your own turf. Why don't you ask for bathrooms to be built for you and your kind? Why do you want to come over here? And that also makes you look hella questionable because you know you're going to make people uncomfortable, but you want to do it anyways because you're a sociopath. Because if trans women were truly about being ally with biological women, they will showcase humility and respect. Because you're like, you know what? I think I might want to be a woman. I think I'm a woman, but hey, I was born in the body of a man. Most of my upbringing was as a man, especially a white man. I know I got surgery, but surgery cannot make me a woman on the inside. So you would have respect, you would have humility and deference, and also you would make yourself available to learn. I need to learn because if I want to be embraced by these women, I also need to make them comfortable. You are coming into a village, you are coming into a turf that has been historically, since the creation of mankind, occupied, ran, managed by women. And in less than 10 years, you want to make all the rules. You want to be the queen. It's not going to work. And this is why we say trans women, no matter what you do, you will always have the psyche of a man because you bully. And you use all kinds of warfare, psychological warfare, physical warfare, cancer warfare, you name it. You bully. And that's all. And that also shows that you are male. Because if you were actually capable of being female and being feminine, you would lead with a posture of learning. I need to learn. I need to understand. I need to comprehend. No, you think because you got surgery, you know it all. Did y'all even see the thing between Nene and T.S. Madison, where T.S. Madison looked at Nene in the face, y'all, and told Nene that Nene is a tranny, that Nene gives tranny. And I'm like, you better than me because I would have smacked this person. Okay. But then again, here's Nene doing all this plastic surgery and all the stuff she does to herself. And she does give a trans look. And this is why biological women, natural born women have to do everything in their power to have a different aesthetic from trans women. Too many black women today across the diaspora who identify with Western ideals have a transsexual look, and it needs to stop. It needs to stop. Because when somebody looks at a transsexual, they should know that's a transsexual. Whatever, a trans woman, right? And that's why this person requires so much makeup, so much weave, so much fake nails, so much fake lashes, because they're hiding something. Okay, there's a secret there, right? And when somebody looks at a biological woman, they should know, yeah, that's a woman right there. Right. But unfortunately, right now, more propaganda, more brainwashing. We have too many black women across the diaspora who identify with Western ideologies, who have a trans aesthetic. And it's extremely concerning. And you're not even realizing what you're doing. Because the more you want to look like them, who are just new, these people are up and coming. You've been outside since the Garden of Eden. Okay. You're trying to look like something brand new, when you are the original blueprint of womanhood. Do you not see that you're being bamboozled? It's giving Esau and Jacob, okay? Do not give away your birthright for a front lace wig, okay? Do not give away your birthright as a biological woman, a woman carved by God, okay? Right? For rhinoplasty, do a little too much. You're doing a little too much, right? These are men who are getting surgeries to look like a woman. But you know, everything man does is not going to match. So people know that these are trans women. But when you are a woman, you are born a woman. You are born being what they want to be. And if you go out of your way to look like them, I think we also need an intervention. Because you should always be able to stand apart from a transsexual. You should always stand apart from a transsexual. Because for the most part, if you care to be honest, and if you care to listen to what they say, the vast majority of transsexuals are so misogynist. And the part that kills me with these trans people is how they talk about, oh, there are women out there who can't conceive. There are women out there without a womb. That's not by choice. And because they're so wicked. They are so mean. They are so insensitive. And they're not capable of sisterhood. They have to weaponize something that is so traumatic, so scarring, so debilitating for millions of women to prove a point. And they're even proving shit. The only point they're proving that these are just male. They will always have male psychology, mean male psychology, defeated man psychology. Because I always wondered, all these white men who want to put on dresses, if you knew how to be a real colonizer and colonize at a heterosexual way, would you really want to put on a dress? Probably not. Probably not. It's usually a bunch of white boys in the white community who have no power, who have no status, who don't have the looks. They bring nothing to the table, okay? They come from the bloodline. When the other colonizers were colonizing, they were asleep, right? So now, in order to feel that white power, that white dominance, they rebrand themselves as trans this and trans that. Do not fall for this. Because if you could have been one of the best top alpha white colonizers, would you ever want to be a woman? Absolutely the fuck not. You want to be a bully. You want to be a bully. You want to be a bully. And shame on all these goofy ass white women who walk around thinking that womanhood is theirs what's what I'm looking for. They can just give womanhood away to other people. Like they're the only ones who own womanhood. But then they're white. White people think everything belongs to them. No, you have to consult other women. You go, oh, I'm white and I'm okay with it. We don't give a fuck what you are and what you're okay with, because the vast majority of women around the planet are not okay with that. Okay? I understand he your kinfolk. He got your complexion, he got your color. So therefore, you want to make things as easy and as demented as possible for him. But we're not going to go along with this freak circus. Like, we're not doing this. We're not doing this. White women, especially white liberal women, have to stop thinking that they are the guardians of whatever of womanhood, and it is their God-given mandate to decide who gets to be a woman, who gets to go to a woman's bathroom. You're making anybody else unsafe. Now, we know that many of you white women, you have an attraction to serial killers. You have an attraction to murderers. You have an attraction to prisoners. You have an attraction to every time there's a horror movie, you want to open the door. Who's there? And you walk straight towards danger. That's you. Throw your life away. Throw your life away. Right? We've seen your movies. You want to sleep with a werewolf. You want to sleep with a vampire. That's on you. Throw your fucking life away. But what you have to understand is you only give permission for what you're comfortable with. You don't get to speak for all of us. You do not get to speak for all of us. What you're okay with your sick mind, that's you and your sick mind. Exactly. And that's the thing, because whatever womanhood means to white women, that is on them. But I'm like, these goofy ass white bitches have to understand that as a white woman, you are not the spokesperson, because our white people are a bunch of bullies. White people are a bunch of bullies. It is not a people who is capable of humility. Like, you know what? Hey, I'm okay with that, but I still need to check with the other ladies to see if they're comfortable. Oh, I'm white, so I get to speak for all the women in the world. Oh, yeah, they make women. No, they make white womanhood better, right? If you're a white woman and you feel like trans women make womanhood better, you are speaking of your white womanhood, because you've never been a black woman. You've never been an Asian woman. You have never been an Arab woman. You've never been nothing but a white woman. Right? So I don't know what's going on with white womanhood, nor do I care to know. But if trans women make you better, that is on you. Speak for your fucking self. You don't get to speak for other people. Okay? You don't get to speak for other people. You don't get to speak for other people. Because I think many of these, especially white liberals, they think they're like the God's mouthpiece for humanity. No, and no. You speak for yourself. And you speak for like-minded people that look just like you. There's a host of black women who are definitely not comfortable with the trans woman movement, the misogyny of these trans people, and their bullyish ways that they go about doing stuff. Because it's never about compromise, communication, understanding, respect for hierarchy, because not natural, biological, born women have the hierarchy. We were here first. Not you, it's a feeling, it's plastic surgery, whatever it is. But this whole notion that you think because your skin is white and these are the desires of your heart, that you can just invade over here and then put yourself at the top of the food chain, you got us messed the hell up. You got us messed the hell up. And a lot of things are going to change in America. I even feel like part of what Trump is doing also with Gavin Newsom is because he wants to fuck up his run for 2028. And I'm glad he's doing that. Because after Trump, there needs to be another Republican. And then another Republican. We gonna Republican this thing out until we get to a place where America comes back to the center a little bit, right? As many Republican president as necessary to bring this country back to the center, because it's off its bunkers. It is truly, truly off its bunkers. It is absolutely ridiculous. And also, when it comes to liberal white women, they're going to be put in their places as well, because these women out here are agents of chaos. They are the ones who galvanize illegal immigrants into misbehaving. They galvanize trans women into being misogynist and disrespectful of naturally born women. They galvanize the education system to teach children all kinds of foolishness, all kinds of abomination. I'm telling you, there's nothing more terroristic. You think the KKK is full of terrorists. The number one terrorist organization in America are liberal white women who identify as feminists. These women need to be sent back to hell where they came from, because they bring nothing more than chaos, confusion, disruption, all kinds of foolishness. And they never lead America to a place that brings wholesomeness, that make people feel proud to be American, that make people even care about this country. No, they are the type to tell illegal immigrants, oh, you deserve to be here. You're not breaking the law. No, you are breaking the law. I even saw this goofy ass white chick on TikTok talk about, oh, when you come here legally, it's a civil, you're breaking civil laws. I think you're so damn stupid, okay? When we are talking about a national border, okay, you are breaking federal law. So the national government has every right to deal with your ass, because our borders as a country are matters of national security, okay? These are federal laws. But only a goofy ass, liberal ass white woman who has never fought in a war, has never sacrificed for this country. The vast majority of liberal white women are not even trying to have children to help America live on and, in parentage. No. They don't do anything, do not contribute anything. They don't have children, don't raise children. Many of them love to sell their bodies on social media because they love to be sex workers, right? But they are quick to sit here and galvanize foolishness, galvanize people who have no claim to this nation to do all kinds of stupidity. And I'm like, no, these women need to be handled. They truly need to be handled. No, the black women who follow behind the Lucius are unfortunately black women who went to liberal colleges, right? But the foolishness always starts with liberal white women. And yes, unfortunately, some of our women who tend to go to liberal colleges allow themselves to be seduced by that. And you have to understand why too, Lucius. A lot of times too, white women and their chaos, to many other women, especially to some black women who went to liberal colleges, it looks like freedom. It's like being a kid. When you have a parent that won't let you sleep over, when you have the perspective of a child, you're thinking your mom hates you. She want to mess up your social life. She wants you to be cool. She wants you to make it in life, right? Because you're a child. And so from where you're standing, her saying no to you, it's just evil. Like, you want to ruin my social life, right? And you see all these white kids, they do whatever they want to do. They drink, they smoke, they have sex, they get on birth control, they party, they break the law. I mean, so many white kids are batshit crazy. These people are raised like wolves. They do whatever they want to do. They have no structure, right? But the thing is, when you get older, you realize that, you know what? Even though back then I didn't like my mom saying no to me, but it was good for her to tell me no because she kept me safe. Unfortunately, today, when some black women look at these goofy ass white liberal women, they're thinking, oh, wow, this is what freedom looks like. Every time a liberal white woman has a thought, she thinks she's so intelligent that she has to blurt out whatever she thinks. Oh, wow, I want to be inspired by that. But what they haven't done, unfortunately, what many black women who espouse liberal ideologies have not done, they have never sat back and done like a proper table, the dubs versus the L's of white women who behave like that. And many of these white women too, if you know them, you know that many of them are medicated. That's why you got to be really, really crazy to run behind white people, because a vast portion of them are on medication. Many of them are medicated. They have anxiety, depression, multiple personality disorder, bipolarism, schizophrenia. White people struggle with so many psychological perturbances. Okay. But you don't know because you're not really close to them. You're from afar. You see how loud and destructive she is. And you're thinking to yourself, wow, this is what freedom looks like. Look at her. She's a strong woman. But you do your research. And not only do you realize that the vast majority of these white women are heavily medicated, heavily sedated. Many of these white women grew up with a lot of dysfunction and chaos in their families. Many of these white women, some of them are cat ladies, are extremely miserable, right? Many of these people are just bitter and they're sad and they're broken, right? But because they're loud, they galvanize a lot of attention. But you look at their life, you look at the totality of their life, what have they really done? What have they really achieved? And every time you're told a white woman did this, a white woman built this business, you go and you look in closer, you'll see there was always a white man helping her. They seldom achieve anything by themselves, right? But the unfortunate thing is for the sisters who choose to follow these idiots is that they don't do their due diligence. They don't study these women enough. They don't study their neuroticism enough. The vast majority of white women are neurotic. And when they're liberal, it's even worse. It is even worse. Many of these people are medicated. They have like medicine cabinets, the bathroom cabinets full of drugs just to be able to cope with their thoughts, just to be able to cope with their day, just to be able to cope with their children. They take a pill for everything. So why in your mind, why in your right mind would you ever want to be led or inspired by these people? Another thing also too, because of what white people have done throughout history when it comes to stealing, looting, plotting, and plundering and raping, they took most of the world's natural resources. So they have most of the world's wealth. So people think, oh, if you have money, then you must have all the answers. And the thing is, no, these people are descendants of very, very violent people. White people are not wealthy because they work hard. Otherwise, they would not be afraid of the Chinese. They would not be afraid of competition from the Chinese, right? They would let the Chinese EVs come into the country. They would let Chinese phone manufacturers come into the country, right? So white people inherently know that they're not hard workers. What they're good at, for the most part, is war. Stealing, looting, killing, pillaging, enslaving, and then rewriting these goofy ass history books where they just tell you all kinds of bullshit. But the majority of white people are just recipients of all of that evil. They have money because their ancestors sold their souls. They have this, and that because they are kinfolk to some seriously evil people. But it's not hard work and it's not innovation that made white people wealthy, right? And many white people will find ways to rebrand or repackage how they came into money. Oh, I worked hard. Oh, I created this company. Oh, I did this and that. They're a bunch of liars. And they have built they've built a structure that legitimizes their lies, like Forbes magazine, right? They'll get on the cover of Forbes and claim that they're worth $1 billion or I sold my company. They have a system in place to deceive humanity into believing that they are people of high productivity and they are people who are so productive that they can make so much money. You live in America long enough, you know that all white people do is just print money. They just print money and they lie. It's a lying ass people. Okay, it's a lying ass people. And I pray for the day that a lot of Black women will start to see these people for exactly who they are and understand if you don't have integrity, you don't have shit. The vast majority of white people do not have integrity. So why would you ever want to imitate people like that? Okay, the vast majority of white people are dishonest. The vast majority of white people love to lie. The vast majority of white people love to claim things that they never did, claim things that they've never done. They'll even go around saying, oh yeah, fake it till you make it. You see, they're sick. They are sick, right? But their entire history is made up of lies and fantasies and fairy tales because they themselves have a hard time accepting the true nature of the whiteness and what it truly means to be white, especially Western white, especially Anglo-Saxon. They struggle with that. What it truly means to be of German descent, what it really means to be of British descent, what it really means to be a Dutch descent, because there are people that all kinds of evil shit. And they can't reconcile with that. So they make movies, they write books, they have podcasts, everything to make themselves believe that they're good people, right? Oh, we have nothing to do with those people, but yes, you do. Because you will not be in position or in these positions. You will not have the money you have now, the success you have now, if it was not for your ancestors. These are your people. That is your blood. And you don't get to separate yourself from that because it's an inconvenience to you to admit that, wow, I'm not as smart as I thought I was. I'm not as hardworking as I thought I was. I'm just a recipient of colonization welfare. Okay? That's the truth, though. But the vast majority of liberal white women are crazy as fuck. They are unstructured. They are chaotic. They're insane. They're self-righteous. They're very dumb. Okay. But because these women are in these echo chambers, because nobody confronts them for them to realize how childlike they are. They're petulant children. They are petulant children. It's a people of no accountability. First of all, they don't even have self-awareness to even have accountability. So it's like, why would you ever in your life want to emulate these people? They're children. But they know, and the thing about these liberal white women, they know that they can be children because the white man will do whatever it takes, even if it means committing genocides to save her. And she wants him to be evil. I even think white men, if they were not attached to their white women, especially white liberal women, I think many white men will be better people. But a man will only be as good as the woman he's attached to. So if you're attached to a psycho and a sociopath, imagine what kind of man you're going to be. Because what she requires from you is evil. And the only way you can make her happy is by being an abominable human being. If white women had been less greedy in human history, maybe the white man would have colonized less, right? If white women throughout human history lied less, maybe white men would have killed less people. But you see, they lie with ease. They create confusion with ease. Hey, Ruva, they don't care because white liberal women are nothing more than agents of chaos. They love chaos. They love bloodshed. They love diamond jewelry. They love money. These women are crazy. They are truly crazy. And I'm like, not me. I've gotten to a point in my life, I've reconsidered everything. And I'm like, if white women were actually good people, if white women were actually like good in their inside, white men will be so much better. They will be so much better. But when you attach yourself to a woman that ain't about shit, you ain't going to be about shit also. Because if your woman wants you to be a criminal in order for her to give you all of her love, then you will be a criminal. You will be a criminal. That's exactly what's going to happen to you, right? So like we need white women to be less chaotic. And if they start being less chaotic, then you'll see white men will be more peaceful. Right? But a man who is married to a greedy ass woman will commit all kinds of crimes. He will hurt a whole lot of people because he wants to do everything to satisfy this woman because she's evil and she lies a lot and she creates chaos a whole lot. How many people have died because a white woman lied? And that's why you can never take your cues from white women. These are not people of integrity. Now, some could be, but by and large, it's like, nah, you are a group of terrorists. White women are terroristic. And unfortunately, yes, the more a Black woman identifies with white women, the more she will be a problem. Yes, the more she'll be a problem. Because we know, for as long as we know, Black women inherently have always been maternal. Black women have always been maternal. Look at the world. Like how many kids have been raised by Black women? How many babies have been fed by Black women? Black women have always been maternal. And I even think that's why God, he designed the Black women the way he did. With the hips, when I was young, people used to say she got childbearing hips, right? Many Black women are extremely curvy. Yeah, because it makes it easy for the womb. It makes it easy for the baby to, go down the tunnel, right? Black women have a big ass because, yeah, God knew she gonna have to carry that baby on her back. God made sure to give Black women big boobs with them big dark areola so the baby couldn't miss it. Okay, God gave a whole lot to the Black women because he knew this right here, she's gonna be responsible to birth humanity. You understand? And it was like we had no issue with being maternal because it is what it is. But you start messing around with these crazy white people. It's like everything God has designed you for, they want you to hate that about yourself. And they call it oppression. Baby, I'm delivered. You're the one that's oppressed. Okay, imagine being a frog and you think you can be an eagle. That is an oppression, right? Wouldn't your life be so much better the quicker you accept that you're a frog and start leaping from petal to petal? Okay, you're an amphibian. You will never fly. You will never fly. So they hate themselves. And I even feel like when I think of when I read the Bible and I think about the Tower of Babel, I think the Tower of Babel probably could be talking about white folks. Okay. So much contempt and so much rebellion against God. So he confused all their languages. But my point is, right? Life was so much better when you accept what God has built you to do. Because then you walk in your purpose. You don't work against your purpose. You look at some of the most majestic birds in the sky. They don't fight the wind. They fly with the wind, right? But you see, there's something to be said about wisdom, the wisdom of earth, the wisdom of nature, the wisdom of God that white people don't have, right? That's why they lean on philosophy or whatever they lean on to try to understand these mysteries. But the reality of it is, yeah, maybe you have a problem, right? But they truly struggle. They struggle, especially white women. White women have a hard time, especially white liberal women. They have a hard time, right, with God's divine order. And what does that lead them to? Early promiscuity, loads of abortions. They're heavily medicated. They have multiple partners. They go through multiple divorces. Yeah, they're batshit crazy. They're batshit crazy. And if you ask me, they're a bunch of failures. They're a bunch of failures. Take any given day and count, keep a tally of how many white girls you see in sex work. You will be appalled. You will be very appalled. They're probably the number one gender group in sex work. In sex work. It's insane. It's insane how quickly a white woman, when she feels any challenge in life, financial, educational, she'll go sell her body. She'll be a prostitute in a heartbeat. You understand me, right? Today, things have changed a lot, but there used to be a time, even here in America, where you take a Black woman, even if she was financially against the wall, I'm talking it's so much pressure, this lady can die from stress. But that Black woman would rather go work a job. She would rather go be a janitor. She would rather go work at McDonald's than to sell herself, because it meant something to her. Because guess what? Black people have a real connection with God. And I felt like maybe that's the thing that Abraham felt in the garden, Adam felt in the garden, Eve felt in the garden. It's like, you have a God. You have a God that you have to answer to. White people think they don't have to answer to anybody. And that's why they live the way that they live. And that's why certain things befall on their heads and the heads of their children. Yeah, because there are consequences for disrespect. There are consequences for sin. And there are consequences for living your life thinking that you know better than God. Because you have philosophy or you have some kind of science. This earth out here could be billions of years old. Are you okay? Are you truly okay? Right? And you see how much chaos they have caused. White women single-handedly played a part in Black women having over 21 million abortions. Right? Imagine one of the most infertile group. White women are not that fertile. They're not that fertile. If you won't be offended as whatever, but white women are not that fertile compared to Black women. Black women have a very high fertility rate. And it's not even then. First, you got the fertility rate, how easy is it for you to get pregnant? Black women, it's very easy for Black women. Number two, even the quality of the eggs. Black women by far have better eggs. Number three, creating a baby without diseases like this kind of disease and Black women have better. They carry better, right? Having a whole placenta and your placenta doesn't have issues. Yeah. Black women win there too. That's why they keep our stem cells and do all kinds of weird research on us, right? You understand? But my thing is, you listen to these crazy ass white women, and in the span of 40, 50 years, or maybe less than that, 21 million Black babies have been aborted because you listen to somewhat unfertile people give you advice about your fertility. right? Brainwash you about fertility, do all these kinds of evil things to you about fertility. Once upon a time, Black women did not have fibroids like that. Once upon a time, Black women did not have ovarian cancer like that. But the more and more Black women are starting to listen to these people, you start to see bad things are happening to her womb. Bad things are happening to her wombs, right? And you have to understand, just because somebody gives you a sweet message or it's a sweet sounding message, it doesn't mean that the person doesn't mean you harm. You know, a woman can barely get pregnant. She can barely get pregnant. You are capable of having multiple children. How many Black people can say, my grandma had 12 kids, my grandma had 6 kids, my grandma had 8 kids, right? Many Black people, doesn't matter who they are, across the diaspora, many Black people can say, my grandma had 10 kids, my grandma had 8 kids, my grandma had 6 kids. So you know, fertility has never been a Black woman's problem. Like that right there is something God put in her womb. Like it works great. How many white people you ever heard the girl will be like, yeah, my grandma had 10 kids, my grandma had 6 kids. They struggle with fertility, right? But because they have money, you think, oh, white woman cannot be jealous of me. Oh, she means me well. Oh, she did it. Girl, shut up. Okay, she's the extension of the white man. If anything, she might even be the mastermind of the white man, right? Why would another woman tell you to fear the seed that comes out your womb? Why would another woman, everybody, child, it is a Black thing. It doesn't matter. It's a Black people thing. It's a Black people thing. Even when they stole these Black men out of Africa, they brought them here to turn them into wet nurses because these white women could barely produce any milk. And not just that, they didn't even have the antibodies to help their kids not to die. It's the Black woman with the breast milk, because that's the first form of vaccine, who was out here giving her antibodies to these white children. I missed you more, right? So that the people can live. But fertility has never been a Black woman's issue until, unfortunately, now. PCOS, ovarian cancer, fibroids, wumpty wump wump, wump 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 wump. I'm like, what the freak is this? Like, what is going on? What is going on? You know? Because they have brainwashed Black women into being afraid of fertility. Oh, have an abortion. Oh, take this kind of birth control. Wumpty wump wump, eat this kind of food. Da, 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 da. And little by little, how much knowledge has been lost? How much like medicinal stuff has been lost by Black people as a whole? Mess around with them crazy people that for the most part have fertility issues. So now you see, you listen to her so much, now you're also becoming infertile. You listen to her so much, now her disease that was just her disease are now becoming your disease. Stuff that we never even heard of. Now here we are. Messing with people. You like I don't understand. A woman has 8 kids. She sees a woman with 1 child and she's like, oh, I need to go take advice from her. No, no. You have 8 children, right? We have always known that as human beings, children equals wealth, right? When you have children, your success is guaranteed. Your retirement is guaranteed, right? If you have 8 kids, even if 2 happen to be idiots, those 6 kids who make it is good for you. It's good for you. Who's gonna say, oh my gosh, I regret having 8 kids? Like where is that? Where? Show me that person. My auntie, my dad's little sister, she called me recently. And we're talking about my grandma. She's like, no, your grandma actually had 10 kids. I'm like, 10 kids? Like, it's a thing. So I guess my dad's mom had 10 kids. Maybe she had 8 because 2 passed away. So my mom's mom, she had 8. 2 passed away. So she was left with 6. And then, what's it called? My dad, his mom had 10, right? My dad has 6. My mom has 4. You know, me, I have 3. But I remember too, because I told Jimmy that I'm like, you, because I told my husband, I said, you, Jimmy, you used to be a feminist. Because, you know, James at first, he only wanted 1 child. And I'm like, that is just so bizarre, because how can you be a Black man and have 1 child? That is just so crazy to me. But once again, you grab a people, you kidnap a people, you bring them to some foreign land, you do some weird brainwashing on these people. They don't even know who they are anymore. You are crazy as hell. Every black man, any man of African ancestry needs to have more than 1 child. It is not possible. you know. But we allow white people with their shaming tactics. Oh, what they say, you're birthing irresponsibly. They use all these weird whatever to like shame people. I mean, your poor ass ancestors in Great Britain who were having a bunch of babies during the bubonic plague. How would you call that behavior? Go sit your ass down somewhere, okay? Because it's jealousy. It is jealousy, right? Like think about, like I think right now Africa is about like 1 billion people, like almost 1 billion Black people. But think about the day when all the entire African continent or more African people have access to the internet. Do you know how they're going to support other Black people, especially Black people in the West? You're like, damn, thank God we have the entire continent, right? But your family, your siblings, your cousins, whatever, it has always been a source of wealth for you, right? Your first friends were your cousins. Imagine if your auntie wasn't some weird feminist bullshit, okay? Even all of us right now, if our mothers were on some feminist bullshit, some of y'all would not be here because you're not the firstborn. Can you imagine? Like, what is this foolishness, right? But this is what happens when you're around white people. Everything you have, they will call it a negative name. They will start degrading you. They will start shaming you. Oh, you have too many kids. Oh, it's irresponsible. Or is this, and that. Even if you focus on the economy, it helps to have people. Look at China. Look at India, right? Population matters. Why do you think the whites here are scared about the Latinos too? Because population matters. And if you don't have a strong population too, how do you keep your culture? And that's another thing too that makes me really sad about what so many African-American women have allowed these goofy ass white liberal women to do to them. Because if more and more African-American women keep on not having kids like that, how do you keep culture? How do you keep your history? Like how, like you're like the numbers are going to start shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. Like you need children, you need grandchildren to keep your name alive, to keep your traditions alive, to keep your culture alive, to keep your history alive. Like it is a real thing. It is a real thing, right? And it's like we're sitting here, we mess around with these goofy ass white women who, and that's fine. To me, if white women don't want to reproduce, maybe it's a blessing. So that's fine because they've done too much evil. So does the world need more white people? I don't know, right? But I'm like, to me, as a Black woman, I do believe it is paramount for every woman to have at least one child, right? As a Black woman, because you will have to keep Black people alive. You will have to keep the history of Black people alive. You will have to keep the various cultures of Black people alive. You will have to keep the traditions of Black people alive. You got to keep our ancestors alive. We cannot allow our numbers to just shrink and shrink and shrink. This is extremely dangerous. I think they're saying like in like 20 or 50 years, Korea, or like 100 years. In 100 years, South Korea might not exist if these women continue to not want to have children. And like, yeah, this is what happened when you mess with the white devil. Okay. And to me, the white devil is really the white woman. Okay. This is what happens when you allow the white woman to seduce you with her foolishness. She is a witch. She is a sorceress. Do not listen to her. Okay. I don't know if you should marry within your culture per se, but my husband, he's African-American. But to me, it's like, we all have a common culture and cultures can be even more beautiful. But to me, you need to marry people who believe in family. And if you're someone of African descent, family should matter to you. Family should matter to you. I had another friend. I called her and because she's Nigerian too. And she's in New York City and she has one kid. And I'm like, okay, so it's like, because she was making it seem like, oh, that's it. I'm like, girl, you do know you're Nigerian, right? You do know. I'm like, oh, no, like this one child business. This is not our culture. This is not our culture. I'm like, I don't know what kind of movies y'all be watching with these white women in New York City and these fancy strollers. And you think because you push one baby, you're done. You ain't done, boo. This is our culture. We have multiple children. If a white woman don't want to have multiple kids, that is her problem. She is not my people. But stop trying to mirror your life based on her choices. She's an idiot. She is an idiot. And if maybe, I don't know if the Spirit of God, whoever is leading her to want to create less and less white people, maybe she's doing us a favor. But you, as a Nigerian woman, you should have a plan to have more than one kid. Because, no, this is insanity. Because even this one baby, and I told her, because some of y'all don't want to have these conversations because I don't know, it's so bizarre. But I'm like, you do know you're going to die, right? You're going to die. Your husband is going to die. I need you to think about the kind of world you want to leave your child in. Do you want your child to be the only child? Where mom is dead, daddy is dead, he don't have anybody? Right? Because when you say, oh, Marlene, I love talking to my sister's dead. Okay, imagine if your mom thought the way you thought, right? Just because your parents tell you to go to school as a Black woman, I don't care about your background, it doesn't mean that you forget who you are. You are a Black woman. You have your culture. We can go to school with white people and keep our culture. You don't have to completely transform. You're not agnostic. You are a person with a culture. And that culture might not be good enough for white people. Who the fuck cares? Half of these women are sex workers anyways. Okay? Right? But you as a Black person, you should know what your culture is. You go to school so you can get a job, not to completely lose yourself. Right? Because one day you're going to die. And some people don't even realize you might die really young. Some people live to be old and see their grandkids. Some might not. So some people might even have cancer. So when you think that, oh, well, I have a child later. Well, that later, maybe cancer awaits you. And when you go through chemo, most of the time, you cannot carry your baby after chemotherapy because they put so much nuclear and crap in your body, your eggs is messed up, right? But when I sit here and I see how many Black women today across the diaspora who identify with Western ideologies are sitting here and playing with their fertility, your window of having children is seriously limited. Fuck around with these goofy ass white people, these goofy ass white women really has you fucked up, right? Because one of the biggest regrets you will ever have in your life is not having your children and not having your children early enough that you get to enjoy your children. You have your kids too late. You might not have enough time with your kids on this earth. You understand? This obsession from career, get the fuck out of here. Okay? Once again, bunch of bullshit, bunch of weird ass social construct created by white people, especially white women, to once again go against your fertility. Right? Raising children, it's on, for the most part, it's only 18 years. And even that too, huh? It's like maybe like the first 5 years of demanding because like they're small people. But I'm like, once they start going to school, it's really not that bad. It is truly not that bad. But think about how many Black girls, Black women today across the diaspora who identify with Western ideologies are delaying fertility, are delaying, having children, are delaying getting married, are delaying this and this and this and this and that, right? This is crazy. I'm telling you, white people do not have all the answers. Do not put these people on a pedestal because they have more followers than you. Because the entire system is rigged to make it look like they're hard workers. They are not. They are deceitful creatures. Okay? You need to be very mindful of that. You can go to school. You can have your career. But you should also prioritize the family. It is a real thing. It is very serious. Because family, children, this is what makes us Black women. This is what makes us. This is what sets us apart from other people. When you think about a Korean woman or a Korean tiger mom, there are certain things that go through your head. You think about an Indian mom, there are certain things that go through your head, right? Well, Indian woman, whatever. But when you think about a Black woman, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? It's her family. It's her children, right? The vast majority of Black people, I don't care who they are, from the entire African continent, African Americans, like the Afro Latinos from all of Latin America, the West Indies, Hispaniola, the vast majority of Black people, right, always have the most fondest memories of their grandmothers. Whether it's the paternal grandmother or it's the maternal grandmother or it's both grandmothers, right? Most Black people have the most fondest memories of their grandmothers, right? And that's what you think about when you think like, wow, Black woman. Oh yeah, my grandma. Oh, da-da-da-da, right? Because to you, that matriarch right there was your place of bliss. She was your place of comfort. She was your place of food. She was this, and that for you. It was your grandmother, right? But because you went to school with these white people, you allowed these goofy weirdos to confuse you as if you don't know the keys to the kingdom, as if you don't know the real keys to success. Family is everything. White people at large have very dysfunctional family dynamics. They have very fucked up families. That's why most of them grew up in divorced families. They end up on drugs. They're all over the place. Why do you think they can't keep up with the Chinese, the Koreans? Because these people have stronger family structures. They have stronger family ties. They have way healthier family dynamics, right? The vast majority of white Americans are from divorced parents. And you see it. Half these girls who have these podcasts talking about how much peen they sucked in high school, how much peen they sucked in college, the promiscuity. The vast majority of these white girls are coming from divorced families, right? Many of these people are from broken homes, broken marriages, broken promises, you name it, okay? So my thing is, why would you want to follow a sick people like this? They are sick. The abundance of money is not a testimony of health. It is not a testimony of success. And also, what white people consider success is not even what nature considers success. Look at how nature handles these people, okay? What white people consider success is not what even God considers success. White people worship money, and that's why they're so broken. They're an inherently broken people. Inherently, they are broken. You would think for everything they stole from humanity, all the lies they told, all the wars they led, all the people they slaughtered, you would think that these people would once and for all find some kind of joy, some kind of self-contentment. It's not possible. It is not possible. They are still sad. They are still broken. You have all the money in the world. You own everything in the world. You have the largest military in the world. You like anything they want. They buy all kinds of designers. And yet these people are still medicated. So at some point, you also got to have some kind of wisdom like King Solomon and ask yourself, are these people really happy? Right? Do white people truly have it all figured out? Do white people truly understand what is the purpose of humans on this earth? Do white women truly understand what the purpose is of a woman, what the purpose is of womanhood? They do not. Because if you're not connected to God, how can you know these things? We live on a planet that's probably like 5 billion years old. There is so much we will never know, right? So imagine what kind of fool you have to be when you think money is everything. You have lost. You just don't get it. You just don't get it. And that's why you're so miserable. And that's why you're highly promiscuous. And that's why you're on so many drugs. And that's why you're so confused. How can you not be confused? Because you put your heart and your soul in these weird ideologies. You have made money your fortress, and you don't understand that even after doing all of this, God is still God. And nobody can outsmart God. No one can outsmart the divine wisdom of the Almighty. You have seen white people out here take medication to go from men to women, only for what? To detransition. You have seen them do all kinds of stuff. How many people told these white people, do not do this. You're too young for this. Don't take these hormones. Do not go get this surgery. You are too young. A man cannot become a woman. A woman cannot become a man. But once again, they think they have it all figured out because they have money. And look at them too. Every day you come on social media, somebody is detransitioning. Every day you come on social media, somebody is detransitioning. And some people went too far. They cut off their thing. Some people cut off their penises. And now they want to come back to being a man. How is that? What have you done? What have you done? Because no matter their folly, no matter their madness, white people always run into a wall. And that wall is God is the Almighty. The one who controls all wisdom and who knows all wisdom is God. And God didn't make any mistake. God didn't make any mistake. God is not telling us not to pursue interest, but God is also telling us that as human beings, one commandment he has given us is to go and be fruitful, is to go and to multiply, is to have children, is to have families. That is what we're called to do. White people will tell you, pursue money, because they're a bunch of imbeciles. They are true imbeciles. And that's why you see when they age, they got to use all that money to go to go pay for their cancer treatments. They work just to pay bills. They work just to pay medical bills. They don't have favor because they don't acknowledge God. So they have to work really hard to pay for everything. And that's why many of them are crooks. Many of them are scammers because they've never, ever experienced God's favor. When you have God's favor, even when things are hard for you financially, you're not going to go take advantage of a next person. You're not going to go and contrive some goofy ass contract to go scam somebody of something because you need money. White people have to steal. White people have to do all kinds of crimes because they don't have favor. Right? As David said, I was young and now I'm old. Never have I seen the righteous forsaken, nor his seed like begging for bread. And those who have a covenant with God know, even though many are the persecution, many are the afflictions of the righteous, right? But God will deliver you from all of them. You walk with white people, all you do is pick up anxiety. All you do is pick up low self-esteem. All you do is pick up low self-worth. Oh, I'm scared of this. I'm scared of that. I fear this. I fear that. Yeah, because these are a godless people. And a godless people will always be afraid. Why? Because they have turned their backs against God. The word of God is very clear. Whether it's the arrow that flies by noon or the pestilence that flies by night, they will not touch you. 1,000 to your left, 10,000 to your right. They will not get to you. Right? But you walk with white people, of people who have decided to make God an enemy. Yes, you will have anxiety. Because I can only imagine if you wake up and you decide to make God your enemy, you will have anxiety because he's invisible. Where is he going to attack me from? The north, the west, the south, the east. I don't know. Right? But those who have made the Almighty the refuge, the Bible tells you everything. You're like a tree planted by the waters, right? You're going to be okay. God will take care of you. And you also understand when you are connected to God, you are someone who multiplies. You are someone who is fruitful, right? God is a God of multiplication. He is not a God of destruction. He's not a God of deduction, right? You fuck around with these white women, all they put in your head, abortion, 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 birth control, birth control. That's this. These people, sometimes you wonder when these angels fell out of heaven, if they did not contract some kind of pact with white people. Because I just feel like anything God says not to do is what white people want to do. Everything God says, do not do this because bad things will happen to you. Curses will fall on your children. White people grab their feet and they run. They go make haste to go do evil. I've never seen, like, what kind of people are this, right? So, like, to me, it makes me really sad when I see so many Black people who want to identify with the ways of heathen, who want to identify with the ways of a godless people. Nothing good is going to come out of this. Nothing good. There is prudence. There is even safety. There's wisdom and following what you know to be your culture, to be your tradition. Right? Because you would not be here if it was not for that tradition. You would not be here if it was not for your culture. You would not be here if it was not for all these Black matriarchs who probably, gave up on something to make sure that you will be here. When you see all these beautiful Black people, it's a Black woman who made a sacrifice. That I'm talking about the OG matriarch. So many Black women had to sacrifice 9 months of this, one, right? For us to see, for us to see a sea of beautiful Black people. So now look at what these white folks have done to our mindset, where we are truly sitting here and saying, okay, a baby career, as if these are two things are of equal value that you're going to put into a scale. A baby will always trump a career. Because what is your purpose as a woman of God? It's not a career. What is a purpose as a woman of God? And even whatever career you think you're having right now, you think you want to have, I am telling you, God can give you something even bigger. God can give you something better. God can give you something even more pleasant, even more enjoyable. You hear me? Because when you walk also with white people, or you listen to white people, they always make you feel as though everything is scarcity. Oh, well, if you don't take this now, you'll never have this. Oh, if you don't do this now, shut up. The day my mother got pregnant, God did not consult with white people. Matter of fact, even my mother did not consult with white people. My birthday, God did not consult with white people. The hour that I came out of my mom's vagina, when I started crowning like this, okay, God did not consult with white people. So you cannot speak scarcity over my life. You cannot speak scarcity over my life. And most importantly, you will not get me to fear what is going to come out of my own vagina. How can I fear my own child? How can I fear my own image bearer? How can I believe that my own baby is coming into this life to hurt me or to hold me back? You people are sick as hell. You are truly sick. And maybe this is how most white women feel about their children. And that's why they're so quick to divorce and throw their marriages away, because they're so damn selfish and watch their daughters run into addiction and promiscuity. Maybe you think that. Maybe you think that your white pregnancy is a white baby that is coming to destroy you, to hold you back, to whatever. You are insane as hell. And maybe you're not maternal. That's why you can't cook. I don't know. Maybe you're just not maternal. But think about this. A child that comes out of your own body, y'all. A child that you carried in your own body. A child that hears your voice for 9 months. A white woman, especially a deranged white liberal, wants you to believe that this baby is coming into this world to hurt you. Wow, these people are sick as hell. These people are so diabolical. Can you imagine? And this is the hysteria of the West that they are propagating all around, like anywhere they see Black women, right? And nobody is standing firm against that. You are sick as hell. If I'm a child of God and I'm favored, explain to me how a baby that comes out of me, okay, is going to come into my life to hurt me. Girl, what? You all crazy. You are truly crazy. I was 25 when I got pregnant with Trey. I'm 40. The boy's about to be 15. Okay. I was pregnant on campus. I was studying on campus. And I'm going to tell you this. When Trey was born, there were just so many people to hold him. Even though like my parents and Jimmy's parents, you know, sometimes a little too much. But my point is, it was just way too many people to hold that baby. Between my family and Jimmy's family, too many people. And it was just, oh my gosh, I want to see Trey. Okay, it's a lot of people. Okay, even Maverick. I'm like, yo, I swear, I was telling Jimmy, I'm like, you know, now that he's here, I can't even imagine my life without Maverick. That boy's so cute. He's so sweet, right? Even Stephon too. Like, you truly, once you have your kids, you truly cannot imagine your life without your children, you guys. You truly cannot. You're like, wow, like, these are my people. Like, that's my little tribe. Like, these are actually my people. Do you understand? And that probably like the biggest assignment ever, because you have to raise these people. But I cannot believe that something that came out of me is coming to hurt me. You are crazy. I will never believe that. Now, you might want to believe that. No, I definitely do, because they've caused a lot of harm. They have definitely caused a lot of harm. No, they're not toddlers, but brainwashing is real. Brainwashing is real, right? Because marketing is real. And I really hope that one day, right? I really hope that one day, I truly, truly hope that one day, somebody with enough money, enough power does the research to see how many billions of dollars have been invested into the marketing of selling infertility to Black women. It's going to come out. One day it's going to come out. One day it's going to come out and we're going to see. But I'm like, it has to be over $50 billion. It has to be over 50. I'm thinking like maybe $100 to $200 billion, right? To pay people, not even just like, because the thing about brainwashing too, that is so insidious. It's like, you don't even know you're being brainwashed. And it's not just women here. I mean, here's 21 million babies aborted, but it's starting to take over. These Western ideals will start to take over the place. But here is 21 million babies that have been aborted. But I'm like, the thing about brainwashing, yes, we are. And because it feels natural, you're not even aware that you're being brainwashed. That's what makes it insidious. Because you think, oh, these are my ideas. Like, no, that's what I want. That's really what I want. It's like, are you sure that's what you want? Because no idea exists in a vacuum, right? But the brainwashing is real. Even me, once upon a time, I used to believe in mainstream media. If it's not until like COVID, I'm like, no, something is not adding up. Right? But a lot of our people, unfortunately, are brainwashed. And they don't even realize it because it makes so much sense to them. And when they turn around, their favorite Black celebrities, like, yeah, do that shit. You watch this, like even here we have like Oprah Winfrey, a big proponent of the foolishness, right? The movies like Color Purple and things of the sort. It's like these are subliminal messages that they keep giving you, and like you're like, what the heck? What the heck? Or people only talk about negative things. People only highlight the bad. When they want to talk about a man, it's always the bad man. It's never the good ones, right? When they talk about marriages, it's always the one that end up in a divorce with the man cheated with the sister and had 5 kids. Like, it's the fear stuff. But even that too, we know that these people have plants. They have decoys everywhere and they look like regular people. But many people are bought. Many people are paid. And because they look like you, it makes the brainwashing even more disgusting. Because you're looking at someone who looks like you. You know, oh no, she's a black woman. Why would she mean me harm? Wumpty wump wump. But because sometimes we also neglect that greed is a powerful driver. Greed drives a lot of people, right? Even with Kamala Harris, look at how many black people came outside and did every kind of sorcery possible to convince black people that this woman is actually black. And not just black, she's African-American. I'm like, how can she even be African-American? Make it make sense. You see? And then you had people saying, oh my gosh, if you didn't vote Kamala, then you said F you to black people. I'm like, Kamala does not represent black people. The history of black people in America, it does not start, nor does it end at Kamala Harris. Who is she again? I'm like, what? Kamala could have never existed. Black American history will still be, okay? We don't need her. She is not needed. But you see a lot of people. They use people that you like. They use people that look like you. They use people that you trust. And then you say to yourself, well, why would she lie to me? Why would she da, 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 da? No, because you can never discount the fact that self-interest is real and greed is also very real, right? It's very real. But a lot of people have sold to the black community. You don't even Africans don't come, because at 1 billion people, if the African population keeps growing, they're gonna start doing things to have population attrition. Because if you start having 1 billion Africans, then they're gonna go what, to 2 billion Africans, and that's gonna be a real problem. Especially if they're 2 billion and they're highly educated, right? But I'm like, we've seen that here too, right? Because if you had a high fertility, if you kept the high fertility of Black American women, the population size right now would be about like 70 million. Right? But they're not going to tell you that. They're like, oh no, I want you to be free, you know? I want you to have a job. I want you to make money so you can go shopping. Right? Oh yeah, that sounds pretty good. Yeah, I want to go shopping. Because they remove you from what, as part of a community, you have an obligation to your community, right? Right? Like people in the civil rights movement, for example, they didn't know all of us, but they did it out of a sense of duty. You know, and many of these people will never know their names, but they had a thought for all of us, not even just Black Americans, but also like Black diaspora. Hey, if one day somebody wants to come from whatever, they should come here and be treated right, right? They thought about all of that without knowing us individually, but they went and they did it. Got their asses beat up, tortured, people put dogs on you, the pepper spraying you, all kinds of fuckery. But they did it anyways. Anybody who watches these civil rights marches, I mean, you can't even look. It's so flagrantly barbaric. These people are savages. How can you treat people like this, right? So for us today to be like, oh, you know, I'm not gonna have kids. Oh, I'm only gonna have one kid. Oh, I'm not gonna do this. Oh, I'm not gonna do that. Something has happened to you. And we understand it's the liberal education, it's the movies, it's the celebrities, it's the whatever, all this stuff you see. Every time you consume content, they're leaving a little something in your subconscious. Until one day, all those seeds, they start to germinate. And now everything that makes you causes you anxiety. Right? Oh, I'm anxious about being a mom. I'm anxious about being a wife. I'm anxious about. It's like, why are you anxious? Something that it's in your bloodline. People have always done this. People have done this for millennia. Why are you anxious now? Because of what you're consuming. So yes, your consumption can lead you to having an anxiety disorder about certain things, right? And what these whites have done is cause Black women to have anxiety around their fertility, anxiety around children, anxiety around marriage. Oh, they're going to oppress you. Oh, he's going to cheat on you. Oh, he's going to torture you. Oh, he's going to, as if everybody that is married is tortured. But yet, when you look at the white community, every time a white woman gets divorced, what does she do? She looks for another husband. Oh, okay. So you mean to tell me, even if a divorce happens, life is not over, you can still find another husband and then another husband? How many white women have been married 3 times? How many white women have been married 4 times? So my thing is, well, I hope you change your mind, Deborah. I hope you change your mind. Okay. My thing is, I hope you change them. I think it has to go. I'm like, where would you learn that? Where did you learn not to have kids? Where did you learn that? Especially if you say that you're African. So as an African woman, where did you learn that you don't want to have kids? Where did you pick that up? Where did you pick that up? Right. And my thing is also, who even had you to feel so confident that if you don't have children, you're going to age well, you're going to be well taken care of? Who made you feel confident about that? And you cannot tell me it's not white people, right? Because if we look at African societies, they're not built for people without children. Aging is not built for people without children. So you didn't get those cues from African people, right? So where'd you get those cues from? So most likely white people. Oh, you can just go to a nursing home. Oh, you could just pay for in-home care, right? As if a stranger, because you pay them a salary, is going to do a job with care and intention just because they're being paid. Yeah, right. Get ready to be abused. But Deborah, it's your first time being here, but I will pray for you, and I do pray that you change your mind. Okay, everything happens for a reason. I pray you change your mind. Okay, because I do believe, I don't know you, but I do believe that you can be a great mom and a wonderful mommy. You have nothing to fear. Okay, just because. Why? That's very silly. You can meet your own person. You can meet your own person. What they do, what they didn't do, that has nothing to do with what you want to do. You need to sit down and think about if you could ask God, if you had a prayer for your family, for you and your husband, what would your family look like? Right? Hey, Pearl. But you're not gonna rob yourself of motherhood because this cousin or your sister, whoever did this and that. That is their journey, Deborah. That's their journey, right? Now, what is yours going to look like? But I don't want you to age without you having at least 1 or 2 babies. I mean, 2 babies make me happy. Give me 2, right? Have 2 babies at least, and you'll make me happy, right? But you get to design your marriage. Think about who you want to marry and have faith in that. And I do believe it will happen for you. It's going to be very beautiful. I know a lot of people who didn't want to have kids. I used to have one friend over here on YouTube. Oh my gosh, lip shot. Oh my gosh, Nikki. Nikki used to have. You're so damn crazy, Deborah. Deborah, you're crazy. I think you're a sweetheart. Something probably hurt you, but you have to learn to give it to God. Okay? Yeah, Shane, I'm talking about having the babies, girl. Okay? You need to have your own experience, and it's gonna make you happy. And I even feel like I was telling Jimmy that. I even feel like if more women were having children in the West, because I feel like children also, they stop you from being selfish, right? You can be crazy selfish. You cannot have a vapid existence. You can't just live for clothes and bags and shoes. Like, there are people that rely on you. So I feel like children also, they put life in perspective. Like, what really matters in the moment? My closet or my kids, right? Another trip, or like making sure my kids have the best grades possible. Because there's something to be said about also learning to live a life that is selfless, learning to live a life of service, which I think many white women also struggle with. Service is not a thing for them, but service matters. Being selfless, there's a season to be selfish, and there's a season to be selfless. And then serving, also having a posture of serving, it does good for the soul, because everything can't be about you all the time. It's not easy. Oh, Shane, you should definitely have a baby. You see what I'm trying to say here? These people have done something to y'all. I am serious. I am really serious. Because if we were not living next to these people, most Black women would not even know this thought of, I don't want kids. I don't want to have kids. Where would you even get that from? Like where? Like I just, but when you are in the West and you aren't connected to these weirdos, you start having weirdo ideas. And what we forget sometimes, especially for those who decide to listen to these weirdos, is that you need to understand they don't have a crystal ball. Okay? White people know as much as they can destroy. That's about it. Okay? They don't see shit coming down the line. Otherwise, they would have seen TikTok. Okay? Otherwise, they would have seen DeepSeek. Okay? They would have seen all the things that the Chinese are up to. They didn't see that shit coming. What'd that tell you? They're not that smart. They're not that smart. They're not that witty. They're not that innovating. No. Okay. They're just destructive. They're just chaotic. Right? And you see how the Asians, they have found a way to insulate themselves. I mean, not the Koreans as much, but the Chinese definitely, right? They don't have they're doing a whole lot better. Right? But I'm like, yeah. You need to have kids. Why would you not have kids yet? I'm asking an honest question. What is the worst thing that could happen? Y'all are just so damn crazy. Sometimes I feel like you guys, I need to start planning, like every summer, I need to start planning like a trip to the motherland. Okay. What is the worst thing? I'm asking you a question, Shan. And even your aunt. Imagine if your grandma didn't have your aunt. Because obviously, if you're all talking, maybe you obviously do like her and she likes you too, though, right? But imagine if your mother had no sisters, right? When I tell you my auntie Ev, she's so pretty. My dad's little sister, she called me the other day. When I tell you we started roasting my daddy, like it was just hilarious. Like she didn't roast him though, but I roasted him. Let me be clear because what she said, she didn't roast him because she loves him. Like she really loves her Libra big brother. I'm like, girl, bye. But I was roasting her brother. It was just too damn funny. Auntie, she's so cute. I think just come see him then. Oh, she love. I think my dad is mean to his little sister. I really do. Okay. I'm engaged and I just turned 30 and I've been going back and forth about having kids or not. But if you don't want to have kids, why'd you get engaged? If you don't want to have kids, why'd you get engaged? You see? Why'd you get engaged for? And you see, once again, doing the shit of these goofy ass white women. This is some Jennifer Aniston behavior. And what happened? She lost her husband. Huh? She lost her husband. Doing that foolishness. Right? Don't do stuff like that. And I really do wish that it was too funny, bro. It was hilarious. It was too funny. Yeah, you got it from TikTok. And the thing is, me, Marlene, I keep telling y'all this, but sometimes y'all think I'm mean, so I don't know. But the sheer amount of female losers on TikTok is astounding. But the problem is, because a lot of y'all, you function with this like tribal shit. Oh, she's a black woman, therefore I'm going to listen to her. No, she's a loser. Now, I'm going to tell you this. You could be a loser at life, or you could be a loser in your perspective, right? You understand me? I think a lot of women on social media, not just black women, but a lot of women on social media overall, many of them are losers. They have such a defeated mindset. It is disgusting. Like the way these girls don't have perspective on shit, it's like, it's just lunacy to me. In everything, you got to have perspective, right? They don't have perspective. Everything is doom and gloom. I can't do this. What was your GPA in high school again? Make it make sense, right? That is just insanity. That is insanity. And also, because y'all get on my nerves with this shit. First of all, why would you even get engaged if you don't want to have children, right? That's crazy to me. Number two, if you really love the man that's about to be your husband, why would you not want to have a baby that looks like the both of y'all? Number three, if this man, I'm assuming he's a good man, do you truly think that if a baby comes, especially his first child, you really think he's about to like abandon you? Now, most men will sleep through the night, right? I will tell you that. You have some men, Jimmy slept through the night. I ain't gonna sit here and lie. But they do better during the day. Also, like if you take Jimmy, for example, Jimmy will sleep through the night. Good luck with that. The baby will scream, you better get up and go get that baby. He's not going to do it. He's tired, right? But like when they get to a certain age, you see how I can like, now I can be here for hours. James is amazing with like toddlers. Like when they get to like 8 months or so, he good to go. He good to go. He does not need me. Jimmy won't handle this baby. Like, I mean, Jimmy can take Maverick to the doctor by himself. But like the very tiny, maybe because he has big hands, I don't know. But like the very, very tiny stage, in the tiny stage, I get that too, because babies, especially if they breastfeed, you know, they smell the breast milk, so they want you more. It's a real thing, right? They want you more. They want your milk. They want your comfort. And you also have to have the perspective of like, you've been outside for 30 years. Baby's only been outside for a day or a week. It's very scary. And I just feel like sometimes people don't want to have perspective when it comes to baby. Oh, they're clingy, they're that. Yeah, because they're scared. Everything is new. And mind you, when you're in the womb, you have all this liquid. So sound is not the same. It's like, okay, sound is not the same, right? When you come out, you hear like you hear these sounds. Like, what the fuck is this? Have you ever seen sometimes people will show pictures of their babies and the child is like, why am I here? Who are these people? What is going on? You know, you can tell the baby's like, oh, hell no, I got to get out of here. But they don't know how to get out of here, right? But it's like, it's really sad. They can't really move. They can maybe like move their hands like this a little bit, you know, but they slowly start to have more like, you know, more motor skills and things of the sort. So it's like, you got to put yourself in their shoes and understand that they are clingy because they're scared. Everything is new. Even when they have gas, they get scared. Don't know what the fuck this shit is. But you're like, no, baby, you wanna fart. And that's why, like, you know, like once again, like I said, the culture, the tradition, you see, like, if you, most African women, they know, you know, you give baby massages too. I think Asians also do that. When the baby needs to fart, sometimes you press the side. Oh, you're 22 days. Okay, that's cool. You press the side. Like if the baby wants to fart, like you would press like this. You press like this. You press over here. You press down here, right? And then sometimes also like you lift their legs and you push their legs back. Like, you know, you push their legs back to help them to fart because they're scared. Like it's like everything scares these people. Last time I put Maverick in the tub, and he likes to pee in the tub nowadays. That's his new flex. So he started peeing in the tub, and then he noticed that the pee was coming out of his pee-pee. So he tried to grab it so he could stop. I was like, what the heck is wrong with these people, right? But they're discovering all of this. You put anything in front of Maverick, it's going to go straight to his mouth because that's what he does. First he grabs it, then he has to taste it. That's why I'm like, you would die without me, huh? Wouldn't you, huh? You understand? But I'm telling you, they grow so fast. Y'all see that. You're like, Marlene, I saw y'all like, oh, I can't believe Maverick is one. I can't believe Maverick is one. You saw me have Maverick right in front of y'all. I was pregnant in front of y'all. My water broke in front of y'all. The baby was born. And you're like, oh my gosh, I cannot believe Maverick is one. I can't believe it. So you cannot sit here and say, oh, I have anxiety by having baby. You don't see how fast the thing moved? The kid is freaking one. We'll wake up one day, Maverick is 5. He'll be like, what the freak? I can spend hours online. Maverick is downstairs. You should see the playpen Jimmy got him. I'll show you a picture. He's in there. Sometimes you put him in front of the thing because he likes Pocoyo. You put like little bananas because he's learning how to use his hands to eat and stuff like that. But I'm like, it goes so fast. And one thing that really helped me too is like, because I was like, damn, I'm 40. I was like, damn, it's kind of, I haven't had a person need me so much, you know? So what I did to like, you know, encourage myself, I went back to the gorilla mamas. Okay. But I'm like, these gorilla mothers, they're so maternal. Like y'all should see the videos on Instagram. I'm like, how can an animal have so much love for her baby? But when you deal with Western women, they're so afraid of their own flesh. I'm like, that's not like these weirdo whites have done something to us. Because and you see the thing about gorillas, these are big ass creatures. So you will think a creature that big will probably be very selfish because they're very big. These are, I'm like, white people have bears. We have gorillas. Well, kill them little fuckers. Okay. But to see such a majestic creature like this, take care of her little baby. You guys, when I tell you, people started sending me them because they started realizing I love that. But I'm like, damn, like if Mama Gorilla can do it, I got this. I'm like, thank you, sis. I love you, sis. Okay. But it just goes to show you, like, it's natural for a woman to have children. And it's natural for a woman to want to take care of children. And as soon as that baby comes out, something just comes out of her. Like, she gets it. She gets it. Now, she might need help from people who know a little bit more, like the baby massages and stuff. Like, you stretch them and you help them to fart or whatever. But you're going to be a good mom. Like, you have to know this. It's in your blood. It's in your blood. It's in your blood. Like, the most fertile people in the world are Black women. Like, it is in your blood. It is your inheritance. Like, how can you allow these weirdos to make you second guess yourself like this? Like, that's just so crazy to me. That's really crazy to me, right? No, I'm like, I don't want you to, I mean, you can DM me. Exactly. Exactly. And I'm like, and I wish you guys would know. There are some sweet babies. There are some, I feel like because you guys are always on TikTok, and TikTok has an overrepresentation of losers and bitter people. I'm saying, go do your own research. You will see there are some sweet babies. They sleep all day. Even you might be like, oh my gosh, when's the child gonna wake up? Right? There are some sweet babies. There are some cute babies, like even baby smell. You're like, oh my gosh, this baby smells so good. Like, this is just so, and then their skin. You're like, wow, because like big in the placenta, like the placenta fluid, it gives you amazing skin. But I'm like, imagine, this is how you know the devil's out here and the devil's really deceiving people. Because imagine, how much do these people pay for surrogacy? Right? Look at how much people spend to freeze their eggs. Look at how much money people spend to find a surrogate. Look at how much money people, like all these rich people and their fertility issues, like, look at how much money. And you as a Black woman is free. It is free. You have people who have to look for sperm donors to have a baby. And you are about to be married. You're about to have a husband, a whole husband. Like, oh, no, I don't want to have kids. Are you like, is everything okay in there? Like, seriously. Just like back in the day, too. They used to shame Black women for the big butts. All of a sudden, once these white girls had doctors that could make it happen, they all went and inflated their asses. Used to shame Black girls for having big lips. Once they had doctors that could make it happen, every white woman went and inflated her lips, walking around like this, right? What are you going to understand? Every time they tell you not to do something or they give you anxiety about doing it, because they actually envy you. It is not a joke. It is not a joke. Do you know what I'm saying? It really, really is not a joke. But I'm like, you have no idea. And it's like, it really goes to show that many of y'all, even if you call yourselves Christians, you truly don't know how good God is. You don't. And number two, I don't think a lot of you ladies, you know how much God loves you. Because if you and it makes me sad, because if you really knew how much God loved you, you will not constantly internalize fuckery. Like, every time y'all hear a negative story, you internalize it. You hear, oh, this girl, her husband did this, you internalize. Oh, this man, this woman out here raising kids by herself, boom, you internalize. Girl, what the fuck? Okay? This is insanity. But it goes to show that even you're not sure of your own relationship with God. Because if you were sure of your own relationship with God, you can hear a story, even a sad story, and say, wow, it's really sad that this happened to this sister. I pray for her and I pray that she recovers. Boom. You can have empathy for someone without internalizing it. I don't have to internalize anything. I can feel for you. I can have pity for you, but I can still believe. Because you have to know, like, what is God's promise for your life? What is God's promise for your life? But when you don't know, because a lot of y'all, you don't like to read the Bible. I can tell y'all this. You don't read your Bible, and it shows. It really shows. So it's like nature hates the void. So when you are void of true, like, hardcore beliefs in God, what God is saying he's going to do, what God has promised you he's going to do, it's a lot easier to let TikTok and whoever is out here put into your cup, pour into your cup. And now in your cup, you have ideas that don't even belong to you. You have fears that don't even belong to you. Okay? Because you're only 22 there. You're 22. Talk to me in like 3 years. Okay? Like, no. Like it goes by childbirth, it hurts. It really hurts. But you get over it. Like, I don't know what to tell you. And you see, we keep going back. I went back twice, right? I went back. But it hurts. The first time it hurts because you've never been through this. Right? But once again, God is good. Right? Whatever you fear, give it to God. But it hurts. But it might not hurt as much. And they do give you the epidural. But I'm like, every day, thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of women are going through labor pain. It's life. But that's our sacrifice, right? Like Jesus said, you carry your cross. But once that baby, and the most painful thing is the contraction and it's the crowning. Once the baby crowns, it's over. You just gotta push one or twice and then boom, the rest of the body comes out. It's the head, like it's to get the head out and to get the shoulders, like they gotta, you know what I'm saying? But once the head and the shoulders are out, you push one time, bloop. And then when you have baby number 2, number 3, it's even fast. I told you, Jimmy missed Maverick coming out. He went to the house. By the time he came back, the boy was here. Right? Like it just gets faster and faster. Yeah. But that's the thing, though. But my thing is, once again, do not be a loser. Just because you and your mom, me and my mom also didn't have the best relationship. I got 3 kids. But my thing is, could you also concede to the fact that maybe if you said to yourself, I am grateful that me and my mom did not have a good relationship, so that way I know what not to be. It's okay. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's okay. Because it's not, everything in life is not about what you've been through. It's the lessons that you take out of this, right? If you go through something unfortunate, but it makes you a better person, as they say in Arabic, alhamdulillah, right? To God be the praise. Right. And I'm like, and that's the thing, like that to me, that's really about being a person of faith, whether you're a Christian, you're Muslim, whatever. To me, being a person of faith is like, whether it's good, whether it's bad, at the end of the day, everything works for me. Right. Everything does not have to make me feel cozy on the inside. Right. It would have been nice, though, but it didn't work out like that. But just because it didn't work out like that, does that mean that I'm not capable of being a good mom? That is crazy as hell. Right. Because your mom, too. We don't know how she was raised. We don't know how she was raised. We don't know how your grandma was. There's a lot we don't know. So we also got to give her mercy because she's also a product of something. She didn't just fall out of heaven and became this person that was a mom, right? Before being a mom, she was a daughter. She was a sister. She was many, many things, right? Does that make sense? So I feel like even your mom too, extend mercy, even though she's an adult though, but just extend mercy, right? But I'm like, oh, I'm going to come outside. But my thing is, it's like, just because your mom was not the best mom doesn't mean that you're not going to be the best mom, right? And whenever you have fears or anxiety about certain things, that's why they have coaches. That's why they have books. That's why they have seminars. That's what they have, a lot of resources, right? And that's one good thing about America too. They have a lot of resources for first-time parents. You just have to ask for help and you will find the help. And even also sometimes where your mom was not there for you, God can use somebody else. And maybe your mom could have given birth to you, but it could also be that your real mommy is your auntie. And that's okay too. That's why I say, aren't you glad that your grandma had 2 kids or more than 2 kids, right? So one sister birthed you, the other one raised you. It's okay. Either way, you turned out good. You did. You're like, don't be like these white people. See, white people, their thing is, it's a people who always want to focus on negativity. They struggle with perspective, you know? They really do. That's why I say they're so rich, they've done so much evil, and they're still not happy. Okay, I'm like, this is so confusing. You always have to have a perspective that makes you feel as though there's nothing that was taken away from you, but there was something to be gained from this. You understand? Right? It happens. Just like even Val has talked about this because Val said like her sister, when she got pregnant, she wanted to have an abortion because she, on top of that, she had twins. I'm like, yeah, she would have died. Do not go aborting twins. These are mythical creatures. But she begged her sister not to do it. So her sister ended up not aborting her twins. She let the twins live. But Val is pretty much their mom. So even though she didn't carry them, but she felt like those are my children. Once again, being maternal, because being maternal also is not simply about carrying kids, But it's about having love for children and understanding that children are important. Children are needed. Children have purpose. And children also, they bring a lot of joy. They really do. They bring perspective. They teach you how to be selfless. They teach you, hey, you're not the person that matters most today. Like, girl, get over yourself, right? You understand? So I'm like, you got to think that way. Some people, some women in this life, your mother is not going to be able to be a mom to you. But ultimately, we thank God she let the pregnancy go through full gestation. You're here because of her. Now, if she didn't handle the motherhood part, at least you had an auntie that stepped up. So ultimately, you're not motherless. You know, your mom carried you and then her sister raised you. We're good to go. You know, and I also pray that you have a good relationship with your mother-in-law. So that's another mom. Right. And who knows what other mom you might meet in your life that can step into your life and help you with your kids also. But we never stop having mothers. Like a lot of women, a lot of older women, if they're wise, unfortunately in the West it's kind of rare, but if they're wise though, a lot of women can be matriarchs without actually being the woman who actually gave birth to you. Okay. I think he really loves Africans, but I think Africans also need to we need to do a little better. Does that make sense? Right? But there's no need to have anxiety, right? And it's like, if you have anxiety, then you have to work on your faith. Because why are you anxious? Right? So if you have anxiety, that means you don't talk enough to God. You're too much on TikTok. And that TikTok is not doing good for you. So maybe you might want to change your algorithm, because you should never engage with an app and an app causes you to have anxiety towards things that are part of your journey as a woman. That is not normal. That's just not normal, right? That's not normal. So, and TikTok also, sometimes I feel like on TikTok, a lot of ladies get on TikTok and they add pepper to their stories. Like they make it more diabolical than what it really is, because they want to drive the algorithm. They want the comments. They want people to feel sorry for them. They want the pity and things like that. A lot of people are narcissists, you know? So it's like, yeah, I can't verify any of this. And I've already told y'all, it's not enough to hear one side. You have to hear the man's side. Even if you think, no, I believe her, that's fine, right? But we always double check. So if you haven't heard the man's side, you can't say, oh, yeah. You don't know that. Because what person do you know is truly going to come on the internet and confess to also their wrongdoings? No. People come on the internet and act victim, play victim. Oh, everything was done to me. I was such a great woman. I was such a great this. I was such a great that. And I'm like, yeah, sure. I need to see that for myself, right? And also we need to hear from that man, because he has his side to say, right? But ultimately, you know who you're married to, or you're about to marry. You don't know who she was dealing with. You know what I'm saying? Listen, you don't know who she was dealing with. And maybe what happened to her, maybe she deserved it. And maybe next time she'll be better because of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I saw this one lady. I saw this video is just going all over the place. But I saw this one lady on Instagram, on TikTok, right? I didn't internalize shit. Y'all, man, I'm going to play for y'all. I did not internalize shit. So the first video I saw, of course, it rang with the algorithm, because she's in the car, driver's seat, just crying and screaming. And, you know, in the caption, she wrote that her husband, he slept with her cousin. Her husband had sex with her cousin. So you're like, you know, typical woman reaction. Oh my gosh, how can he do this to you? And I'm like, well, I'm like, okay, he slept with the cousin. How did that, what? I'm so confused. What happened again? Like, how was he talking to the cousin? Why did he have time to talk to the cousin? A lot is going through my mind. And then she said that she emptied her account. She emptied her 401k. She emptied her 401k to give it to the man, so the man, he could pay the back child support. I said, okay, so I see why you're crying in your car. And I see why this man slept with your cousin. Because first and foremost, why would you even marry? How many kids does he have that even the child support, it makes up all your 401k? How many kids? Number two, for how long has he been owing child support? Did you not vet this man properly? Number three, why would you ever give a man that And this is not even like a man that you've known all your life. This is a brand new relationship, right? Why would you give this man your 401k? Ultimately, this man is incredibly suspicious. This man has a lot of issues. But you see, she chose to go with that kind of person. So now if we found out he slept with your cousin, sounds about right. If he can cheat his own children, why he not gonna cheat on you? I don't even know what that was. Okay. You'll be surprised. Yeah, I will tell you this, Deb. Okay. If you don't have a village that will step in for you, maybe you're not a nice person. Because if you know how to be friendly, if you know how to be useful, if you have poured into people, there's at least one or two people who will show up for you. At least one or two people who will show up for you. Now, is it going to be like 10, 20 people deep? I don't know. Right? But there's at least one or two people who will show up for you. If you live a very selfish life and you don't care about nobody but yourself, everything is me, mine, me, mine. Yeah, when shit gets real, you're going to be on your own. Because when you want to have friends, you have to know how to be friendly. Right? If you want to have support, you have to also know how to be supportive. Just like a bank account. You can't show up at the bank with your cute little ATM card when you know ain't shit in your bank account. Okay? Where is the money? Where is the money? So just like that, people are just like bank account. You got to pour into people, right? The more you pour into people, they're going to have your back. They're going to have your back. Because even if 10 people are ungrateful, there's always going to be one or two people who are not ungrateful. Not everybody's ungrateful. But you have to know how to take care of people. You got to call people on their birthdays. You got to check on people, send text messages. Really show people like, you know what? Community, right? And people have your back. People have your back. There are a lot of very nice people. Unfortunately, some nice people are probably tired of being nice because sometimes it's not reciprocated. But there are a lot of very nice people out here, right? But you also, if you want to have friends, you have to know how to be friendly. You want support, you have to know how to be supportive. You know what I'm saying? And you cannot be a narcissist also in friendships. Everything cannot be about you. Like every phone call cannot just be about you all the time. Let people talk also. Like let people tell you what they've been through also. And listen. You know what I'm saying? So that's the thing. People have to learn that. People have to learn that. All your friends, you should have all their birthdays saved. And you call them on their birthdays. It makes them feel special. Like little things like that. You know what I'm saying? Little things. Like be intentional. And people will show up for you. People will. Right? People will. If people can show up on the internet for a stranger, why not going to show up for you in real life? Makes sense? But I'm like, yeah, girl. So I'm like, pretty much, you went. Yeah. I have another little sister. She passed away, Linda. Linda was pregnant Linda's from Kenya. When Linda was pregnant, she had cancer. So she didn't want to do her treatments because of her baby. Right. And so when she had the baby, it got worse. She had this other friend who was Ghanaian. They're all in Switzerland. Right. When I tell you that Ghanaian girl, the way she pulled up, that baby became her baby because Linda couldn't do anything. And she had her kids too. She made Linda move in her house with the baby. She took care of the baby, watched the baby, fed the baby, slept with the baby, put the baby to sleep. I said, oh my gosh. I said, Linda, this girl is amazing. Wow. Like, because Linda was so sick. Even when she started chemo, exhausted. You cannot do anything. I forgot her name. Maybe I told that Ghanaian girl, she took the baby like it was her baby. I said, you see, Black women, being maternal, it is your signature. And if we care to be honest, that to me was the thing that always made Black women have an edge when it came to romantic relationships. You see, once upon a time, y'all, before we started messing with these deranged white women, Black women knew how not just to be maternal, but they knew how to keep a home, take care of a house, make the house warm, make food, like sew their own clothes with so much taste. I'm like, these women could just do it all. And I'm like, when I think, let me see if I can show you a picture here. Hold on. What time we want? 1940s, maybe? Let's say 1940s, right? You see? And it's like, so to me, honestly, you guys, when I think of, if I can have a nice picture. Since we're here, I'll do Black American women, right? But when I think of the Black women of like yesteryears, hey, Mark, right? What is it that she could not do? It was like that Proverbs woman. That was the black woman. Do so much that she could go to a white woman's house and help the white woman even take over her house. Unbelievable, right? But what is it that she could not do? And you see, I've seen a lot of sisters quote the Bible. I'm like, these girls love to quote the Bible, but they live lives that are unbiblical. Y'all got to stop using the Bible to shame people if you yourself do not live according to the Bible. But it's like when the Bible says that he who has found a wife has found a good thing, then we have to say to ourselves, what is a wife? Because a wife is not just a woman, right? All women are not wives. Some are daughters, you know what I mean? Some, I don't know what they are, but but every woman is not a wife. Okay. Oh, yes, I'm play. Every woman is not a wife. When the Bible talks about a wife, you have to unpack what that wife is. And I feel like the mothers of yesteryears, they were wives. Because what is it they could not do? And many of them got married very young. Very, very young. But it's like early 20s, already married. It's like today people see Nora Smith and like, oh my gosh, I can't believe she's 23. That used to be so common. To be 20, like in your early 20s, be married, have children, know how to cook, make everything from scratch. Like, look at how people are so shocked at Nora Smith. I'm like, but y'all do realize, like, once upon a time, that was most black women. Right? You do realize that, right? Like once upon a time, by the age of 20 something, most black women were married. And they were skinny too, huh? Okay. They were married. They had a house. They had children. They could cook. They could bake. They could make their own clothes. They could make their children's clothes. They could sew. They could stitch. They could knit. Okay. These girls knew how to do a lot. Today, most women, oh, I have a degree. Okay. Can you cook? No. Can you clean? No. Can you organize your finances? No. Can you stretch $1? No. Can you make multiple meals out of one meal? No. Like, so, girl, what do you know how to do? Oh, I have a degree. Girl, my gosh. Can you be resourceful? You see, the illusion of having a degree makes me an accomplished woman. It does not. You have a degree, but you eat out all the time. You have a degree, but you eat out 15 times a week. Yo, I saw something yesterday. I cried. I asked Jimmy. I was like, we have to go save our sisters. Like, this is crazy. Like, these women are in distress. They're like, yo, I'm not going to play because when you play Discover, what's it called again? My 600-pound life, what are they called again? When you play their stuff, you get in trouble. But you guys, let me show you all these sisters. I'm like, what have you done to yourselves? Hold on, it's coming. Hold on. Yo, I've missed y'all, so it's a lot to talk about. Okay. You see? But even that too, because we also lost agency. I'm like, black women too, you come, you get your sister. They used to have activities. Oh, you hear these goofy ass white women talk, oh, women didn't have a choice. Women had no choice. I'm like, girl, shut up. They had plenty of choices, especially when it came to matter of the home and how to raise their children. And the thing is, they just love to lie. They just love to lie. Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Stop sharing. Because we know a lot of black women would congregate before church, after church, during the week, after this. These women had social lives. Go sit down somewhere. Just because they were not drinking, twerking, smoking hookah, half naked around the world, okay, does not mean they were not social. Because the problem today, too, I'm telling you, the thing about modernism, progressivism, and liberalism, they think because they have an iPhone, they are the epitome of class, experience, luxury. No, you're ratchet as fuck in 4K, okay? 60 frames per second, right? See, the thing about black women of yesteryears, just because somebody is not loud and half naked, twerking on a yacht somewhere in Dubai, does not mean that they're not having quality friendship. You see, once upon a time, black women of yesteryears, they had quality friendships. They had quality conversations. There you go. They made each other better and not boisterous. I said better, okay? Calmer, mature, more focused. They would walk with each other. They went places with each other. They were mobile. They walked. There were 10,000 steps a day. Okay. They were responsible for their own food. They grew their food, bought the food, but the food was organic. So nobody was fat. She's not going to be fat. The husband is not fat. The children are not fat. Nobody was fat. Yes. And it's all over. I'm like, one day, so I think like one day we need to go around the diaspora, right? We need to go around the diaspora, whether it's here, Black Americans, how they used to move. People were moving. People were active. You could look at Latin America. Black women there were active. You look at the West Indies. People go to the market. Like, the femme créole, they used to like their fruit. Everything is natural. Everything is organic. They were responsible for what their families put in their mouth. You go to Africa, people go to the market. Going to the market was always a big deal because you go get the produce to come feed your children. So you don't poison your children, right? The more and more Black women have let go of nutrition, people are imploding. People, look at this. Y'all see the screen? People are just imploding. We used to know how to cook. We used to know how to eat. We used to know how to shop for groceries. We used to know how to make recipes out of small things. Today, we have handed over our nutrition to these people. And then I'm like, you guys, this is sad. I was seeing this yesterday. And there was one part, because it's called My 1,000-Pound Roommate, right? It's on TLC. There was one part where they were talking about, oh yeah, this week, they ordered out 15 times. I'm like, how can you order a takeout 15 times in a week? In 1 week? So in the month, you have like almost like 60. No, that's a perfect no. It's not too much work. It's not too much work. Because at the same time, too, the Black man also has his part to do. But I think every woman should want to be responsible for what her family eats. And we see it with Nara Smith. I mean, look at her views. Look how she's making millions of dollars because she cooks for her family. Exactly, Miss V. Exactly. You see, Miss V is skinny. There's a thing to be said. Most Black women who make their own food, buy their own groceries, make their own meals, they are not obese. They're just not. They're just not, because they know how to shop for food. They know how to cook, so therefore they know how to eat. It's when you don't know how to cook. You always have to order out. And when you keep doing that, you're going to implode. You're going to implode. You're going to implode. Because you have no control over your food, how your food is made, what they put in your food. You cannot control any of this. You see? And I'm like, you start handing away things. Oh, it's convenient. Oh, I want to be a feminist. When it comes to feeding yourself, it's not time to be a hashtag. Okay? Like your food, anybody, even when you do weight loss, even when you go on a weight loss journey, people always say what? Nutrition is 80% of weight loss. So you can work out. They tell you, oh, you cannot outwork a bad diet. You can work out as much as you want. If you keep eating crap, this weight is not going to go down. So once you master your nutrition, the weight is going to come off. And because you exercise, it's going to look better. You're not going to look skinny fat, right? So what does that say? The woman who knows she knows how to grocery shop. She knows how to cook. She knows how to feed herself and feed her family. That woman will most likely have a better marriage because people in that household are going to be healthier. People in that household are not going to be as sick. People in that household are going to age beautifully. Because when you don't eat right, cholesterol, high blood pressure, diabetes, these diseases are so expensive. They are so expensive. Even taking time off from work to go to the hospital, that's leaving money on the table. The medication, when they give you medication to treat X, it causes problem Y. Like, what the heck? The vast majority of people are doing everything in their power to get off these meds. Because these meds, once you take them, not only do you become chronically dependent, they trigger something else. So now you need another kind of medication for this new disease so I go to the doctor, I have diabetes. He gives me medication. That same medication now causes me to have, I don't know, some kind of other issue. So now I need medication for that too. It's like, this is crazy. This is crazy, right? Meanwhile, you have healing components in the food, but you have to know what food, and you have to know how to eat. You have to know how to make your food, right? But I'm like, when you think about it, yes, Initially, it seems very convenient to order out. Yes, because you're only thinking about the now. I'm saying you keep eating out. Right now, it's convenient. What about a year from now? How much weight do you think you're going to add? 30 pounds, 40 pounds, 50 pounds? There you go. So what was easy now, once you add that 50 pounds, your self-esteem is going to go down. Your desire to go out and be social is going to go down. Your desire to want to date or even feel confident to date is going to go down. Your self-esteem is going to go down. So you see, what seems like convenience today is the very thing that is going to rob you of your youth. Hopefully y'all understand me, right? Some people will say, oh my gosh, it's inconvenient to cook. It's too much to cook. I will tell you this. It's inconvenient to be fat, okay? It is inconvenient to be morbidly obese, especially in the prime. Like as a woman, you have a prime window to be the hottest you'll ever be for your life, right? Like in your early 20s and stuff like that, you don't want to waste your early 20s on to-go food. That is ridiculous. And that's what I'm telling you about convenience. Convenience is only nice and fun in the beginning, okay? But look at the entire picture. A year from now, where we going to be? 2 years from now, where we going to be? You see? So I'm saying the woman, even the man who learns how to grocery shop, who learns how to cook his own meal, cook her own meals, learns how to feed his family, her family, that person will have a better quality of life. That person will have less diseases. That person will probably have higher self-esteem because they can control their weight better because they know what they're putting in their mouth. Right? Écoute, tu vois ce que je veux dire? So it's like, that's the thing. Right? When you go, you see all these beautiful, like, you know what? Do I want to eat ice cream or do I want to take papayas? Because I think right now papayas are in season. They're all over Walmart, right? You understand? But you go to the produce aisle, you can see all these beautiful strawberries. You can see all these beautiful cherries, the beautiful blueberries. You're like, okay, you know what? Do I really want to eat pizza? Do I really want to go eat ice cream? No, I can have fruits. You see what I mean? And next thing you know, you might actually enjoy making fruit bowls. But I'm like, if you want to eat sugar, is it not better to eat the sugar from Mother Nature than to eat sugar from some chemical lab somewhere, right? There is real freedom in like knowing how to feed yourself. There is real freedom in cooking your food. There is real freedom when you're a mom to feed your children. Especially, you want your, like people say, oh, kids are mean. Kids are mean. Yes. And because kids are mean, Mama Bear should cook for her children. That way your babies are not going to be fat. Because if your babies are not going to be fat, they're less likely to be bullied. They're going to be more confident, right? But how many people have had their joy, their childhood, their teenage years, their young adult years, their single years wasted by obesity just because somebody did not know how to cook? Just because somebody did not have enough recipes, just because somebody did not know how to grocery shop. Nutrition is really important. Knowing how to feed yourself is important. Knowing what's out there, even knowing all the different vegetables that are out there and knowing how to cook with those vegetables. You know what I'm saying? And also normalizing eating salads. We need to normalize eating salads again, right? Everything does not have to be carbs and protein. It is too much. It really is too much. But I also feel like the Black women of yesteryears, they were not cooking every single day. That's another lie, especially since people started having refrigerators. But what you could do is you can make a big meal. That big meal can last 2 to 3 days, right? So you don't have to cook every day. You cook one meal, it lasts 3 days. Then you make another one, it lasts 3 days. Then you make another one, it lasts 3 days. So in the week, out of 7 days, maybe you only cook 2 or 3 times. And if y'all want to do you want to go eat and stuff like that, maybe you eat out once or twice a month. That's when you decide to eat out as a family. But everything else, we learn to eat at home and we enjoy what we eat. So that way, when your kids go to college, right, they're also going to have good habits because they saw mom cook. They saw the daddy cook. They saw them go grocery shopping. They were used to eating vegetables in the house. They know a few recipes. I even think most parents, they need to make their teenagers cook, boy and girl, make them cook something. So when they go off to college, they're less likely to want to eat out. Because I think what happens with young people, especially like freshman year, for those who stay on campus and they put like 20 or 30 pounds on, I think because they don't have any recipes, they don't know what to cook. So it's a lot easier to go buy something to eat. But the problem is you're going to gain weight if all you do is eat out all the time. So I'm like, at an age like 17, yeah, I mean, then maybe make two then. Make two different things if you can do it. But I'm like, when you want to do it, you can do it. It's not that hard, right? When you want to do it, you can do it. You see Koreans, you see Japanese like that, Chinese, Asian people, they're very skinny. And many of them too, the woman is cooking. Like, especially Korean moms, they make kimchi, they make all kinds of stuff. These women can cook for a whole day, but they make enough food for like the whole week. Sometimes they'll make a little bit, they leave some in the fridge, and they put the rest in the freezer, right? That's it. Just like, I'm like, and to me, this whole thing about cooking, to me, is not a big deal, because you'll have some women, when it's time to work for a job, you do all this planning. Oh, I got to do da-da-da-da. It's the same thing. So if you're so good at your job, it should not be hard for you to plan how you going to cook meals for your family. It's not that hard. It really is not that hard. Okay, for me, honestly, I don't think it's that hard, right? But when you already don't want to do it because, oh, are you making me do it because I'm a woman? Are you trying to say because I'm like, you can also change your mindset. You know what? Because I'm a woman, yeah, I should do it because I'm going to do it better. There you go. Everything is about perspective, right? Like I said, white society, especially white liberal women, everything that comes naturally to a woman, they call it oppression. They're mentally ill. They need to go take the medication, right? But you should understand, when you do things that come naturally to you, you are more likely to excel at it. But I'm saying we have an obesity problem, right? We have a serious problem with obesity. So what I'm saying is, I am urging as many Black women as possible to reclaim the kitchen, right? Reclaim grocery shopping, reclaim meal prepping, right? It is not oppression. It does not make you less than to cook. We need to eat. We have to eat. But I'm saying, as a woman and as a mother, would you not want to be the one responsible for what goes into the mouth of your children, right? So that way, you know, okay, I know what I'm giving my kids, so therefore I know the food that's going to fuel my children, right? Instead of a bunch of, what's it called, processed food, we have no clue what's inside that stuff. We have no clue. And then your kids go to school. Next thing you know, they're saying that your child has ADHD, your child has autism, your child has this. I think sometimes a lot of this behavior stuff, it truly has to do with the food, because a lot of this processed food has too much sugar. From the breakfast all the way to lunch, it's just too much sugar. So by the time the kids get towards the afternoon, they're crashing because it's just too much sugar, right? When you teach people how to eat, you teach your kids how to eat, you're putting a major key in their hands, because one day they're going to leave your house. One day they're going to go to college. One day they're going to live on their own. One day they will be married. But once they acquire the skill set of proper nutrition in the family, right, they're going to be good to go. You're not going to have to worry about, oh, is my child obese? Is my child scared? Does my child have low self-esteem? Is my child a fat friend? You know what I'm saying? Like, what the freak? No, I don't want you to be the fat friend. I want you to be the confident friend. But it's really hard to be confident when you are obese. It's really hard to be confident when you're morbidly obese. It's really hard to want to go places when you feel as though the first thing people think of when they see you is how big you are, right? It, like this lady, like they went try to go to the beach and stuff. They even tried walking, you see, and she started crying because she couldn't even walk to the pool. Let's see if I can find the video. Hold on. You see, she couldn't even walk to the pool. Like on the way to the pool, her daughter had to like pull the chair for her, and that's her 9-year-old daughter. Like, she can't do anything with her mom because her mom is too big. So that's the apartment complex. They were working from their apartment to the pool. She couldn't make it. She kept having to stop. So at one point, she told her daughter, and then she's like, just go. Mommy will catch up with you. But I'm like, girl. Okay. And then she's like 40 something. So her friend came over, and her friend told her, because of how big she is, you're going to die by the time you're 44. Because she's just too freaking big. You know, she's really big. And I'm like, girl, I'm like, this is sad. on you guys. This is really sad. I'm like, sis, you killed yourself over food. You see? All of that over food. Like, no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. No, 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 you guys. No. You need to learn how to cook. And if you try a new recipe, if you try one new recipe a week, right? But I think we have like what 20 weeks or something like left. By the time we get to the end of the year, like you could have 20 different recipes. And think about cooking also, the more you do it, the more confident you get, and the more you want to try cooking other things, right? But yeah, okay, you need to know how to cook. You need to know how to cook for yourself. Oh, I don't want to cook for no man. Girl, if you know how to cook, just say that. Because man or no man, you have to know how to feed yourself. If you have a man, all you're doing is making extra portions, but you still have to know how to cook. You cannot live your life on takeout. You know what I'm saying? Because once you start playing with those takeout games, for a lot of people, takeout becomes comfort food. It becomes like their best friend. It becomes like a person. It's like, no, it's food. It should never be a comfort place for you. That's not healthy, right? I encourage you to go to the grocery store. I encourage you to go to the produce section. If you have a Latino market next to you, I also encourage you to go. Okay, because they have a lot of meats there that don't have the whole GMO stuff in them. So that's a whole lot better. But yeah, you need to know how to cook. You need to know how to feed yourself. You know, because like, and this also, she was like, yeah, look at this. She was saying that her boyfriend, the man, he broke up with her, and so she didn't take it well. And so to cope with the breakup, she just started eating food. And I'm like, a man is never worth that much. But I do feel like if a breakup can trigger that in you, you obviously had prior traumas before he showed up, right? Because there's always a chance that somebody could leave you. So you have to be prepared for that. But somebody leaving you, even with Haley Bailey, like, oh, you cheated on me, so I grabbed a knife to do what? Okay. Oh, this man left me, so I ate myself into oblivion. Maybe you proved them right, right? Because if you can't handle a little breakup, how can you even handle marriage? Okay. Like everything is not doom and gloom. You have to believe there's better out there. Okay, it didn't work out. It would have been nice if it did, though. Maybe not. But that's not a reason to just drown yourself in food. So hopefully you guys watch this. It's called 1,000-Pound Roommates. I saw this yesterday. But I'm like, we have to encourage. We really, really have to encourage a lot of people out here to take nutrition seriously, to take food seriously, grocery shopping seriously, making your own food seriously. But there was a part in here where they talked about they had ordered to go. What was it? They were laughing, but it was like, yeah, they had ordered to go like 15 times. You see? Look how much they eat. So because they're sad, they go to these places and they just order so much food. They don't cook. All they do is take out. And they order a lot of food. Because most likely also these sisters don't know how to cook. Right? Because I'm like, if you cook and sometimes I feel like sometimes when you cook your own food, just the act of cooking alone, it fills up your belly. Because most of the time when you cook, you're not that hungry because you cook the food, right? So that also calms you down. But when you don't know how to cook, and all you do is just get on an app and you could just add stuff and add stuff and add stuff, why would you say, okay, that's too much food, right? Cooking matters, you guys. Cooking really does matter. It's not a form of oppression. If anything, it's liberation. Then you know, like you have control of what you're about to put in your mouth. And when you know what you're about to put in your mouth, you're more likely to be more mindful. Like, okay, do I really want to eat that? I can't even tell you the last time I even bought a bag of candy. Okay. You become more mindful. And I think like the more you start cooking too, the more you're going to care about like recipes and you're going to check other people out and say, what is she cooking? What is he cooking? Maybe I want to try that. Maybe I want to try that. But like anything else, even if you're not a strong cook, like anything else, the more you start cooking, the more confident you're going to be. Okay. You're going to be more confident. And it's like you start with the baby dishes and then you'll just level up, like where you feel more comfortable, and you feel more confident, trying like fancier dishes, right? But I'm like, even that girl, Nara Smith, there's nothing that Nara cooks that you cannot cook. All it takes is willpower. If I really want to learn how to make this, I will make this. Even bread, you might want to make your own bread, right? And you might actually enjoy it. You might actually enjoy it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you might actually enjoy it. But I just felt like once upon a time, these were the things. Sorry, y'all. Hold on. I just feel like once upon a time, these were the things, that made a lot of Black women exceptional. It's like she's feminine. She makes her own clothes. She does this. She does that. It's like, she can do so much. So I'm like, yeah, that's a wife. That is a wife. But a woman just by herself is not a wife. A woman has to have skills. She got to have talent. She got to have things that she can do. Like, wow, that really is a wife. That is impressive. Yeah, exactly. Like nice. Yeah, like Bag said, nice stuff for the kitchen. Like make your kitchen very pretty. Make your kitchen very pretty. And I even feel like, I mean, I'm not a man, but I just feel like most men also, especially men of means and men who can have their choices amongst women, if he meets a woman that can really cook, I'm like, yeah, it probably will give her more points than other people. Like, oh wow, you can do this. Wow, you care, because it's so out of the norm nowadays. Oh, take me out, buy me food, buy me food, buy me food. But it's like today it's really different to see a woman who can actually bake. Like you did what? You made what? And that's the appeal with Nora Smith, right? Because how can she be 23 and so mature like this? And she cooks for her family and she does this. And I'm people, oh, when you have kids, you can't have opportunities. This girl is always traveling. I saw one of her TikToks and she was like, yeah, she felt like eating mozzarella cheese from Italy. So they booked a flight to go to Italy. So I'm like, yeah, right? 23 years old. If she wants to eat pizza from Milan, she'll just go to pizza. She can go to Milan and eat the damn pizza. With 3 kids, I think her husband has like another child, so that's like 4 kids. She's pregnant again. She is pregnant again. So I'm like, how can she be 23 years old, but she ain't scared of pregnancy? But you have people that are like, people could actually be her big sisters or be her mothers, and they have anxiety. I'm like, anxiety about what? We evolve. These are the stages of life, right? We're born, we're children, we're little girls, we're teenage women, we're young adult women, we're single women, but like you have to evolve. Right? Otherwise, if you stay stagnant, you're going to die. And that's why a lot of women out here are ridiculous, because they refuse what comes with their age. They don't want to act their age. They're in their 40s and want to be in a club with a 22-year-old. You're going to get disrespected. You have to know how to evolve. And it's a beautiful process. And you should not have anxiety about that. Okay? You should not have anxiety about that. Let me see if I can find the girl from, let me see. Let me see what I liked, or maybe I saved it. Oh no, I need to go to my own page. Sorry. This is my page, right? Okay, here it is. There you go. I saved it for y'all.
I blame you because you're a part of me. I blame you because you live in here. I blame you because you've gone through all kind of shit, and we've shared so many things. And for you to be doing this to me, who has never done anything like this to you, who would never, never, ever, ever do anything like this to you, ever, anybody. I don't do this kind of stuff. I thought you loved me. I thought you cared about me. I thought you wanted the best for me. Why is this happening to me? What did I do? Why do I deserve this from you?
Yeah, see. Mm, sorry, y'all.
So then why? Why? Why me?
Why not me?
Why is this me? Why am I here? Why am I here having this conversation with you? I blame you because you're a part of me. I blame you because you live in here. I blame you because you've gone through all kind of shit and we've shared so many things. And for you to be doing this to me, who has never done anything like this to you, who would never, never, ever, ever do anything like this to you. Ever.
Mm.
Anybody. I don't do this kind of stuff. I thought you loved me. I thought you cared about me. I thought you wanted the best for me. Why is this happening to me? What did I do? Why do I deserve this from you?
Oh, they're on the phone. Oh,
So then why? Why?
oh wow,
Why me?
oh wow.
Why is this me? Why am I here? Why am I here having this conversation with you?
I thought she was
I
speaking
blame
for
you
herself.
because you're a part of me. I blame you because you live in here. I blame you because you've gone through all kind of shit and we've shared so many things.
Okay,
And for you to be doing this to me, who has never done anything like this to you, who would never.
okay. So you guys see this, right? So this is the first video that I saw. Of course, people like that on social media, right? Betrayal, backstabbing, whatever, cheating husband. That's what they love on TikTok. The village loves this. But you heard her. She was like, "Oh, you've been through all kinds of stuff. You've been through a lot. You've gone through stuff." And I'm like, "So your cousin, when she gets into foolishness, it never gave red flags to you? Like, okay, you're one person. Why does bad stuff keep happening to you all the time? Are you doing other people dirty? Right? I don't know what is about some women. It's like they want sisterhood by force. But I do feel like sometimes God Himself is warning you because you should ask yourself, okay, this girl, she's my cousin, she's my friend, whatever. But why is it that it's always her? Why do bad things only happen to you over and over and over? What are you doing to people? What kind of bad seeds are you sowing into the world like this? Like, this is just not normal, right? But you made yourself available to her. Even after bad things can happen to her over and over and over and over because you want a sisterhood by force or you wanted her to see you as a good person. Okay, no problem. So let's go to her profile, right? Because I asked her a question. Hold on, here's her thing, right? So where was this? Where was this one video that I saw? Hold on, if I can find the video for y'all. Where was she talking about her 401k? Yeah, where is that video? Did I even go this far? Hold on, I'm gonna find the video. Which one was it?
Can we take a break for a second just to talk about church? Yes, baby. Everything is still
Oh,
going
that
on
was
in the
me.
background, but I'm still going to church and I am talking to God first about everything. I'm allowing God, my God, to lead me. I will continue to share as much as I can. If you're going through something, you can share your story. You can heal how you want to heal, whatever it takes to heal. But don't leave God out of it because God will meet you exactly where you are every single time. A lot more has come up within the last couple of days. Okay. While I still know God loves me and I'm going through these things for a reason. The episode that I'm going through right now and the trauma, it's pretty much just developing me and developing my life. And it's just a stair step of growth and the growth that is going to get me to God. I'm not losing sight of that. I am going to continue to heal how I heal because I'm me. Okay. Transitions are hard and scary. Yes. While you're going to go through those things, that's going to lead you to God. Now I'm in a place where I don't know what's next. And that is the transition space. That's where God wants me. That's where God needs me in order to lead me. I asked God to show me the signs. No, I had no idea that my life was going to be turned upside down while I'm trusting Him. And I'm excited to see what's coming on the other side because I know it's all in God's purpose. And who am I to think that I am above God or this isn't going to happen because I should have a family and all of that? Yes, it's great. You should have a family, but the first red flag is starting a relationship with someone that doesn't know God, that doesn't seek God, that doesn't want to know more about God. I know that
No, let me play the video. Let me play the video. Let me play.
I'm in a place as to where God wants me to be. I'm in the place to where I can now receive his blessings and his promises that he has for me and for my life. And with that, I'm at peace. I'm hurting, yes, but no one said it was going to be easy. I'm grateful to be here today. I'm grateful to be able to share my healing journey. I'm grateful to be able to share my story. So many women, so many people have reached out to me. When I tell you there's life that has been poured back into my body, let me just read a verse, if I may. And I will, because this is my platform and I'm going to do whatever I want to do. And I'm a prophet, and God has me here to share my story, to continue sharing my story, and to continue bringing people closer to him. So, Matthew 10:39, whoever finds his life will lose it,
Hmm?
and whoever loses his life for my sake will find it. Church was nice. It was just me and the kids, and one of my sons brought two of his friends along. So we had a full car, and it was a great message. I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to talk about how I got here. I'm going to talk about everything and all of the questions that everybody has, all of the questions that I had. I'm just grateful to wear a smile today. I cried like a baby in church, absolutely, but that's what it's for, to let go and to heal. And that's what I'm doing. I'm healing. And I thank you so much to everybody that is being positive and that cares about me genuinely. I appreciate it. I really do.
How can strangers care about you genuinely, girl? They don't even know you. Hold on, I'm trying to find the part where she said she gave this man her 401k. Hold on, let me see if it's this one.
How do I heal? Like, how do I heal after betrayal? How do I heal after being heartbroken? How do I heal after being slapped in the face, stepped on, abused, lied to by people that I love and I trust so much? It's like I'm at the end of a road and there's two streets with no names on them, no map, no nothing. And I have to kind of like free myself in order to make the best decision for me. I feel like I'm looking for God to make the decision for me, although I know what the best decision is for me. Although I feel like my back is against the wall and I have nothing and nobody, that's intentional and that's on purpose and that's God, because he wants me to be back against the wall, hands up, devoting myself to him to figure out what it is that I need through him. I've gotten so comfortable with living a certain way. I've gotten so comfortable with living in a certain pain. I've gotten comfortable with the life that I live, where I know that this isn't it. This isn't just it. We're in the book of Hosea, and we learn the story of Hosea and Gomer, and woo, crazy story. And I look forward to going back and reading it like in depth, in full. I haven't done that yet, but this is just where I'm at now, today, right after church. I know who I am and I know I'm God's. And I look forward to the journey and the path and the beautiful life that he has. Church, something that the pastor said, I can't stop thinking about it. Forgive like you've been forgiven. Yes, sir. Forgive like God has forgiven you. And I'm like, no. I don't know why I'm struggling with that. I don't know why. There's things that I've been forgiven for that I cannot imagine not being forgiven for today. I'm battling with that. I also feel like there's levels to that. There's levels to forgiveness. Like there's some like line crossers. Yeah, we have the word for a reason, while we also have laws for a reason. So it's kind of like I'm trying not to blink so much because I've been working on that. But I notice when I look at myself in the camera, I don't blink a lot. But when I look at the camera, which I normally try to do, talk to you guys like this, I blink like, and it's like an anxious thing. Yeah. How do you guys feel about that? Can everything be forgiven or no? Because I feel like or no, if I'm honest. Church, something that the pastor said, I can't stop thinking about it. Forgive like you've been forgiven. Yes, sir.
I don't know what the video was, but she said that she had emptied out her 401k to give the man her money because he had to pay his bad child support. Where was it? Yeah. have to look it up. Where was it? But I'm like, how can you take your 401k to give to a man to pay for his back child support? And it's like you have kids yourself. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Oh, it was in the first video where she's crying here with her. Hey, Lonnie, what's up? Is it this one?
I blame you because you're a part of me. I blame you because you live in here. I blame you because you've gone through all kind of shit and we've shared so many things. And for you to be doing this to me, who has never done anything like this to you, who would never, ever do anything like this to you. Ever. Anybody. I don't do this kind of stuff. I thought you loved me. I thought you cared about me. I thought you wanted the best for me.
Yes, she has kids.
Why is this happening to me? What did I do? Why do I deserve this from you?
That girl, her cousin is full of microaggressions. She's like, you don't. Like, girl, shut up. You, at least if she said, because you did this and that to me, she's like, no, you don't. Girl, you are evil.
And we take a
She said, no, you don't.
I blame you because you're about me. I thought you wanted the best for me.
Her cousin was
Why is this happening to me? What did I do? Why do I deserve this from you? You don't. So then why?
exactly.
Why?
Well, I guess
Why me?
I don't know.
Why is this me?
She said,
Why am I here? Why am I here having this conversation with you? I blame you because you're a part of me. I blame
oh,
you.
right here. Oh, it's in the caption. Oh, thank you, Boo. Thank you. I'm so crazy. Here you go, you guys. Here you go. Okay, here it goes. Okay. I never thought I'd be here asking for help, but here I am. Okay. My life has been turned upside down after 7 years of marriage, 12 together. But that is weird, though. They spent 5 years together before they got married. So he didn't want to really get married. It don't take no 5 years for somebody to want to marry somebody. Says, I found out my husband has been having an emotional and intimate affair with my first cousin. But that's what I'm saying. It's kind of weird because you didn't see them talking. That's just something is off, y'all. Something is very bizarre. Because I'm like, an emotional affair takes a lot of time. Sex is a lot easier. Sex is easier. Like you need you probably need almost what 5 minutes to have sex real quick. But an emotional affair means that's a whole lot of texting. You didn't see all of that? I don't know. That's very bizarre to me. Let me be going. Hold on. Okay. Someone who called me her best friend. Who cares? My person, my sister, the betrayal is unbearable. He emptied my savings. How did that even happen? How did he know where your savings were? I gave him my 401k to help his child support debt because I believed in us. Okay. So, y'all, I have a problem here as well. If y'all were together for 12 years, sis, how old are you that he has all them kids? I'm like, what the what? I'm like, what is going on here? Because let's say she's 40, right? So 12 years, they got together, let's say she was 28. Maybe he's also 28 or he's also 30. So by the time he was 30, how many kids did he already have? Hold on, you guys. There's something wrong with this math. It's triggering me. Hold on. Y'all need to keep reading this. I'll be right back. Hold on. I need to get a marker for this because I was very confused last night. Hold on. Wait a minute. Where are my There you go. Okay. Let's do some math real quick because I'm confused. I am truly confused. I am so confused. That was how I was like, girl, you're crying, but hey, boo. I'm like, you're crying, but your tears not going to work with me today because the math is not mathing. Okay. So let's look at this. Because when did he start? When did he have all these kids? Because y'all, if he needs your 401k money, that's more than one child. Right? So let's do this. So 12 years together. So that's what? So that's 5 years of what? Just dating? And even that too, I think it's suspicious. This is why Marlene, I am not a fan of long engagements. It don't take that long to know whether you want to be with somebody or not. Don't nobody out here scam you. Okay? And now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. All right. So this is 7 years of marriage. Okay. Hold on, y'all. let me do my graphics because this is crazy. Okay. This is 12 years. 12 years of slave. So let's say you met this man at 28. So 28, 12 years. So like now you're probably like 40. Okay. So you were 28 here. I should have done this back. Hold on. Let me go backwards. I need to put the 5 first. So the God's sake. Okay. So these are the okay. These are the 5 years of marriage, 5 years of dating. I don't like long engagements. Y'all see why. It don't take that long for somebody to know what they want. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So now we have 7 years marriage. Okay. So all of this makes 12 years. Okay. Let's say you met this man when you were what? 28 years old. So you were 28. And maybe he was, let's say, 30. So my thing is, how many kids? Right? How many kids did he have? Y'all see this? You see my little drawing, right? So what I'm saying is 5 years dating. I don't even understand why you would need 7 years to know, 5 years to know if y'all want to be together. So 5 years together, 7 years of marriage, that's 12. If she was 28, most likely he was 30. So today she will be what? 40, right? She'll be 40, right? So right now, you will be 40. So you will be 40 and he'll be like 42. He's going to be 42. And now he's sleeping with your cousin. Okay. There you go. All right. So, bunch of red flags. Okay. So, 5-year dating engagement period, 7 years of marriage. You probably met him at 28. He was 30. My question is, how many babies did he have that he needed all of your 401k money? He needed all your 401k money, right? To pay back his child support. So he took 5 years before he decided to marry you. He asked you for your 401k money to help him probably not go to jail or something like that. All those red flags, and you proceeded to deal with this man. But then you in the car and you're saying to us, why is this happening to me? Okay. Sometimes I need some people to understand that the stuff you're going through, you did that to yourself. Okay. You're not a victim. Okay. You are not a victim because you guys, I'm not trying to be funny, but I do feel like first and foremost, when you're 28 anyways, do you even have 5 years of dating somebody to see if they want to be with you or not? Especially when they have children with other people? No. Okay. Number 2, when you find out that somebody has multiple children, do you not ask them, okay, what's the relationship with the kids? Do you see your kids? Or do you get along with the mother of your children? Right? Also, do you not ask them if they don't owe child support? Right? Number 3, why would you ever give a man the entirety, not even a little bit of your 401k? They won't even go to your 401k. That's your retirement. I'm just saying. But let's say you want to give him some money. But first and foremost, I'm not trying to be funny, but why would a man even ask you for money? Why would a man ask you for money? Right? And I'm like, if you, not trying to be mean, you guys, but this is just a frank conversation. If you are paying for love, just say that, right? Because it probably gives. I don't know. I haven't seen your cousin, but maybe your cousin is more his type, and you were his financial type. What does that mean, Marlene? Okay. What I mean by the fact that it could be that her cousin was his sexual type. I mean, like that's who he's attracted to. Like for a girl like that, he will do anything because that's his real type. Now, her over here, because she had money or she had resources, she was his financial type. He doesn't really like her, but hey, she'll pay for stuff. She'll give him money. She'll help him out. She'll do things that honestly a woman should not be doing for a man because it's giving hella masculine. Right? Because this is very bizarre. Because I'm like, okay, not saying that I wish divorce on people, but I'm just saying like your 401k is for your retirement. And also not to be offensive, but she has 2 boys. Or I think she has 3 boys. And her kids have different complexions. Like 2 kids are like super light skin and one is like dark skin like me over here. So it could be that she had kids from a previous relationship. So my thing is, if that's the case, you also need your 401k for your kids because God forbid something happens to you. A woman should have some kind of savings because this man, it's one thing if you knew this man since high school. It's one thing if you knew this man since college. Like me and Jimmy, right? You've known this man your whole life. Let's say that's your first husband, that these are, and you have all your kids by that man. I can understand why you'd be so deranged to go empty out your 401k. But if you find a man later in old, like mature years, right? Where it's like, I don't really know you like that. We're getting to know each other. He has multiple children. He owes back child support. He's dragging his feet to propose to you. Yeah, no, I'm not giving you my savings. I'm not giving you my 401k because what if this doesn't last? Right? What about me and my children? What kind of predicament are we going to be in? Because at this point, I don't even know if you're here for love or if you're here because maybe I have a better credit score. Maybe I can put my name on an apartment. I can put my name on a property and we can live in there. Maybe he has bad credit. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot she's not telling us, but she just wants to come in here and just start crying and have people feel bad for her because she's the woman who got cheated on. Girl, please. Okay. Me, Marlene, I have evolved from that like years ago. You got cheated on. Okay, and you're not the first. You're not going to be the last to get cheated on. The issue is, how did you end up here? And while you want to blame other people, no. These people did this shit to you because they could. And I know it sounds tough, you guys, but we have to stop cajoling people here, right? People do messed up stuff to you because they can. Because they have recognized that you have low self-esteem. They have recognized that you cannot be by yourself. Because I'm asking you a question, right? Why would you help another man, a grown man? He is the man. If he can't even take care of his finances as it pertains to the children that he brought into this world, why would you want to marry a man like this? He's not financially stable. Okay, hey, bro. Like, he's not financially stable. And how can a man even feel comfortable coming up to a woman and saying, oh, can you help me out with this? And can you help me out with that? No. Out of order. You know what I'm saying? Because you think if you were a woman that he really loved, he would come up here and ask you for money like this? He would say, oh, I love this woman and I want her to just take away her entire retirement fund. And even when you agreed to give him this money, did you even tell him he had to pay you back? Does he even have the means to pay you back? Like, this is insanity. And that's what I'm saying. Like, they want to sit here and be like, oh, men are bad. No, you're an idiot. You are the idiot. And you got. Because this is utter madness. Because no matter how in love you think you are with the man, you have children. Your children are a priority. Worst case scenario, your 401k pays for their college. Worst case scenario, your 401k pays for their books in college, right? You need to save your 401k for your children because he is not the first man. Because like 2 of her kids are super light skinned and one is like, I'm telling you, he has my complexion. So I'm like, most likely she had a kid with this man and she had 2 kids prior. So it could be that what we're looking at is a single mom who wanted to be married so she could feel like she wasn't a failure. Y'all, there is more going on here. That's why I keep telling y'all, do not fall for these tears. We need to understand what the story is, because otherwise it can really come off fright. Like, oh my gosh, she was married for 7 years. They were together for 12 years. And look, he took her money and now he's having sex with her cousin. People have a tendency of oversimplifying shit to cause people to have hysteria. But it's like, no, we have to be serious people, right? So I'm saying, because I haven't seen the cousin, but is it that the cousin is really attractive? Is it that the cousin is his type? Because it seems like she attracts toxic people. I think this man, based on what she said, he's toxic. You can also hear on the video say that her cousin went through a whole lot of BS. So I'm like, so when do you cut her off? Because at what point are you going to realize that the more you involve yourself in the lives of irresponsible adults, they're going to drag you down with them? This is bad weight. This is bad weight, right? But you hear this girl, you hear her life, and you don't say to yourself, protect yourself, right? But I'm telling you all this, ladies, for as much as I believe in marriage, no man should make you wait 5 years. That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous. If you're like in your 40s, even 40s, that's crazy. But let's say like your 50s and this is your second marriage. Yeah, I can see why he make you want to wait. But when you are at the prime, I'm talking like from 22 maybe to like 29-ish, right? Oh, baby, these are the best years of your life, okay? Your boobs, everything just works. So there's a premium for that. Nobody should make you wait. And the fact that you know that nobody's going to make you wait, it makes you more desirable. You understand? Because once you go into the 30s, gravity's going to start to hit. And then there's a lot of competition because it's a lot of younger girls. But when you're like from 20-something to like late 20s, like you are the prime, like you are the hierarchy of, you are the peak of fertility. You are the peak of sexiness. You are the peak, like the younger women are more attractive. I think I'm cute, but I'm telling people, but you know what I'm saying? But the 22-year-old me, she ate this down, okay? You understand? So you have to know that there's a premium for that. You are a premium product in those years, right? So why would you wait 5 years? For what reason? Especially wait 5 years to get a ring for a man that has multiple kids and he owes child support. You don't respect yourself. There's an issue with low self-esteem somewhere. And there's something she is not telling us. I'm like, nope, I am not falling for this. I mean, it was a cute little performance, but I'm not falling for this. Because a woman that has everything and she truly believes that she is a great catch, I need to understand why she would wait 5 years. Why would you wait 5 years? So this right here speaks about your low self-esteem. And because you had low self-esteem, you made yourself a prey to foolishness. Like, we have to be so for real. Because why would you wait? Because from everything we're hearing, he needs you more than you need him. He needs your savings. He needs, on top of that, he needs your 401k. So I'm like, the house y'all live in, who was paying the rent? Whose name was on the stuff? Right? What is going on? What is truly going on? No, I don't agree. I do not agree with this. This is pure madness. And then in this video, listen to this.
Can we take a break for a second just to talk about church? Yes, baby.
What is church?
Everything is still going on in the background, but I'm still going to church and I am talking to God first about everything. I'm allowing God, my God, to lead me. I will continue.
But we don't even know who your God is, because this is the bullshit I don't like. Also, people trying to hide behind God to evade accountability. Number one. So were you not talking to God in the beginning? So you were desperate for a man, because I am so confused, right? Because the Bible says that the blessing of God, they're not followed by sorrow. So if this man that you were married to end up scamming you, because it's giving romantic scam. This man scammed you of all your money, your savings, your 401k. He slept with your cousin. So I have to say, you were not talking to God. So that's how much this man meant to you. So I'm like, low-key, this man was like, he turned into an idol. Y'all see my comment, right? Yeah, that's me. I said, did you see God when you married that man, especially since he had so much backdated child support? Did you ask God when you emptied out your 401k, especially as a mother? Yes, you were crying, but I think before looking to your husband, your first cousin, you might want to look inward and ask God to forgive you. It sounds like that man became an idol for you, right? Because what kind of man, hold on, wait a minute. Give me a second, y'all. What kind of man comes into your life and now you just all of a sudden you stop praying? So he's an idol. So you were desperate for a man. You didn't trust God. So the first idiot that popped up because he had a penis, you're like, oh yeah, don't leave me. Okay. Right? God, that don't make no sense to me. Because if you were somebody who always talked to God, none of this would have happened. Because even God would have raised those flags. Like, girl, might want to check his child support. Might want to check his credit score. You might want to ask these kinds of questions. And I will also say this, you guys. It might get a little bit real, but it's okay, right? Because y'all grown. It might get real. Now, I'm going to say this. I do believe after y'all done with the lovey-dovey phase, before you accept anybody's engagement, I need you to know their finances. I need you to at least look at their credit score. I'm not saying do not marry somebody because of their credit score, but I need y'all to be able to talk about finances before you agree to anybody's engagement. Matter of fact, no man should propose to a woman if he has not properly talked about her finances to her. Because a man could have a 500 credit score. You decide if you're okay with that. A man could have a 630 credit score. You decide if you're okay with that. A man could have a 700 credit score. That's pretty amazing. 750, 800, right? But you need to know where he is because a man has to be a provider. And to provide, he has to be good with finances. You understand? He has to be good with finances. He needs to have a plan. You need to know that. You go, oh my gosh, I love him so much. No. Because trust me, if you marry a man that is fiscally irresponsible, you're going to hate him. You're going to hate him. There is nothing more of a turnoff than a man who don't have his financial house in order. You will not sleep. You will not have peace. You will have anxiety. Okay? You want to be able to enjoy your kids because you're like, what is he doing with the money? What is he doing with the money? You're not going to have peace. And this is why I personally recommend premarital counseling. I didn't do it, but I should have. But I truly recommend premarital counseling because when you're in love with someone or you think you're in love because you're not really in love because it takes years to really love somebody. Hey, Cassie, you are afraid to ask the tough questions. And I am telling you, ladies, as a woman, if a man does not have his financial house in order, not only are you going to have anxiety, you will not be able to respect your husband. You understand? You think you can, you think you might, but you're not. Because a woman will only respect the man she knows is financially sound. When a man has his finances in order and a man also has money, and especially if he makes more than her, she gonna find him attractive. Okay, he has steady. Like it makes her submit to that because she knows he has the purse under control. Okay? No, you will hate him. Women need to stop. Even all these independent women who act like they don't mind buying this, now it's cute because you're young and you're stupid, right? You're going to get older. Matter of fact, there's this young influencer here. Her name is April Buckles. She's like light-skinned like this. No, she's biracial. Her mom is black. Her dad is white, right? And I was watching her vlogs the other day, and I noticed the number of cars she has purchased for her husband. And I'm like, this right here to me is a red flag. I didn't know if I should talk to you about it because I'm like, oh, they're like, Marlene, you're so negative. I'm like, no, I am not negative. I am perceptive. You understand? It is not normal for a woman to buy a man a car. It is not normal for a woman to buy a man multiple cars. It is not normal for a woman to buy a man multiple luxury cars. Because you're going to look at this, then you're going to start asking yourself, who is the wife and who's the husband in this marriage? And today, because she's very young, she thinks it's cute. One day you'll wake up and you'll hate this young man. You understand? Because she was like, oh, he opens doors for me. I'm like, that is so minimum. So because a man opened a door for you, he deserves a Porsche Cayenne? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Okay? But I'm like, there's so many ditzy little girls on TikTok. And TikTok is a place where people support perennial children. They liked women who live this goofy ass fantasy that honestly does not represent reality. I'm a grown ass woman. I'm 40 years old, and I am telling you, yes, me, Marlene, I could go buy Jimmy a car. But my thing is, Jimmy has bought me a car. You understand me? We've been together for like 15 years. This is not no new relationship. 15 years, 3 kids. Jimmy has bought me a car. Jimmy has spent a lot of money on me. So let's say tomorrow I become a multimillionaire and I want to buy Jimmy like a Porsche Cayenne. That's not me playing with his manhood, because he can get it himself also. For real. Okay? But like, imagine us like back in the day at George Mason, me buying Jimmy a thing. No, because he needs to be the man. He needs to be the one that aspires to buy me a Porsche Cayenne. Then I can say, okay, I want to reciprocate that. But when it comes to these large purchases, a woman should not be the one to make the biggest purchases for a man. This is so dangerous. And another thing also is that you are robbing this man of a drive. Hold on, I'm talking too much. Let me play the video. Y'all can tell me what you think. There's no wrong answer. You tell me what you think, right? Hold on. What is her name? April Buckles? Yeah, that is her name, right? This is her, right? So watch her content. Let me see. You see? So this is the first video. Hold on.
With me today to purchase my husband's dream car for him. If you guys go back a couple months, I surprised him with a new Mercedes, but that Mercedes allocation never came through, and they kept putting it off, and that was not cutting it. With the baby coming in just 4 or 5 months, we need a new car for him now. And guess who had an allocation available and worked really hard to get him a car? Porsche, which worked out perfectly because one of his dream cars is the Porsche Panamera. Now you're probably sitting there asking yourself, why does he need a new car just because the baby's coming? Let me tell you something. The car that he is driving now, right now, why is the door handle missing? You can open the front door, but like the handle is gone. And just for safety precautions.
You see, this girl, she's very pretty, but her inside is extremely masculine. But then again, she's a biracial. She's half black from America, so are you surprised, right? She said, oh, the car he's driving now, the handle is missing. Girl, he's a man. Who are you trying to have a non-missing door for? And you see, I'm not wishing this on this young man because I don't know him, and he could really be a sweetheart, right? I'm gonna say it again. I don't know this young man. Seriously and honestly, before God, he could truly be a sweetheart. You understand? But do you see how sometimes it is women themselves who want to make their husband so attractive, so successful looking, that another woman will find your man attractive thinking that he did this for himself? Do you understand me, right? Right? This is nothing personal against this young man. But I am saying, when you have this kind of mindset, a young lady sees this man outside driving a fancy Porsche Cayenne with no missing handles or whatever. She might think, oh, he must have money. Oh, he bought this for himself. Oh, he's very competitive. And now he's going to be attractive because she's thinking he bought this car himself. Come to find out, his wife paid for this car. You understand? What is wrong with a man having a few flaws on his ass? Right? What is wrong with a man driving a beat up car? If he didn't meet you, what kind of car would he drive? Girl, what? Right? You guys are, and like, mind you, these people are in their early 20s. So I'm like, in your early 20s, as a man, as a father, a man, whatever, if his car is a little beat up, scratched up, what's the problem? What's the problem? I'm so confused. What is the problem? You understand? And this is what these girls do. They do too damn much. They do too damn much. Because in all honesty, this young man right here, and he could be a sweetheart, but also he could be a little princess. Because to me, as a man, it is not even masculine to sit here and to take these gifts from this young lady when you don't even have the finances to reciprocate that back to her. This is weird. This is weird. And this is why I also feel like many of these guys, I don't know this young man, he could be a sweetheart, but he could also be somebody who studied her and knew exactly what she was going through and presented himself like this, like that. Because I'm like, me, Marlene, and I'm a woman, even me, if my husband wanted to even buy me a Porsche, Jimmy did something really nice for me the other day. I was like, oh my gosh, I don't even know if I want to take it because I'm like, oh, it's too much money, right? But even me, I'm married, and there are certain gifts I'm like, oh, I don't know. Do I really want this? Because I just feel bad, right? But I'm like, April, she's like in her 20-something. We don't even know how long her career could last on TikTok. I mean, it is TikTok. She's not a strong YouTuber. She's not strong on long-form content. She's just not. Right? And girls like her, they come a dime a dozen on TikTok. Let's be so for real. Because her content is not impactful. It's just vanity, stupid shit. Or like just, oh, come spend a day with me at YSL. Come spend a day with me in my fancy kitchen. These are bullshit content. Okay? It's not transformative content. It's not evergreen content. You understand me? God forbid something happens to this young lady and her finances don't keep up to where they're at. We have seen many influencers be at the top. We have seen many YouTubers. What's that family? The McBroom, right? Austin and his wife, the McBrooms. We saw them out here buy a house that was $15 million. Today, they're completely broke. So to me, I'm like, as a good husband, a mindful husband will be like, wife, you know, I appreciate you for wanting to give me this car, but I will feel a whole lot better if you save this money, right? Save your money. I can drive a pickup truck. I can drive an F-150. I can drive a Chevy. I can drive even a freaking, like, what's it called again? What's it called? A Charger, right? You have to help her as a man understand that this social media game, it might not last forever. And also, she only has 1 million followers. She does not have that many followers. She's not an Alex Earl. So it's like, girl, from the baby shower to the wedding to the baby to buying a brand new Porsche, this is a lot of money. And so when I see a man who's not telling his wife, and also I think they're buying a house also, and I'm like, okay, and you know, she's the one paying for this. She's paying for all of this. And I'm thinking like, okay, when are you going to say, you know what? If my wife is posting content and this content is making all this money, I need to start posting content too. So maybe because you're married to her, you can start a creator agency. You can start something. But as a man, you need to have more drive than her. Right? And because you want her to respect you in this man, because like right now, she treats him like a wife. And he thinks it's cute because he's able to have all these luxuries that he can afford for himself. And I'm like, you are allowing her to emasculate you. Because as a man, you should never take from a woman what you cannot afford for yourself. She will not respect you. She will not. That's how I know this little boy, he is simp. He wasn't raised right. He's a beta. Maybe he's a zeta. He was not raised right. Because if he was my son, I would say, do not take that car. You thank her for the car and you say, save your money. If the day I want this car, I don't know if he's wealthy himself, because when I saw his family, I don't see where he's wealthy. Because if you're wealthy, why would you take a car from a woman? Okay, why would you take a car for a woman? And she said, I'm going to buy my husband his dream car. That is emasculating. So that means he can't even do it for himself. That is emasculating. I'm telling you, and I get it. Social media, especially TikTok, is the emasculation farm. Like the vast majority of girls on social media who have these big following, they emasculate their mans. That's how they get the views. Because you show your husband as a bitch-ass little dude who just puts up with your bullshit and your vanity, and then you buy him little toys so you can keep having him around because you use your money to control him. I'm telling you, he's weak to me. He is very weak. Because no woman should say, I'm the one who bought you your dream car. No. As a man, you go buy your own car. You understand? As a man, you create your own platform. You compete with her because you need to beat her. You need to you need to outcompete her. You need to make more money than her. She has to respect you. You understand? And that's what people do. You see how these girls out here behave for the Kai Cenats and the Aiden Ross and this and that, because these boys got too much money. Look at Cooking with Kaya. Look at Cooking with Kaya. Cooking with Kaya had a boyfriend, a streamer. When I tell you, she ditched that little boy so fast. And now some of these dusties out here are mad at her. And I'm like, no, she has the right to do that. I repeat, a young woman in her early 20s, she is at the peak of like her sexual prime. She's at the peak of that shit, right? If you are with a boyfriend, and also a boyfriend and a husband, because we've seen plenty of boyfriends who cheat when it's comfortable for them. So a boyfriend and a husband and a girlfriend is not a wife. Okay, we just like, hey, okay, you can't take this to court. You cannot take this to court. You understand me? So for me, it's like if Kaya was dating you, but then and you start to see that Kaya is doing collabs with Kai Cenat, she's doing collab with DDG, Wumpty Wump, and you as a man, you don't try to be part of that group of fellas. You don't try to be top dog. You don't try to have the infinite money glitch. It's on you. It is on you. Because you cannot be mad at Kaya for recognizing that bigger dogs, bigger lions, bigger gorillas have entered the chat. Women by default are hypergamous. Now, how you go about it sometimes can be a little scandalous. But by default, we see it in the animal kingdom. A girl might like you until a bigger gorilla comes around. We ain't going to be mad because she smells the pheromones. She smells the pheromones. You understand? So why should she stay with a man who's not ambitious when she has met the Mount Rushmore of streamers? I got to go. I'm not staying here. And I don't make her a bad person, because you as a man, the moment you realize that she was around these big streamers, you should have upped your streaming game too. You should have found a way to be besties with DDG. You should have found a way that AMP, Duke, Dennis, all these people, you should have found a way to get into that clique. Because when you're in that clique, you're with the big dogs. And then your respect, it gets higher. Because otherwise, you're some struggling ass streamer. You cannot ask this young lady to not be ambitious. Well, are you insane? Because a woman's job also is to look for a provider, not to look for a man who's content. You are content because you're a little bitch, right? You're not competitive. But that's the real shit too, though. But you cannot want a girl that has millions of followers, a very nice body, very pretty face, and a big ass, and expect that girl to just sit there and be content with your little streaming deck you got going on. No. Women use their looks for hypergamy. It costs money to be with a pretty bitch. It costs money. You understand? It costs money. You don't have money, get the fuck out of here. It was nice knowing you. You dated her when she wasn't unknown. You got lucky. Now she known. You either going to compete and do as much as you can. Kick, this. You got to do everything to prove to her, I'm in the next, give me a year, give me 12 months. I'm going to surpass Diddy G. There you go. That's giving masculine energy. Oh, she left me. So you rather cry about being left than to come up with a master plan, the pinky and the brain. Where the fuck is the brain? Where the fuck is the master plan? I said, Kyle, run for your life because he is content. He is content. He don't want to compete. Because he probably gave up in life. What do I know? Okay? Like, he's not hungry, Lonnie. Something I cannot be mad at her. Because O'Shea Duke Jackson was mad at her. I'm like, O'Shea, you just mad because you struggle. You're a struggle YouTuber also. You're a struggle YouTuber. Y'all want to be strugglers and think that you're going to have these pretty black girls with their small bodies and their big asses and their small waists and their juicy lips. For what? Out of love. Love don't matter. Men have to understand this. Let me tell you something. Men need to understand this, right? Love and all that shit. Yeah, it come with time. A woman will love you more the more you are consistent being the best provider she ever met. But don't you lie to yourself. A woman can say, oh yeah, I love you. She don't really love you. She hasn't truly tested your ability to be a consistent provider. If you can provide for her 10 years straight, no interruption, she'll really love you. If you can provide for her for 20 years straight, no interruption, you're like, damn, okay? That's how you going to get this young woman to respect you. But every man has to know this. The vast majority of women will submit to a man who has money because he's competitive, because he can take care of her need, because he can give her status. Woman want status. Woman want hierarchy. What do you think this is? What do you think this is? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Are you dumb? Are you truly dumb? Like, are these people stupid? I'm like me. I was like, yes, niece. Yes, little sis. Level up. Because if he needs to recognize this right here is a premium product. You cannot be a bum and have a premium product. Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Like, what is wrong with these people? Like, seriously, what is wrong with these people? No. Maybe I'll play that video too, right? No, he's not motivated. Exactly. How can you tell Kaya to not try to go on a date with Aiden Ross? For what? She's not married. She doesn't have children. So go on the date. See what he has to offer. See what he's talking about. But my thing is ultimately that young man, if he wants to keep the relationship, he needs to understand. He needs to compete. So that means he has to do 24-hour streams. He better stream for 24 hours. If he has to have the kick, the twitch, the whatever, I don't know what it is, but you better do what you must do. But you have to compete. And that's why in this world, it's the wealthiest men that have the most prettiest women, right? It's the wealthiest men that marry supermodels. It's the wealthiest men that marry like the top female entertainers. They don't go with bum, regular money making people, okay? That's not how life works. Because the more a man makes, the more he can have the woman he desires. That's it. But you like what? You expect loyalty for what? Because I was a good boyfriend and I'm sure she was a good girlfriend too for whatever it was. But now times have changed. The odds are different. So what you want to do? You want to step it up, or you gonna continue to be a struggle streamer? You guys, I don't play about this. You cannot allow a man to be complacent. You cannot. You cannot. I even told you the story. Remember how I told you, like, oh, when Jimmy had his bachelor, he was like, oh, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna wait for a company to hire me, and then I'm gonna go get my master's. Remember, I told you the story. I said, this dude is crazy. I was like, no, enjoy the summer, and in the fall you'll start your master. Okay, I did his whole application for him. I went and got all the recommendation letters. I'm like, no, I cannot marry somebody that don't even have a master's degree. That's giving poverty. Okay, it's giving poverty. Oh yes, lady, do not even feel bad about that, because you need to have peace of mind that you are married to somebody who knows how to go make things happen, right? You don't even have to marry somebody rich. Like, you don't have to be super rich, but you need somebody who is driven. You need somebody who's competitive. You need somebody who's relentless. You know what I'm saying? He gonna know how to go get this money. He's gonna know how to multiply. And also, if he ever loses money, he will know how to get it back, because he has the mindset of a winner. He does not give up. He doesn't quit. He's not intimidated. That's what you want. And then you can sleep peacefully like Jesus on that little boat during the whole storm. Like, what's going on? Okay. What is going on? Okay. What is going on? Like, no, do not accept foolishness. So me, I don't know if he's wealthy. I don't, it doesn't really give that. But I'm like, as a man, you should not let a woman say, oh, I'm buying you your dream car. No, she should say, my husband bought me my dream car, so I also want to buy him his dream car. There you go. Or my husband bought me my dream car, so I want to buy him his second dream car. Because your dream car, as a man, you should be the one to give that to yourself. Like, yes, I wanted something, I worked hard, and I made it happen. That's good for your manhood. That is good for your manhood. And even her, she gonna know, like, you know what? He a mover, he a shaker. It's giving Sean Carter. It's The Rock, baby. Okay? Because that, as a woman, is going to give you confidence. But you start teaching a man to always lean on you for his dream car purchase, lean on you for this, and that. Today, it's cute, because if you make your little stupid ass content, you're very, very young. But I'm telling you, one day, you're going to look at this man and you're going to resent that man. And matter of fact, too, one day he can also look at you and resent you. Y'all, people change. Good, even people with good intentions can change, because the love was not handled accordingly, right? Certain dynamics were not respected. And that is a real thing. Listen to me very well, right? You never, this is how we say in the Ivory Coast. It's like, they said, hopefully it makes sense. They say, like, you never clean a man so well that you even clean his back. Meaning, leave a little bit of flaw in that man. Don't make him so perfect that these girls out here will look at this man and say, oh my gosh, look at him. Look at what he got. Look at what he drives. No, leave something on his back, so they know, oh, he's not all the way there. Because I'm like, otherwise, this is insanity. This is real insanity. Listen to her. Hold on.
Cautions, I'm not going to have my child in that car. I'm so sorry. And it also just breaks down at least a couple times a year, and it's always in the shop, and I just can't handle that. And plus, he's a good man, Savannah. He's a great husband, a great father. He needs what he needs, okay? Mind your business. Now, we secured this Porsche allocation about a month and a half ago and went ahead and paid for it to make sure that every mama knows the feeling of with me today to purchase. My only place that had the allocation was in Atlanta. And
y'all have together anyways.
mind you, we live in Virginia, so we never got to test drive his car to make sure he was fully in love. He test drove it, he loved it, and he finalized his customizations, and the car should be done before the baby shower, so I'm super excited. And they even had these little baby trinkets for little baby Carter. This 2-day trip to Atlanta has been so productive. We got the car, we walked through blueprints, and now we have baby toys. With me today to purchase my husband's dream car for him.
Okay, so this is the first one, right? Hold on, let me show you another one. Let me show you. I'm like, people are crazy. People are really, really crazy. Hold on. Let me see if I can find their wedding stuff. So you see, look, she washes his hair. I don't know, you guys. This right here, me, is very scary to me. Look. Look at that. It's some crazy stuff. He sits on the counter. She washes his hair. She says our babies better have his hair, not his work ethic, not his intelligence. So she fetishizes his features, his hair. It sounds like what's the name? What's my girl? Cash Doll. Mm-hmm. So he doesn't work. This is what he does. You see, I'm like, it really gives. I was watching this. I'm like, so is she the husband and he's the wife? Is that what's going on here? Hold on. There was even one video. She was like, oh, he opens doors for me. So I'm like, so because he opens doors, you buy him a Porsche because he opens doors for you? Y'all need to go watch this content. Hold on. Now she's gonna give him a face. Oh, that's who's that? Well, I guess that's her brother. She bought him a car. Look, hold on.
I was like, I need to get back.
But
I saw your headlights keeping up with me.
Yes,
like, oh.
sir.
yes, sir. You already know,
Yes.
my nigga.
Was it good though? Like, was it a good run?
I mean, no key, this shit can't not.
I was like, I need to get back.
But
I saw your headlights keep.
I swear, man. When I tell you feminism has ruined these little girls, this is utter madness. No, it couldn't be me. Hold on. Let me scroll to the bottom, you guys. Hold on. I'm gonna find these videos. Y'all need to watch this. I was like, this is utter madness. So I'm like, so is she the husband and he's the wife? Because he gets whatever he wants. She buys him cars. She washes his hair. She does his facials. She massages him. She cooks for him. She wants his hair. She's like, yeah, he opens doors for me. He opened the door for me. And I'm like, so that's all you require? The bar is low. The bar's in hell. Hold on. Hold on. I'm going to find this video. Give me a second. I was like, come with me to buy my husband his dream car. So you're paying for love? This is crazy. Why he can't drive a regular car? He can't drive his car. He used to drive a beat up truck. That's it. Humility. Hold on. I saw the video. Hold on. Because you have to scroll. She has so many videos. Give me a second. Oh, is it this one?
Oh, ladies, we're back. Strap in. I don't know how many times I've had to pump gas in the year and a half I've known this man. 0. Whenever we go shopping, I don't carry my bags. And that's not my choice. He insists that I do not lift a finger. We met each other on a mutual set that we were working on. It was very muddy that day. Imagine cold, windy, muddy. I was carrying a little mini purse that he held for me whenever we had to walk from set to set. On this day, I was wearing a dress. Not just a normal dress. It's the one that splits in the front and you have a tie. So the wind blows and everything's out. Everything was coming out. And as predicted, the wind blew, my dress open, but not enough because KJ caught it. On top of that, I walked in mud and they had me in white sneakers. This man grabbed his personal water bottle, poured it out, took a napkin out of somewhere, and cleaned my shoes for me right then and there. Weight's well above average. Oh, ladies, we're back.
He said because of that, he raced above average. His integrity, his character, how he manages his finances. No. He carried me because it was raining. You're very pretty. You're a pretty girl. Like, you think if you were not attractive, you would have done this? Like, I'm like, what the heck? Exactly. Like, water. I'm like, this is just having good manners. But that right there makes him the prince. Like, he's the one. He's the one, Savannah. I'm like, girl, you are dumb as fuck. You are stupid as fuck. You guys, we're gonna do a whole live about Wizard Liz. Y'all know that crazy ass looking white girl? She looks very different. Too much stuff. Too many procedures, okay? How she got played by that little boy? They're like, oh, she was manipulated. I said, no, she manipulated herself. Go sit down somewhere, right? These girls have such low bars for men because honestly, they don't even know what to look for in a man. They look for stuff in a man that they saw in a movie. Don't this sound like a movie? Right? Don't this sound like some goofy ass movie or some episode of what's that show again by the lady on Netflix? the British show. What is it called again? It's like in the old times, old Great Britain, but they're all multiracial. Bridgerton. Doesn't it sound like a scene out of Bridgerton? But is this enough to say, yes, this is the one for me? I'm going to go buy him a Mercedes. So because he took his water bottle and he rinsed off mud off your shoes, that's why you're going to go commit to $100,000 car? I couldn't even understand saying, like, okay, we've been together for 10 years or we've been together for 15 years. So to celebrate our 50 or 10-year nuptials or like a 15-year nuptials, I want to give that to him. Because about now, like 10, 15 years, okay, we kind of know this man, right? But you see this old boy, nigga's kind of cool. Yeah, nigga's kind of cool. So that's how he talks. Girl, what? No, it's her. It is her. She's just like Monet McMichael, whatever her name is. Okay, another one. These girls are paying for love. This is deranged. It is deranged. You guys, listen to me. Listen to me. I know sometimes I get on your nerves, but you know I never lie because you keep coming back, right? Listen to me. I don't care how much money you have as a woman. You understand? When you get around a man, especially a new relationship, even new husband, especially anything less than 5 years. I know Sheena's not here, but anything less than 5 years. Hide your money. Hide your money, hide your money. There's poor people around, okay? Because you guys, not trying to be funny, but you know, money can create problems. Also, when there's a lot of money, sometimes you don't know if people really like you for you or they like you for your money. You understand? So you got to dial it back a little bit to see if people are really here for you. But if within a year, 2-3 years of a relationship, you're flying this man, first class, this and that, you're giving them everything, even though you had to work for this. You had to create your stuff. You had to post your content because she used to do ASMR on YouTube, right? You think it's good for you to let a man come in and enjoy all these things? No, he should be the one to pull you into his world. He should be the one to show you things, or at least it should be half and half. Because once you do this, you have a kept man. You have a kept man. And these women do not understand. Because I think for a lot of like liberal women, like she's biracial, so she's half white, so it's in her blood. But it's like half white people, fully white people. A lot of these liberal white women, they have a thing about they want a man that's a beta, a man that acts like a girl, a man that's very effeminate, a man that's not too ambitious, because they're thinking, I can control him better. But what you don't realize is you're going to create a monster, right? Because these are a bunch of goofy ass people who think they know better than human history, human nature. The vast majority of white liberal women don't know shit about men. And that's why they're always cheating on their husbands. If you notice what most liberal white women do, they emasculate their husband to the point of no return. And then they're the first one to go have an affair with a black man. Okay? These bitches don't know what the fuck they want. And that's why no man should allow no woman to emasculate him. You understand? Because she will emasculate you. And you think, oh, that's going to make her happy. No, she will hate your guts. Because then when she looks at you, she sees a woman. And she cannot respect you because she's not a lesbian. Right? But think about how many white women have emasculated their husbands to only go have an affair on a man she cannot control. Right? Because what you actually want is a man that you cannot control. He needs to know how to control himself. Because if you want to control everything about this man to turn him into a child or some little bitch, it's going to be disgusting. You're going to be disgusted because he's not going to do anything. And that becomes a problem. Because you want to control him so much, you cut off his testicles. So now he's just sitting here like a little girl. Oh, when are you going to buy me something else? When are you going to do my hair? When are you going to do this? No. You want a man that has some testosterone about his ass. You want a man when he comes in like, yeah, I can smell the pheromones. You want a man that has his own drive. You want a man that can be like, no, I'm not doing that today. You know what I'm saying? A woman needs to hear her man say no sometimes. It turns her on because it shows she can walk all over you. Have you not seen that most women who can walk all over a man, they don't respect that man? Right? Because she's making it seem like she wants you to let her walk all over you. But in reality, she wants the opposite. Get into Carl Jung. It's going to make a whole lot of sense. But you need to look how many white women are cheating on their husbands. They're so fucking scandalous. They have no integrity. These women are so trifling. The number of white women who cheat on their husbands, it is so disgusting. It is so disgusting. They will even have sex with their coaches. They will have sex with their cycling coach. They will sign up for a class, a gym class, you name it. They will go and sleep with a trainer. Meanwhile, her husband is a CEO. These women are batshit fucking crazy. They're so disgusting. They are just so disgusting. She will open her leg for her trainer and then go home and sleep with her husband. She has no fucking shame. She has no fucking shame. Why would you ever allow yourself to be seduced by people with no integrity? They don't even fear God. They make these marital vows instead of her saying to that man, I don't want to be with you anymore. No, she weakens him. She castrates him. She emasculates him. And then she goes and cheats with a trainer that he paid for. These women are sick as fuck. They are sick as fuck. What? No, I don't like their culture. So you already know that. Okay, Mark. Okay. This is crazy. This is really crazy. Like, the bar here is so low. When I watch her content, I'm like, baby girl, I'm going to pray for you. I'm going to pray for him. Because they could be both good people. But if you handle your love like this, and you don't let this young man find his own manhood and be his own provider and be a provider for this family, you're going to diminish him as a man. He's not going to have purpose. And then he's going to try to be a knucklehead. And then you're going to come on social media and cry, oh, after everything I did for him. That's the problem. It was not your place to do that. It was not your place to do that. He is a man. When he sees your success, that should inspire him. He should say to himself, there is no way a woman can outdo me like that, right? A man needs to be in some competition with his wife, and he has to want to come out on top because she will respect you more. Like, dang, okay, I see you, right? I see you. Like Aiden Ross, he looked at Cooking with Kaya, and he said to her, did you ever thought about opening a restaurant? She said yes. He said, okay, whenever you're ready, I got the money. Oh shit. You know, there's something about that, right? Or if you say to a man, oh, I would love to open a restaurant. He said, well, how you gonna do it? Like, what you mean? Well, where you gonna get the money from? I'm like, what? So you're not gonna help me? How am I gonna help you? I ain't got the money. You see what I'm trying to say? Hey, Nafisa, do you see the difference? Right? A man says, girl, you're really good at cooking. Have you ever thought about opening a restaurant? Like, yeah, I kind of did. I want to have a brunch place. He said, okay, whenever you're ready. There is something about a man saying, whenever you're ready. You're like, oh, shit, how much you got? You know what I mean? It just does something to you. Now, Kaya could have money, but there's always something about a man saying, yeah, whenever you're ready. 100,000, 200,000, whatever it is, whenever you're ready. You're like, Jesus. How much money he got? Ooh. Right? Now imagine you sit with another man and you tell him your plan. Oh, one day I would love to have a restaurant. He sees that you have love for restaurants. And he sees that you love cooking. And you say, oh, I would love to have a restaurant. And then he's like, oh, how you gonna do that? You got the money for that? Damn. How much it costs? Ooh, where you gonna get that money from? Girl, I don't know about that. How about you get 9 to 5? And maybe you save up and then, just save your money. And you're like, oh, so you're not going to help me? He's like, nah, I ain't got the money. I'm still trying to pay my car note off. And, oh, no, that's a turn off. Oh, I can't do this shit. I got to go, boo-boo. Okay. Do you understand me? Do y'all get what I'm trying to say here? Right? You might not even take Aiden on the offer. But just knowing that whenever you're ready thing is going to do something to you. But the man also who says, oh, so how you going to pay for that? Oh, you got the money? Oh. You want to work hard? So what you going to do? Take like double shifts? How you going to make the money? Like, what the fuck? What you mean how am I going to make the money? Like, you're like, oh, fuck that. Like, even if he's the most attractive man you've ever seen, him asking you how you going to find the money, get the fuck out. Like, the look, this is going, you ain't shit. You are a waste of my time. Okay? It's life. A man cannot even be physically attractive. But if he says to you, whenever you're ready, you be like 100,000, like whenever you're ready, I got it. Like, oh shit! All of a sudden, he's the most handsome man. He deserves to be on the cover of GQ magazine. What a man! What a man! What a man! What a mighty good man! Yes, he is. Whoop! He's a mighty good man. Come on, y'all. Whoop! Now work it out. Now one time. Whoop! Okay. Y'all better get into it. Salt and Pepper in vogue in the early 90s. You better get into it. What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man. Yes, he's rich. Whoop. What a man, what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man. He's a mighty, mighty good man. Yes, y'all. That was my jam, y'all. I want to take a minute and give thanks to the man who's made much a difference in my world. How does it go again? I used to know that song on repeat. I need to hear it. Hold on. Let me put my little earphones on. Hold on. So Texas on YouTube don't come for me. Wait a minute. I need to sing this song for y'all. What? They're not even serious out here. Hold up, wait a minute. Mm-hmm. What a mighty good man. Yes, he's rich. That's the remix, okay? Mm-hmm. There you go. Yay. Oh, yeah. Mm. If YouTube was not evil. Whoop. Hold on. What a mighty good man. What a mighty good man. What a streamer, baby. Yes, he streams. Yep. Okay. Y'all ready for this? I want to take a minute or two and give much respect due to the man that's made a difference in my world. And the most men are men hoes and go down under that low because I never heard about him with another girl. But I don't sweat it because it's just pathetic to let it get me involved in that he said, she said crowd. Man, nobody perfect, but those who deserve it. And believe me, y'all, he's worth it. Man, these niggas are ready for the past. I finally find somebody that can write me some checks. Okay. Y'all better get into this. Y'all, this used to be my song. Lord have the mercy. Salt and Pepper. This girl was fucking crazy. Hold on. Y'all. YouTube. Hold on. Where is she saying? Hold on, you guys. Let me see this. This song was iconic. What? Child. We gotta be careful with YouTube, child. They're so damn evil. Let me make sure my life is still here. Okay. What a mighty good man. Yes, he streams. Ooh, what a mighty good man. Yes, he makes money. Okay, hold on.
And although most men are hoes, he goes on the down low.
Cause I never heard about him with another girl, but I don't sweat it, cause it's just pathetic to let it get me involved in that he said, she said crowd. Just write me my checks, please, so I can open my restaurant. Do I still have a channel? Before I'm good, Miss Barbara. I'm good. Before YouTube comes for me.
Got through the past. I finally found somebody that could make me laugh.
He writes the checks. You so crazy. I think I'm gonna have your baby in my restaurant. I was like, Kaya, I can't even blame you. I cannot even blame her. Hold on. Do I still have a channel, you guys? Chris Jenner, do I still have a channel? Hold on.
You so crazy. I think I want to have your baby.
Y'all, this used to be my song. I'm gonna have your baby in my restaurant. That song is so funny, you guys. You have to get into it. Salt and Pepper and Vogue. That song was beautiful. That was a beautiful song. This song went crazy. Man, if only YouTube could let you play your videos in peace. This is just ridiculous, okay? This is just ridiculous. But like I said, you guys, I mean, ladies, you know I'm not lying. There is something to be said about talking to a man and he says, okay, I got you. Versus someone who says, okay, so how are you going to pay for this? How are you going to get this? Oh, that's a lot of money. Oh, well, dang, that's a lot of work. Good. You're like, what? So you're not even thinking of helping me? He's like, well, I mean, I got $50. Oh, no, thank you. Gots to go. And like, most likely that's what Kaya was thinking with her first boyfriend. He doesn't have it. We need to go somewhere. Okay, what's the next one?
Who's gonna tell her? Do you want to tell her? I'll tell her.
This lady said to her, wait until she gets out the honeymoon phase. And I'm like, so she wanted to be cute with a little clap back. But I'm like, April, you are a baby, right? Be married for 40 years and continue to spend money on this man for the next 15 or 20 years and come back and tell us if you find it enjoyable, right? Like, you're very pretty, but girl, you're not that pretty, okay? You have 1 million followers, but you're not that unique. We have Halle Berry. Halle Berry is way more beautiful than you, boo. She's way more beautiful. She's way more successful. We have seen Halle Berry waste over $50 million on all these divorces, right? From Eric Benet to the 2 French dudes she married, the white dudes, they cost her the most money. They cost her the most money. You see, but the problem with Halle Berry is that she was treating these men like they were princesses, right? We also saw the same thing with freaking Britney Spears and Kevin Federline. She treated Kevin Federline like he was a prince, like he was a princess. We saw the consequences, right? So you're new to this. You are not true to this. And because you film your content for social media, I don't even think you have time to really be in your relationship and to really take advice from other people. Because if you took advice from older, mature women who've been through this, who are not new to this, they will tell you, do not spend that kind of money on a man. You've not been together enough for you to spend that kind of money on the man. Because anybody looking in, it's giving you're the husband and he's the wife. That is out of order. And eventually you're going to resent him because he's not competing. He's just happy being your plus one. And he experiences all these luxurious things without even contributing. And you're going to resent him for that. It never fails. We have Gabrielle Union, probably also more beautiful than you, right? And she told us because she paid the bills, she felt like it was okay for her to cheat on her husband. Women are resentful of men they have to take care of, right? Especially when you have kids and you have babies and you see how your body changes. You have stretch marks and you're over here treating this man like he's a princess, And you're making this man look good to other women. Because if people don't know him and they see him outside, they're going to think he has the money to be out here buying Porsches when he does not. This is your money. This is your hard work. We have seen Jussie Smollett, another beautiful, I guess she's biracial too, beautiful biracial woman. We have seen Jussie Smollett out here paying for alimony and child support. The husband spun the block. He was like, no, he wants more money. And he wants half of her retirement because they were married for more than 10 years. Right? So what we're saying is, I can't say don't spend money on your husband, but I'm saying do it in moderation. And you want to do it in a way that you don't rob him of his own drive as a man. Because he should wake up in the morning wanting to buy you a dream car. He should wake up in the morning wanting to be the one to buy your first this, your first that, your first this. Right? He is not your wife. He is a husband. He needs to provide. Like, that's just the thing. And when you want to do things that he knows he can afford for those things, he probably even can't pay the insurance on the car like that. He should say, wifey, thank you, but no thank you. I can drive an F-150. It's cool because I'm not an influencer. I don't need that car, right? Exactly. You see, Cardi B was also buying Offset cars and jewelry. You see how it turned out? Ladies, these men are not your dolls. These men are not your whatever. No, these are our men. Men need to know how to compete. Men need to know how to go and get. Men need to know how to multiply. Men need to know how to set a vision. Go get the vision, okay? But it's not for you to subsidize his dreams. Oh, you want to do that? Let me pay for that. You want this? Let me pay for that. You want that? Let me pay for that. Because guess what? If it was another woman and he really wanted her, he wouldn't even ask her for a penny. He will kill himself with that girl. Right? So let him be. So maybe, and that's the same thing. And this is the same issue we had with Mercy Gono, is I feel like sometimes these girls, they want these guys, right? There's somebody, I want to say her name, but I don't feel like talking about her today. But it's like, to me, I feel like these girls, they want these guys, but because these guys don't have much, because they're regular people like the rest of us, it doesn't fit their aesthetic. So because the man does not fit, the man that you want to be with does not fit your aesthetic, you start spending money on that man because you want people to see him as a winner. You want people to see him as a CEO. You want people to see him as a high value man. He is not a high value man. He's I guess some kind of dude who liked you and you liked him back. It's okay, right? You should be okay with the fact that your dude is basic. But it's like you cannot dress him up because you want your audience to perceive him in a certain light. Yes. So I need to have a husband who drives a Porsche, even though he can't afford a Porsche, because you're so concerned about the aesthetic of your page. And I'm like, this is dangerous because your marriage matters more. You knowing how to handle your marriage and you knowing how to handle the dynamics of your marriage matters more than perception from your audience. Because at the end of the day, if it was not for social media, even you would not have this life, because social media promotes foolishness. Right? The more vapid you are, the more you like substance, the more you like wisdom, the more you're dumb, and you just repeat these goofy ass fairy tales and you talk about manifestation, the more these girls are going to follow you. It is not a real place. It's the metaverse, right? But in your real life, you're an everyday person. And you did not get to marry a man who was competitive, because most men who are competitive too do not want to be with an influencer because they want their privacy. They want their relationship. They don't want to have a phone hovering over their faces all the time, right? And that's why most of these girls, influencers, are married to basic dudes. They're married to simps. They're married to betas. They're married to men that they have to take care of. They are responsible for creating the image, curating the image, and spending money on the image, right? Because these high-value men do not want these girls. So they go get regular guys, and then they want people to believe that these men are high value. But why would I buy a Porsche for a man who can't buy a Porsche for himself? Who are we lying to? Who are we lying to? Like, seriously, who are we lying to? Right? If he can even do it for himself, then we're out here trying to deceive people. Because to me, it's not a flex. A man needs to go and buy his own Porsche. And if he cannot afford a Porsche, then nothing wrong with driving a pickup truck. Right? Yes. It's just crazy. It really is crazy. You need to think about that, because otherwise you're going to resent this guy. You're going to resent him because it never fails. Let me play the video. Hold on.
First tip, ladies, look at how he treats his mama. I kid you not, the way he treats his mother says everything. Then
this girl is so damn stupid. This is a little baby. You got this shit from a movie. Girl, April, grow the fuck up. A man and his mom, that is his mom. And some people have that Oedipus rest complex thingy. It's weird. But just because somebody treats his mother good does not mean he's going to treat you good. Okay? I know from my West African experience, there are a lot of men, especially, oh God, I'm not going to say his name, but let me not say his name. But there are men that I know who adored their mom and beat their wives. I repeat, they adored their moms. I'm talking like, see the mom start crying, put the mom right there. Everybody has to respect the mama. They treat their mom like a god, and they treat their wife like shit. So just because somebody is nice to his mother, that is his mother. You're not his mother. You're going to your girlfriend, fiance, and then wife. You didn't birth this man. You didn't breastfeed him. You know, he didn't come out. He wasn't out here sucking on your titty. He didn't come out your womb. Okay. For all his life, you've barely known him. His mom has known him all his life. So how can you compare your relationship with your relationship? Like, this is just crazy, right? A man will treat you right because he's the kind of person who treats everybody right. But just because somebody is nice to his mom does not mean he's going to be nice to you. You got that shit from a goofy ass soul food movie. You got that shit from a goofy ass black movie made by Tyler Perry. They're saying real shit. Just like today, you even have some girls that are, oh yeah. Yes, you have girls who think like, oh, what else? Oh, I met his mom. So if he introduced me to his mom, that means that I'm the one. You are so damn stupid. You know how many people he has introduced to his mom? And also, let me tell you this. If the mother's African, she's fake as hell. Okay? Because African mom and their obsession with their boys, she is fake as hell. It doesn't mean shit. And you met his mom how? Did he say, oh, mom, that's the girl I want to marry? Or he said, oh, mom, this is Sarah? Because it matters too, you know. It truly matters. You can meet someone, you can meet somebody's mother and not be properly introduced. Hopefully y'all understand the nuance, right? Somebody can say, hey, mom, that's Marlene. And somebody can say, hey, mom, this is Marlene, my girlfriend. This is Marlene, the girl I want to marry. I want you to get to know her. These are two different introductions. But just because you met his mom, you say, oh, that's so-and-so, that's my mom, and y'all say hi and bye, girl, that is not a proper introduction. That's just you. You got to meet his mom. That's it. That's that. It doesn't mean anything else. He probably does that with a whole lot of people. And this is how so many girls give up the panties. Oh, I met his mom. Okay, and at the end of the day, the lady does not know you. She does not have a relationship with you. You have not invested into that woman. You haven't bought her bags and sunglasses, especially if she's African. Okay. So if her son says, nah, I don't want to be with her anymore. Okay. She gonna ride with her son. It doesn't mean anything to meet people's family nowadays. Because what does it really mean? Okay. So I'm like, no, that is stupid. Oh, you need to see how he treats his mom. That's his mom. If anything, I will say you need to see how he broke up with his ex. Because if they had a polite breakup and a very respectful breakup, then maybe he's a straight up dude. If he also does not talk negatively about his ex, then maybe he's a straight up dude. But you're not on par with his mother. You're not auditioning to take the place of his mother. You want to be his wife. So what the fuck are we even talking about? What are we even talking about? You know what I'm saying? And this is how they go. They watch movies, and from the movies, they think they can derive, okay, so this is what you look for. It's a fucking movie. It's not real life. It's not real life. A man can be extremely awesome to his mom, even extremely awesome to his sisters, but his wife, he tortures her. Trust me, I have seen that too. Right? Some families are like that. You even have some families too. The man, he makes money, all his money goes to his family. At first, when you first met him, you thought it was cute. But now that you're married to him, it's like, okay, so every time you get paid, you send money to your mom first. Yeah, that's where he pays his tithes. Right? And a lot of the African couples who are here, they go through that. The man will make money, but as soon as he gets paid on Friday, by Friday afternoon, when he comes home from work, on his way home from work, he's already at the MoneyGram or the Western Union or whatever, trying to see how he can send money back home because his priority is his mother. You're just here to help him pay the bills so he can save money to send to his mother. Okay? So I'm like, he needs somebody to share the bills with. So with you help him pay half the mortgage so he can have extra money to send to his mom. Because he loves his mom, right? There you go. And also, every kind of love a man shows towards his mom is not healthy. I'm going to say that again. Every kind of love or affection or attention a man shows to his mother is not automatically healthy. Everything ain't healthy, right? Okay? Everything is not healthy. Some people have very unhealthy relationships. Some boys have very unhealthy relationship with their mothers. So it might be cute today. Oh my gosh, I would love for him to do that for me. He will not. He does that for his mom. And you know who else has that problem? Coach Deion. Deion Sanders has that problem. And I can see why his marriages don't last. Okay? You see Coach Deion, the way he treats his mom and the way he treats all his ex-wives, there you go. Deion Sanders, where it's at. Okay? There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Holy Spirit. Okay, hold on. Right? There you go. There you go. These two have a weird bond. Okay? Right? He had this one photo shoot with his mom. It was like, hold on. Maybe it's not here. It was like all red and stuff. He put that on his page. Right? Because at the end of the day, a mother, you cannot divorce. A wife, you can divorce. Right? So look at Deion Sanders real quick. He loves his mother. Look at he got 2 marriages. Look at his marriages. 3, he got married twice, divorced twice. 3 major relationships. Every relationship failed. And I can see why he doesn't care, because at the end of the day, he's going to have his mother, he's going to have his children, especially his boys. I think that's all he cares about. If he has his mom and he has his sons, he's good. Like the girls, go be with your mom. Okay? That's just how he looks at life. So you cannot say, oh my gosh, if he treats his mother well, you need to ask for more questions. And most importantly, I will say, since you are not auditioning to take the place of his mother, you're trying to be his romantic partner. What you should really care about is how he treated his ex, how he treated her, and how they broke up. And when he talks about her, what does he say? Right? Because that's what you're auditioning for. You want to be his new romantic interest. So it doesn't even make sense for you to compare yourself to his mom or, the way he treats his mom. You got that stupid shit from a movie. Okay? It's not practical in real life. There you go. Let's keep going, you guys. Let's keep going. Where am I?
Hey, God.
Here's a video.
Who's gonna tell her? Do you want to tell her? I'll tell her. First tip, ladies, look at how he treats his mama. I kid you not, the way he treats his mother says everything. Then I want you to look at how his father treats his mother, because it's a generational thing. Look at it. Not every time, but we get lucky. We get lucky. Every woman in that family is.
So you get lucky. You see this? Another red flag. So you think your relationship is a product of luck, not intention. Hopefully you guys, I know sometimes I can come off like an asshole, but that's just me. You know what I'm saying? But do you see why when I see these women cry on social media, I don't feel bad for them? Do you see why if I see something comes up on my screen and it was like, oh my God, you see why I don't involve myself emotionally? I remain quite Cartesian. I remain very stoic, like, okay, you probably did this shit to yourself, right? We got lucky, you know. Really, if you go into marrying somebody thinking that you are lucky, first and foremost, there is an imbalance. So who's lucky? You're lucky. Okay, so now you're thinking that this man is like your lucky charm, whatever. So now you're more likely to do things because you think he's so exceptional, when everything you said thus far is not exceptional. There you go. All right, because like she said, because you see Cam, his mom and dad are still married, right? His dad is a bishop. Right? Look at Cam Newton. Look at him. And look at his obsession for booty sex. I'm just saying, right? But my thing is, when you want to marry someone or you're going to marry someone, I do not want you to say, oh, I'm so lucky. Oh, so there's an element of chance in this relationship. You did not actually find the right one because you had a method to your process, right? You think you're lucky. And I hope people understand, when you say to yourself, oh, I'm lucky to have this man. Oh, I'm lucky he chose me. What you're saying is, I'm not good enough for this man, but anyways, he overlooked this and this to be with me. Do you see how in that relationship, you're always going to most likely be insecure? You're most likely going to do you're going to try to overcompensate because you got lucky, which means under normal circumstances, you should not have had a man like that. And not to be mean, but there's nothing exceptional about her husband. There truly is nothing exceptional. He's not the tallest. He's not the most attractive. He's not the most highly paid. Like, this is a regular dude. Okay. And most likely, because she don't seem like she's very tall, also, the kid's going to have normal heights. So he's not coming in here giving you like the genetics of a LeBron James or a Karl Malone or freaking Alonzo Mourning. Okay. So, because I'm at least, you know what I'm saying? I could be like, okay, the man is really tall. The man is really big. You know, the man got the big genetics. So if you have children, these kids are going to be big people. And it's really hard to bully big people. You know what I'm saying? But when you marry a short man who's pretty average with lots of acne, you cannot sit here and say, oh my gosh, I got lucky. Girl, this right here, it come a dime a dozen. If you marry Boris Kojo, okay, that's a little different. Okay? You know what I'm saying? You go marry Morris Chestnut, oh damn. Okay? You see what I'm saying? There are dudes out here that are like, yes, like that's a beautiful man. Okay? But this is not the case here. He was nice to you at a freaking modeling event, an event full of vain people. Wumpty wump wump. Oh, he's nice to his mom. Okay. Most people should be nice to their moms. That should be the basic. Why would you not be nice to your mother? Who fucking raised you? You fucking wolf. Okay. That is your mother. Why would you not be respectful to your mother? Okay. Exactly. There you go. That is ridiculous. I'm like, the bar is so low. Why would you not be respectful to your mom? And also, why wouldn't the daddy be nice to his wife? Because then why the fuck is he married? If you're going to torture this lady, why are you married to her? But once again, being impressed by the bare minimum. Human decency. Why would you be married to a person if you cannot be nice to the person? Why are you going to be married to a woman who gave you children and not be nice to her? That is the basic. That is human decency. However, once we get past human decency, I repeat, we have to also make sure a man can handle finances, because as head of household, he needs to know how to handle finances. So the daddy also, like the father-in-law, I saw him on the baby shower thing. You know, father-in-law could also be an amazing sweetheart, but he could also be bad with money. So that's also something he picked up on. And it really triggers me how a lot of women do not concern themselves with money, right? Is this man good with money? Was his family good with money? Was his father good with money? Did the family have a lot of savings? Did their family have a lot of investments? Did they prioritize their retirement? This and that. Or is he the type of son who's going to have to give money to his parents because they did not take care of their finances? You know what I'm saying? I am so over the, oh, he's nice to his mom. Oh, his dad is nice to his mother. Okay, that does not tell us the full picture, right? I need to know how they handle money. I need to know how they handle their respect, like their gender roles in their marriage. I need to know if they have respect in there, right? But most likely, if you find somebody who comes from a family that's very mindful of money, that's very prudent of money, most likely he learned that too. So if you marry him also, he will bring that financial wisdom into the marriage, because finances matter in a relationship. I repeat, finances matter in a marriage. Your marriage is not going to go far if you do not have financial literacy in that marriage. Your marriage is not going to go far if the man want to go this way and the wife wants to go this way. It's not going to work. Okay, you need to have the same financial vision. You need to prioritize the same financial goals. You need to prioritize the same, like the way you want to retire, how you want to retire. You guys need to plan for that. And you need to understand everything doesn't last forever. So when you make money, you got to make sound investments, right? Like even if he doesn't want to be an influencer or things of the sort, I don't know why he would be. But my thing is, he needs to be the one that is helping you to make the best financial decisions possible. So read as many books as possible. Read about as many savings accounts as possible. Find a way to lower your tax bill as much as possible. He has to help you keep the most of your money possible, right? That needs to be his job. Not somebody who just comes along and just watches you burn through your money. Because I repeat, you are not that rich. We saw Mike Tyson go broke. We saw MC Hammer go broke. We saw Tony Braxton go broke. We saw Evander Holyfield go broke. You are not that rich, right? I'm probably, for you, it's probably the most money you ever seen. But in America, it is very easy to go broke. It is very easy. We have Austin McGroom over here. The house alone, they went and took $15 million mortgage. $15 million. And now his wife is doing all these podcasts to talk about how much debt they owe as a family. I'm like, what the freak is this? Because you see, Austin McGroom also financially irresponsible. Financially irresponsible, right? A man needs to be mindful of the finances of the family. So if his father was great at money, his father was great at saving, that's something I'd rather hear. But I'm like, being nice to your wife, to me, that's just a basic, that's just a baseline of human decency. Tell me something else. Tell me something else, because that's crazy.
Is treated this way, and it scares the heck out of me because I am not used to it. Girl, this is not a phase.
But she says she's not used to being treated well. You see? And
it scares the
because, you know, she used to be overweight. And she wasn't like morbidly obese, but she used to be overweight. So maybe that's why also her confidence is not where it should be. And now she lost weight. So because she loses weight, people like her now because she's not as chubby as, because she wasn't like, I wouldn't say she was fat. She was just chubby, right? So maybe because she used to date when she was chubby, she was not treated the best because she was chubby, right? And then she meets this man after her weight loss, or maybe like during her weight loss, like, and then she loses the weight. So now she latches onto him because he probably is the nicest to her. Because maybe in her head, she still sees herself as that chubby girl. And she, you know, sometimes you can have that. You can lose the weight, but you don't realize that you're now a skinny person. You understand? So, because I'm like, she's like, oh, I never had that. I'm like, what?
The heck out of me, because I am not used to it. Girl, this is not a phase.
I'm used to it. So she's not used to men being nice to her because she was overweight.
They treat their women very well. Find a Carter. Find a Carter. It's not my Carter. Okay, blessed. Stay blessed.
You see, this is not going to age well. Oh, Lord, hold on. Oh, my God, I got to go scroll back again. This is, you see, I bet she bought him. Did she buy him this car too? Let's see if she bought him this car. Yeah, it's sad.
My fiance just woke me up. She said there's a car being delivered to my house outside.
Don't know what it is.
I don't know how they do this. This is too much for me. Hold on. So yeah, I gotta. Oh, I shouldn't click on that one. Okay. So then look at this prayer. Look at this.
Hey, God. Me again. I know. Yeah. Last one didn't work out. You called it. Thank you, Jesus. Yeah. Didn't work out. How about this time we get not a guy. Lord, you were right. Jesus, send me a man. A man. And you know what? It's okay. I'll take the one that had the bigger rear end than me. I will take that one. I'll work on my insecurities. I just won't walk too close beside him. Thank you, Jesus. Hey, God. Me again. I know. Yeah, last one didn't work out. You called it. You called it. Thank you, Jesus. Yeah, didn't work out. How about this time we get not a guy. Lord, you were right. Jesus, send me a man. A man. And you know what? It's okay. I'll take the one that had the bigger rear end than me. I will take that one. I'll work on my insecurities. I just won't walk too close beside him. Thank you, Jesus. Hey, God. Me again. I know. Yeah, last one didn't work out. You called it. You called it. Thank you, Jesus. Yeah, didn't work out. How about
you know what she reminds me? She reminds me of a more refined version of B. Simone. You know how B. Simone built her entire persona around like finding a man, finding a boyfriend. Would you be my boyfriend? I'm looking for a boyfriend. It's like that's her entire archetype is like the girl that's looking for a man and she's looking for love. And I'm like, girl, what? What are we even talking about? Hold on.
I try to make you coffee with some espresso, but I don't have first.
So y'all not trying to be mean, not trying to be mean, okay? Because short kings do matter. But when I saw this and I'm like, so you're lucky for what exactly? Like, what's going on here? I'm so confused. I'm like, girl, he's average. You're married to an average man, right? And he can drive an average car. You have to be comfortable with who you married. And you know who else this reminds me of? For as much for the little bit that I saw, Aaliyah J and Menelik, right? Menelik, what does he have going for himself? What did he even? I think now he calls himself Wizard Kelly. What does he call himself? And people were saying in the comments that his name, Wizard Kelly, is actually a name that Aaliyah J gave to him. So I'm like, so you can even think of your own branding? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, right? But you see, Aaliyah J, I don't even know where she took that man. Okay, brought him into her life, brought him into her luxury, brought him into her brand sponsorships, Wumpty Wumpum, something that you worked so hard for. You brought him into your life. What are the consequences? What are the consequences? Right? What are the consequences? Where are we now? You understand this, right? When I'm going to tell you, and this is what feminism has done to women in the West. They are so high, they're so overly masculine. They think, yeah, she moved them before she even moved them to Los Angeles, Lonnie. She moved into her fancy apartment. I'm like, can he afford this? Why is he here? Why is he here? Right? Like, well, what is this? They were living in New York first. I think he was even like driving her stuff. I'm like, whoa. Then she moved them to LA. She introduced them to her people. Is giving Nicki Minaj and Meek Mill. So maybe that's where they got that from. Because Meek Mill was so beneath Nicki. I'm like, what door can he open for you? Are you stupid? Why do you also backwards? What is wrong with you people sometimes? Okay. But I'm like, where are we now too? Take the twin. What's her name? Armand. Is that her name? Arnell. From the comments that I read, because she was crying on social media that now she's raising her baby by herself. But from the comments that I read, that guy, the Gemini, because she's an Aquarius, so the Gemini that she met, allegedly she was moving too fast. And the girls were saying in the comments that she also did too much for that guy. You see, y'all, like you find regular people who make regular money, and overnight you thrust these people into so much convenience, into so much luxury, and you wonder why they end up resenting you. You wonder why they end up being mean to you, because y'all do too fucking much, because you're too masculine. You are just too masculine. Let him be. If he lives in a hut, let him be in the hut. If you want to be with this man, you move in the hut. But like, no, I want to be with a man that lives in the hut, but I don't want to live in the hut. I want to live in a high-rise apartment. Then he's not the man for you. If you want to be in a high-rise romance, you need to find a man in your building. It is not a woman's job to introduce a man to luxury. This is insanity. It is not going to end well. It never ends well. Show me a woman who lavished a man with gifts, money, this, that, and that man remains faithful. If anything, I think the more you give him money, the more he's going to hate you, because he's going to be jealous. Like, how can this girl do more than me and I'm a man? Right? But they don't understand human nature. Come on, you don't do stuff like that. You do not do stuff like that. And of course he's going to take it. But deep down inside, he's resenting you because he doesn't understand, like, how can she do all of this? That's why you need to be with a man that you are not the one introducing him to anything. Maybe sushi or something like that. But even that too, he should know more than you. right? Because a man like there has to be a difference. He got, even if it's like this, he still needs to be on top a little bit, right? So that way he's not going to resent you. But if he feels like all the time you're overachieving him, you make more than him, you know more than him, you can buy more than him, this relationship is not going to end well. Right? Look at, I don't know the particulars. But my thing is ultimately, it's my Ray Ray. Is she still married? No, she's divorced. There you go. Because she brought her husband into her business. And he was the manager, so he's not the talent. Right? What happened with Eric? He went and got with last time I saw him, he was with some Asian girl. Yeah, because he can flex on her. Because she probably doesn't know how he really made his money. Boom, boom, pow, boom, boom, pow. It's my Ray Ray. Where is he at now? And he left right after they had the baby. Right? There you go. Y'all gonna learn something from me. Okay? Conventional African wisdom. Listen to me. West African wisdom, right? As a woman, do not carry a man on your back. As a woman, you don't grab a man. Let me show you something. Right? Let's say this is a garment, right? As a woman, you don't grab a man and say, oh, I'm gonna wash him. I'm gonna make him successful. I'm gonna make him like a high value man. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna wash him. Are you stupid? Where is his mother? Why did his mother raise him to be ambitious? Rubbish. Why did his daddy raise him to be ambitious? A man you don't even know. You barely met this man because he looks at what you want to grab this man and start washing him so you can make him clean. For what reason? You're making him clean for the next woman. Your stupid ass. With your stupid ass. And it never fails, does it? It never fails. And these girls refuse to understand that. It never fails. When some women understand, the more you leave him where he's at and you let him fight for himself, he will respect you more. He will respect you more. He will honor you more. But any man, if you help a man to make himself as a woman, he will hate your guts. He will hate your guts. You see the other sis? She went, oh, I'm going to empty my 401k. I'm going to empty my savings. There you go. He went and he slept with a cousin who never gave him $1. Okay? He went and slept with your cousins. Probably gave her the best, whatever. What's the word again? The best orgasm she's ever had in her life. Why? Because he gives her money. So it makes him feel powerful. It makes him feel like a man. But you as a woman, because you're always belling him out, because you're always taking care of him, he's going to hate you. I know it sounds backwards, but that's human nature for you. That is human nature for you, right? Have you not noticed that the vast majority of women who are not really nice to men usually have men doing everything for them? Because they allow these men to go solve problems. Like, hey, you want to be with me? You're going to have to do X, Y, and Z. And guess what? He's going to find a way. If he really wants it, he will find a way. And then he's happy because, like, yes, look, I did it. Will you be with me now? There you go. You know, your job is not to make things easy for people. Okay? Especially for a man. It is horrible. It is horrible. And it never ends well. And that's why every time these influencers, they always get caught up and get embarrassed. I can see why. I can see why. Because you also have a problem with the fact that the guy you're dating is average. So you need to do average things with this man, right? If you want to live with him, you need to go live in his hut because he needs to be driven to take care of his family. He's not coming into your luxury apartment because once he comes into your luxury apartment, what's his motivation? What's his motivation? Once he sees that, okay, she can pay for this, she can pay for that, she can pay for this, she can pay for that. What's his motivation? What's his motivation? Okay, y'all really quiet. But hey, I'm going to say it. What's his motivation? Right? What happens to most people when they believe that, oh, you know what? All the work is done. There's nothing to do. They just lay back, get fat, get complacent, become entitled, become ungrateful, become crazy. Yeah, because you did that. You did that. That's why even with children, we tell parents, do not spoil your kids. Do not spoil your children, right? Do not spoil them because you still want them to be ambitious. You still want them to set their goals and go make things happen for themselves, right? But you spoil a child, you will have a child to raise for the rest of your life because they don't know how to do anything. You're like, oh, why you're not grateful? Why you're not grateful? How can the child be grateful when you never told the child it takes money to buy these things? You never told the child you got to go make money so you can know how much effort goes into buying these things. Whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? It's like we make monsters out of people because we want to make everything easy for them. And it's not okay. You see what I'm saying? It never fails. Even Jay-Z. I really do feel like Jay-Z too. He doesn't work as much because Beyonce makes too much money. She'll go on tour. She'll exhaust herself. He'll even put his kids on tour, right? But if Beyonce was not as hardworking, Jay-Z still be out here trying to make money, to make more music, do more this, do more that. But he has a woman who makes a lot of money. And if he messes up financially, he could just use her money. And I'm sure he uses her money. That's why she keeps having to do all this at her age. That is ridiculous. That is so ridiculous. That is really ridiculous. It's like, no, thank you. You need to know how to get for self because you're a man. And you're going to have kids. You need to know how to do for self. And you don't even, especially if you have sons, do you want to raise your sons in a household where they see it's always mommy who gives money to daddy? You think that's healthy? Well, mommy bought daddy's car. Mommy bought daddy's clothes. Mommy does this for daddy. Mommy feeds daddy. Mommy washes daddy. Mommy does it. Well, what the heck? So then in that household, you're going to be doing everything for everybody. You're going to burn out. You are truly going to burn out. It is not normal. You want your sons to see you take care of your husband like he's your wife and then you're the husband. Huh? And then what kind of sons are they going to be? Like, this is crazy. No.
So I just put the cup in and just press the button. It's just a little bit of coffee.
Oh, baby, I think that is wrong because, yeah, that's too little. I think it's the water ran out, baby.
Like, should I be forcing?
Yeah, it's fine. Now you're gonna hit the button.
One's on.
Okay, that's fine.
So do you see how this girl, look at this girl. This girl said his love language is acts of service. So his love language is not providing. Acts of service. A woman's love language should be act of service. A man's love language, incredible provision. So all he has to do is make her coffee in the morning. I hope you guys see. Do you know how much this car cost? I'm not trying to be funny, you guys, but I want you to ask yourself, is all these little goofy shit we see, is that worth $100,000 car? Maybe it's $120,000 car. What do I know? But he makes her coffee in the morning. Is he not also making himself coffee in the morning? What's an extra cup? Like, what the fuck? Right? Oh, he brought you something in bed. Okay, and maybe one day you'll bring him something in bed. I'm like, but a man's love language should not be acts of service. Okay? Undeniable. Consistent provision. There you go. A woman's love language should be acts of service because that's feminine. Right? But a man needs to be out there killing his family. You'll watch this. You go on her page. You never see this boy go to work. Does he go to work? Does he volunteer? Does he build houses? Like, what does he actually do with his hands? Does he have power tools? Can he does he even know how to fix a flat tire? What does he know how to do? But they want these men to be princesses. This is how they treat these boys. I'm like, it is so disgusting. I will never allow my son to be in such a relationship. Are you insane? This is disgusting. Go work. Idiot.
Coffee from espresso, but I don't know how it works. So I just put the cup in and.
But my thing is, because this is a very silly argument. Rich, ambitious man cheat. At least he's cheating with his own money. There you go. At least he's cheating with his own money. Right? So he gave himself the means to cheat. Now imagine you take a whole bum who ain't got shit, but because you washed him and you cleaned him, you took him to the cleaners, you made him look like he was a high value man when he ain't got shit. You bought him a luxury car when he ain't got shit. Now all these bitches out here sending all kinds of news in the DMs. So he cheating with your money? He impressing hoes and bitches with your coins? No. I respect more of a man who's self-made, who wants to be a cheater. Because I'm like, at least you gave yourself the means to cheat. But imagine you as a woman, you take a Dusty and you enable him to put himself on a pedestal where now people see him as a high value man. And so you pretty much gave this man the means to cheat on you. Are you actually okay? So I'm like, to me, that's a really nonsensical argument. If I'm going to get cheated on, let me get cheated on by a rich man. Because at least if I divorce his ass, I can take something. A poor man that you grabbed off the street and you made him rich, you made him look rich, right? And he cheats. What can you take out of him? And if anything, he might even sue your ass so that he can keep the manner in which he's accustomed to. Bitch, you crazy. You are really crazy. You are crazy. Okay? Oh, God, where is your job? There you go. Where's your job? Rubbish. Rubbish. A man who has money and he cheats on you, it's okay because I can get my money back. I will get money out of this. He gonna take care of me for the rest of his life. What are we even talking about? Right? Look at Marla Maples. What's the name? Marla Maples, the Trump's ex-wife. Yes, Trump cheated. She filed for divorce. But at the end of the day, she will always be taken care of. Because she didn't get cheated on by a bum. She did not get cheated on by a man that she had to make. She made him out of scratch, like Pillsbury Doughboy, making this man out of scratch, like them Pillsbury with a croissant or whatever. No, she didn't make this man out of scratch. He's not a Build-A-Bear, right? Trump was rich when he met her. Trump was rich when he cheated, and after the divorce, Trump was rich. And this lady will always be taking care of her. He will always take care of her. He gonna take care of her daughter. So being cheated on by a rich man versus being cheated on by a fraud that you made, just like Meek Mill and Nicki Minaj, it was so embarrassing because they're not of the same caliber, right? Meek Mills is beneath her. But not only she introduced him to everybody, he became friends with all her friends. He started talking badly about her. The people even stopped talking to her. I'm like, why would you even mess with this guy, Nicki? He is beneath you. He is beneath you, right? But Nicki has control issues, though. So you see, so she looked like a clown. Meek Mill's the one who ran to Remy and told her everything about Nicki. Like, for what? But it's like, at least if you're with a rich man and he cheats on you, you can have there's something there for you to take. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I'm upset, but I can sue you and I can get something because you're rich. I can get this house. I can get the vacation house. I can get this, and that. I can get child support until my child is 18. I can get alimony. I can get this, and that because this is a rich man. But a poor man that you help him to sell a lie because it's fraudulent, because he's not competitive. He is not a high value man. He does not have a high network. He does not have a high network. It is all fugazi. You are helping him to carve a lie, and you are helping him to look attractive in the eyes of these women. And next thing you know, he's going to start receiving all kinds of weird DMs. And people are people. You never know. Y'all might get into an argument one day. You might not be in town, and this hoe might be in town. And next thing you know, it's... But my thing is, who can you blame? Who can you blame? Because you came over here and you promoted your man as whatever to these bitches. So now if these bitches decide to come after your shit, you do not, I don't want to see you on my FYP crying because you did that shit to yourself. You did that shit to yourself. And I wish a lot of women would understand that when you do all this stuff, you are making him attractive for the next bitch. You need to think carefully. That's why I said if he drives a car and the handle is missing, that's actually better. Because the more these bitches think that he ain't got shit, it's actually good. It's going to keep him humble. Right? It's going to keep him humble. But why do you want a man to have everything and to just whatever when you know you're paying for this and you know these bitches are treacherous? We were here on YouTube. And we saw Whitney, Natural 85, lose her husband to a subscriber. Okay? How many subscribers have slept with influencers' husbands? How many? It is too many to count. It is too many to count. But at the same time, too, though, these are the women who come and dangle their husbands in front of these goofy ass, wet vaginas having ass, the subscribers. Oh, look at my husband. Look at what he does for me. Look at knowing that a whole lot of women ain't shit. And a whole lot of girls who follow you, they want your life. Look at this girl. If her cousin really slept with her husband, her own cousin wanted her husband. So what can you say about when you have millions of followers? You don't know these people. And because you are also all about aesthetics, because you're lying to yourself. So you got a bunch of the little bitches who want your life too. Because you are intentionally curating a life that these girls need to envy. Because the more the girls envy you, the more views you have. But I'm saying that is also extremely dangerous. Because when you curate your feed to make your life seem aspirational, you're attracting this manifest bitches. Oh, I'm manifesting, whatever. And there's nothing worse than a bitch who believes in manifesting versus hard work. Because manifesting bitches are the type to take shit that don't belong to them because they don't want to work, right? Real hardworking people don't manifest. They make shit happen. I want something, I'm going to work hard to get it. I am not manifesting, right? But all these manifesting people out here are the type to want somebody else's life because they don't want to work. So when you come here and you dangle your husband, oh, he's so perfect. Oh, he treats his mother well. Oh, wumpty wump wump. I'm going to buy him a car. Oh, wump wump. You are doing this for the next woman. It's giving Wendy Williams, right? It's giving Wendy Williams. And we can all agree that to some extent, Kelvin was jealous of Wendy because Wendy is successful. Wendy makes the most money. And it made him feel less than a man. So when he got fired from the Wendy show, he lost his shit because the girl Sabrina, she was pregnant before, but she had an abortion. I guess this time he's like, yeah, keep the baby because he knows the one thing Wendy cannot do or the one thing Wendy always wanted was to have more children, but it's not easy for her. So he goes and he does the thing he knows will hurt this woman the most. Get his mistress pregnant. And Sabrina will be out here walking, showing her belly, going to the Porsche, all kinds of fancy cars, whatever, right? Because the goal was to hurt Wendy. Because Kelvin, he is not successful. He is not successful. He was married to a successful woman. Another person too is, what's his name, y'all? What's his name? The one who was married to Mary J. He has this African name. What's his name again? There you go. Right? You see this too also, right? Another man, don't do shit, ain't got no fucking job. His job was to be her manager. So he had proximity to her money. He saw how much money she made. And as a man, it did something to him. It could even be that he didn't mean to hurt Mary J. But the thing is, if you're married to a woman and she always has more light than you, she has more fame than you, she makes more money than you. When you go on these red carpets, oh, can you move out the way real quick? Because nobody knows you, bitch. Nobody fucking knows you, right? Yeah, where are they now? But you cannot deny that a lot of harm was caused to Wendy. We saw what happened to Wendy. A lot of harm. We saw Wendy pass out on TV. We saw Wendy lost her mind. You know, it was really awful because she knows she made this man. He didn't have shit. When Wendy sits here and she talks about her dedication, how she never missed a single day on the radio. Birthdays, Christmas, Thanksgiving, you name it. She sacrificed so much because she's like, oh, I don't want to be gone for a day and they're going to replace me, wumpty wump wump, right? But Wendy gave everything to become the Wendy Williams. What the fuck did he do? Because he's not ambitious. But once again, because she didn't want him to feel like he didn't have nothing, even though Kelvin should have forged his own path. She brought him into the business. She brought him into the Wendy show. She made him like an executive. He was at the corporate headquarters, bullying people, harassing women, like doing all kinds of foolishness. The amount of money Wendy's had to pay, so people could sign NDAs and not expose her husband. But the affair and the pregnancy, we saw what that did to Wendy. And I even think it made her relapse into drugs. Because at one point she was living in a sober house. You know, he really did something to her. And that's why I'm saying, like, you as a woman, do not make a man. Because the betrayal that is going to come out of this, you're not going to be able to handle that. You are not, because you're going to be like, oh my God, so when I pay for this, this is going to eat you up. If he's going to cheat, let him do it with his own money. Let him work hard to give himself the sex appeal, whatever it is, to be a cheater. He needs to go earn that. But your job is not to pave a golden road for this man to cheat with ease. Your job is not to help these women see this man for some high value man where he really is a regular man that you gave a chance to. That is my point. Look at Mary J. This man, he put her into debt. He took $400,000. I don't even know how she didn't even know. He took $400,000 and he had a mistress because they signed this one girl. And maybe he signed her because she was his mistress. He spent $400,000 on a shopping spree for that young lady. Mind you, it was Mary's money. And that's why she had to go on tour. The apartment, whatever, condo, house, whatever she had, the people came and put the whole thing on the door because they were about to evict her ass because she didn't even know that the rent mortgage, however you call it, it was not getting paid. But when he sued her, not only he wanted alimony, he wanted a clothing allowance. I'm like, what? I think he wanted like $13,000 for his clothing, something crazy. He wanted her to pay for his parents' health care. He wanted her to pay for his children, something. Kimbro, what's his name again? Kendo. That's his name, right? This dude is insane. But I'm like, yes, because you made life too easy for him. He needed to go out there and forge his own path. He needs to go out there and tussle with these men and arise as a winner. Your job is not to make, oh, I'll just give you a job and I'll just pay you whatever salary you want. Oh, I'll just give you this. The kind of betrayal that comes out of this, because you think you're doing something good. I am telling you, you are building your new enemy. You are building an enemy from scratch. And when this person turns around and stabs you in the heart, like I said, I don't want to see you on my FYP. Because a woman's job is not to build a man. These are when things are out of order. They're out of order. And when things are out of order, it never ends well for a woman. But a lot of women, because once again, liberal ideologies, goofy ass liberal white women, believe, oh, yeah. I'm going to be the breadwinner. And then my husband's going to be a stay-at-home husband. And I'm going to pay for this and pay for that and pay for that. No problem, sis. No problem. I'm telling you, you are building your next enemy from scratch. And because he knows you so well, the way he's going to hurt you, the way he's going to stab you, only the grace of God is going to stop you from maybe ending your life or having a serious manic episode or having a serious mental breakdown. Because like my mom always said, your Judas is never someone you don't know. The people who hurt you the most and betray you the hardest are always people closer to you, right? So I'm saying, as a woman, I can understand your heart want to take care of this man, but I'm telling you, relate, mommy, you might want to calm down. Let him figure this out for himself. If you want, give him advice, encourage him. But let this man figure this out for himself, and he will love you more because of it. You can think that, oh, if I help him, if I give him more money, he'll love me more. He'll see that I'm a ride or die. He'll see that I ride hard for him. No, he's not going to see it that way. Because men want to be with women who they can impress. Men want to be with women that look up to them. Oh, wow, this man has money. Oh, wow, he's introducing me to this. Da, da, da. That's why a lot of men go for younger ladies, because they don't know shit. So that you get to come off like the Grandmaster Jedi, like Yoda in this bitch, right? Because men also have a sense of pride. Men have ego about themselves. And that ego requires that the woman he's with is impressed by him. You understand? Right? But if he goes around like, oh, your brother is Diddy, then you also know Jay-Z. Like, it's like, damn, like this girl knows nothing but multi-millionaire. Who the fuck am I? And it affects his self-esteem. And now he's going to go through this whole cheating foolishness, because cheating is a form of mind control, because he needs to make you feel like you're not good enough. You wear these clothes, you have all these things, but girl, you don't satisfy me. Because it knows it is going to cause you to start second guessing yourself, right? That's how these people do. They marry they go with these high-powered women, and they start cheating on them because he's insecure. He feels unfulfilled. He feels insignificant. He doesn't feel fully accomplished. So he also needs you to second guess yourself. Because as long as you second guess yourself, as long as you think you're not good enough, as long as you think you're not woman enough, you're not fulfilling him enough, you're always going to pursue him. Because he knows, in all honesty, you are doing him a favor by being with him, because you built all of this without him. And it makes him feel extremely insecure. So for him to feel needed, you have to let him struggle. Because when he finds a way out, he will be a better man because of that. Do not make his life easy. Do not make his life easy. Don't do it. This is not going to end well. Hold on. Where was I? Oh my gosh, it's already like 10 o'clock. Oh, Lord Jesus. Are we here? Hold on. Like, what is this?
Oh, baby, I think that is wrong, because, yeah, that's too little. I think it's the water ran out, baby.
Like, should I be forcing?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's fine. Now you're gonna hit the button.
One time.
Hmm?
What was
And
it?
you're frothing. Yeah, it's fine. Looks like you did the frothing, right? Yeah.
How should I put in?
You just make a design.
A design?
Yeah, I usually go to the top, drink it out,
And
and
the
then.
design's gonna be a splash. So I'll go. I'll do it all day long. Is it too loud? Is it too
No,
loud?
no. Keep going.
Keep
You have,
going.
yeah.
You realize
I don't understand this content. I'm shining through. Oh no, I need music. Thank you.
I love you forever. Hold me close.
Thank you. I don't need music. Okay. You see? And I'm like, no. No. You need to go and you need to work hard. Whatever she's doing, do it harder. Whatever idea she has, work harder. Build your own platform, build your own business, build your own YouTube channel, right? Like fight. You need to fight. You need to fight really, really hard. Really, really hard. And she'll have more respect for you. Like, you know what? Yes. You understand? And I feel like even for him to, like, guys like that too, I'm like, what you don't even realize, where's her wedding stuff? When she gave this man the car. Hold on. Is it this one? Oh, here it is.
1, 2, 3. This one got a handle on it, baby. Look, use it.
Crazy. Did you know she was doing that? No.
Give him his moment.
No, baby, come here.
We did it. We pulled it off. Oh my gosh. The showroom's
You see?
Go Monday to customize it and build it every single one that you had put on your list months ago. So you're going to get.
So, and I'm like, when I saw this, I was so confused. So I'm like, what the? So you bought him a car, an expensive car like that. What did he buy you on your wedding night? What did he buy you on your wedding night? She's like, oh, and just know you can go tomorrow and you can have it customized and they're waiting for you and this and that. Girl, what is he doing for you? And I don't know. I was watching this. I'm like, this is scaring me. This is really scaring me. Girl, for what reason? For what reason? Y'all had a nice wedding, go home, go on your little honeymoon. But I'm like, where is your car? Because it would make more sense if he had you a car too. It's like, no, she bought him a car. And she bought him a very expensive car. And most likely she probably paid also for most of the wedding. How much money are you spending? Are you that afraid that he's going to leave? This is crazy. This is really crazy, y'all. This really scares me. I don't know. This really scares me. Because this is what a man does. On a wedding day, it's the man who covers his wife's eyes and say, baby, come outside. I got something for you real quick. And then she finds out he bought her a car. Because what he needs a nice car for? Where he going? What job he got? Where is he going? Look, what does he do? Does he work? Is he saving the world? Like, yeah, I'm like, this is insanity. And this is what's happening on social media with these influencer girls. They pay for love. They pay for men. They pay for companionship. Why are you buying this man? Oh, he does. Your other car doesn't have a handle. Girl, you could have taken to the shop and put a handle on that, and that could have been his gift. Or maybe you could have had the car he has, like maybe like some kind of custom upgrade. Like maybe you change I don't know, you have it wrapped or something. Use what he has. Upgrade what he has. Yes, queen. And you see how she's going through it? And I even feel like that's why she has a hard time with her business. Because I think she probably had to pay him money. Because the way she has a hard time stocking melanin hair care is very suspicious. I'm like, what, Whitney, why do you struggle to have your product in stock like that? But maybe the divorce wiped her out. Maybe the divorce wiped her out. I'm waiting for her to make that one video because I'm like, something is off. Something is off. But I repeat, me, Marlene, the things I have seen, the things that I know in my little 40 years of life, I will implore you. I don't care how much you love a man. Please do not build a bear. You understand? I'm not saying don't ever get him something nice. No, but do things within reason. If you buy stuff for him, let it be stuff that he can buy for himself, right? He has the money for this, so therefore I'm going to give him this, right? Now, if you have been married and like you're 10 years in, 15 years in, 20 years in, you're like, okay, today I want to go crazy. Okay, cool. Because you've been married for 10 years. You've been married for 15. You're married for 20 years. So like now we know who he is a bit more. And most likely he's built himself up. So if you want to go get him a car, like, yes, that's 20 years of marriage. You know who he is. But to know somebody for less than 2 years or less than, I guess, like 2 years or something like that, and to do all of this, you don't really know this person. You don't even know that, like, you don't even know your fucking self, okay? When I started YouTube, I was like almost like 25. I'm like 40 now. Do you know how much I've changed? Okay? When you're in your early 20s, you barely know yourself. And the thing about marriage also, you have to pace yourself. Stop trying to have fairy tales. And I get it. Like maybe when you're on TikTok, everything always has to be fairy tale-ish. but please be careful because your marriage matters more than your content. Your marriage, having a healthy marriage, right, with the right dynamics, like the right power dynamics in your marriage, it matters way more than creating content. You know, because if this goes left, people are going to make fun of you. If this goes left, you're going to have a hard time coping with this because you would have created this monster. Even a parent, do you think it's prudent for a parent to take an 18-year-old, oh, your first car, I'm going to go buy you a Mercedes, a G-Wagon, how can that child even appreciate that car? Do they even know how to get $100,000? Have they ever had to even apply for a $100,000 job? No. You go get that child a Toyota, a Prius. Okay? There you go. Get them something reasonable for their age and their effort. Now, if one day your child brings you a PhD and you want to go, no, that's not the thing. I wasn't making money then. No, I was not making money then. I made money once I moved to Georgia. We had in-laws issues over here. No, it wasn't that. Me and Jimmy are the early start of our marriage. It was cultural differences. Child, it was real. It was real. But Leah Lashes took off in Georgia. I was here when he filed. I was here. It was like around April, right? April 2013 or 2012. I was here. I was still in Mason. He was in Columbus. So I had to move there. When I moved to Columbus, that's when I started Leah Lashes. So if anything, yes. Then I had moved to Georgia to fight the whole divorce thing, right? So when I was there, then it stopped. But it happened while I was here in Virginia. No, we had in-laws problem. But I made a vow not to talk about people on the internet. But yeah, that's really what's up. Because we had that's why I said to people, I said, love is not enough. Culture is real. Even though we're black, we're different kind of black. I'm West African black. He's African American black. So it was real. It was truly real. But I think now we've gotten to a place where it's like, we know how to handle our parents. No, it's real. Culture is real. It is very real. You can say, oh, even religion. Oh, he's Christian. I'm Muslim. We're going to be okay. Oh, no, you're not. You need to figure this out. You know, love is not enough. There are a lot of people who love each other, but they're divorced because they just didn't know how to make it work. You can love somebody and still file for divorce because you don't know how to fix it. You know, people are like, oh, love is all you need. And I'm like, yeah, you go, got this bullshit from a movie. You got this goofy shit from a movie. Only movies will say shit like that. Oh, love is all we need. You are insane. If you marry someone, men or women, you marry someone that does not care about money, that does not care about their finances, does not care about their credit, does not care about having debtors all over the place. You think love is going to keep y'all married? No. You're going to be like, oh, no, I got to go because you don't give a fuck. Right? Like people, oh, I'm trying to build something. I want to be able to have this, afford that. You know, financial literacy, it also matters. That's why I said you came in late. But I said, like, even a woman or man, everybody should talk about credit score. What is your credit score? What is your student loan debt? Because these things are real. I'm not saying don't marry somebody because of that. But if you ask and you are properly, and you need to see, don't just believe what they say. You got to see it for yourself. But at least you can say, okay, I am comfortable with that, right? So that down the line, you don't feel blindsided. Oh, we can't buy a house. What you mean we can't buy a house? No, because he told you up front or she told you up front, right? It matters. Finances matter. Financial literacy matters. Like being on the same, on the same footing when it comes to your finances, it matters. Culture matters. What could be okay in your culture is not okay in his culture. Religion matters. A lot of people will say, oh, I'm not religious. I'm not religious. Oh, I'm a Christian, but I'm not religious. Oh, I'm a Muslim, but I'm not religious. But guess what? As soon as a baby is conceived, especially as soon as that baby come out, all of a sudden, people want to be traditional, right? How many will you know when they were young, oh, I don't care about this, I don't care about that, I don't care about this, da, 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 da. But as soon as they became parents, traditional AF, right? So I said, no, do not let people deceive you. Oh, I'm not a practicing Muslim. Yeah, because you don't have a family yet, okay? But once you have your son or you have your daughter, you're going to want that because your parents are going to put pressure on you for that, right? When are we going to call him this? You okay? Right? Oh, I'm a Christian, but I don't really practice. I'm not really religious. Yeah, right. Especially if they're Catholic. Do not believe a Catholic who says, oh, I'm not a practicing Catholic. The lies they tell, okay? If their whole bloodline is Catholic, they're going to want to have the whole Catholic stuff where you take the baby, they baptize the baby, you have first communion because like it's part of their culture. It really matters to them. Look at Candace Owens. She married a white man who's Catholic. And I'm sure at first, I don't really care. But see what happened? She converted. She's a Catholic like the husband because he wants his kids to be Catholic. He wants the kids to go to these big churches in Great Britain and they're going to get baptized in the forehead. They want to do Ash Wednesdays. They want to do the palm thingy. No, I am not falling for this. Okay? You are saying this now because you don't have children. But as soon as you have your first child, you're going to want your child to grow up the way that you grew up. And if your religion was part of how you grew up, you're going to want that. If your culture was part of how you grew up, you're going to want that. Okay? If your finances were part of that too, you're going to want that. And we cannot be mad about that. But you just got to be honest. Do not sit here and say, I don't care about religion. I don't care about this. No, you care. Maybe you don't know it yet because you don't have a child. But the moment you have a child, you're going to start caring. Because most people who have children suddenly become more conservative and they become more traditional. It's understandable. But I never fall for that. Okay. I'm like, no. If you're a Muslim, you're a Muslim. When that baby come out, you're going to want to be Muslim. So no, gotta go.
The graphite clothes that you wanted. You're gonna get the rims that you wanted. You're gonna get the AMG package. You're gonna get the 450. But they didn't have it in stock, and your build was too specific, so they gave me the showroom car. Did you get your stuff out the backseat? Baby here tonight. Straws.
Yeah.
You like umbrellas.
You already know.
The envelope.
And we got to take care of it when they go out of town. They stay out of town and everything. So, you got to make sure everything is taken care of.
No, true. Oh, those are so cute. Wait, I'm gonna get in there.
So now, and even this too, right? So you see this? So she's the one that is standing up, and he's the one who's seated. So he sits in the car, he's seated, and she stands up, and she thinks it's the flags. This is crazy. So you buy the man a car, and you're the one that's standing up, and then he sits in there and he holds her hand. I'm like, this is ridiculous. I swear, I can't do this. Trust me, I could never. I really could never. This is insanity. So what did he get you for your wedding? Where's your gift? Where is your gift? So you are proud that you are a woman and you went out there and you bought a man $100,000 car and he didn't get you anything on your wedding day. He just showed up and said his vows. And maybe you pay, and most likely she paid for the entire wedding. Like, what is this? Like, what is this? And you think this is like what? Like, because you did this, therefore what? He's going to be loyal? So because he opens doors, he's nice to his mother. He makes you coffee in the morning. He brings you breakfast in bed. So therefore, he deserves $100,000 car on top of a luxury wedding, on top of every single vacation you took him on. Because I'm sure when these brands invite her on brand trips, he's her plus one. I'm like, this is insanity. This is insanity.
So cute.
Oh my god.
It's got some packages like
Do you know
this
what
on
color
its
of the
feet.
car?
It's gonna be cream inside. It's gonna be graphite gray on the outside.
Okay, look, wifey points is on.
Look at what this girl said. It's the way she says it's moment. And he's like, no, baby, come. And I even wonder, like this girl, I even wonder with this young lady, what's going on, Maverick? And I even wonder with this young lady, is she doing for him the thing she wished a man could do for her? You know how some people are like that? They're like, man, I wish somebody would have done that for me, but because I don't know who's going to do it for me, so I'll go do it for somebody else. And then later on, they get frustrated because they're like, oh, I always do so much for everybody else. I always give my all to everybody else. But it's like, yeah, but did anybody ask you to do all that? You volunteered, right? Sit back, just learn to sit down and let him do these things for you. Do not rush to do these things for him. Because I'm like, okay, now where is your surprise? Where is your surprise? Right? So you married the man because I feel like you're the lucky one. So you went and, oh my gosh, please marry me. And then after that, now you're giving him a car. And I'm like, this is so backwards. Okay? It's your wedding day. If anything, he should buy you a car. He should give you a car. It's like, no. She like, this is all she gets. Like her wedding day is all about her giving to him. And I was like, no, this is too much. This is too much. This is too much.
Trust in God, my Savior, the one who will never fail. This is my story. Yes, it is. This is.
People are so performative. So you have people singing gospel music there. But you think in the Bible says that a woman should be out here buying expensive things for a man. What the freak? But all that too is to say, oh, we pray, we had the choir there, so that means that my wedding is blessed, my thing is blessed. Girl, you people are crazy. You are really crazy. But truly, I'm really wishing you the best. I am truly wishing her the best because this is scary to me. This is really crazy to me. I truly wish you the best, boo. Truly wish you the best. Because I couldn't imagine. Y'all can check out her content if you want. Me, Marlene, I couldn't do it. I cannot do it. So let's go back to this one. Hold on.
I need to share as much as I can. If you're going through something, you can share your story.
I cannot do it. I cannot do it. I'm so sorry, you guys. I cannot. Like maybe a watch, maybe like get him a watch for, like a little gift like that, a watch, maybe like $5,000 and things like that. But I cannot. On my wedding day, I cannot go buy a man $100,000 car. I don't have it in me. Yeah, that's not happening. I can do a watch. I can do a nice pair of shoes. I can even do like a nice suit, like as a little gift like that. But most likely, I'll probably do a watch though, right? But me, Marlene, I've known you for like 2-3 years. I'm gonna go buy you a what? You are crazy. You gonna ride around town in that car? You are insane. You are truly. I'm not doing that. No, I'm not attracting monetary spirits over my life. Yeah, because he's not child. Let me not say too much.
How you want to heal, whatever it takes to heal, but don't leave God out of it because God will meet you exactly where you are every single time. A lot more has come up within the last couple of days, okay? While I still know God loves me and I'm going through these things for a reason. The episode that I'm going through right now and the trauma, it's pretty much just developing me and developing my life, and it's just a stair step of growth and the growth that is going to get me to God. I'm not losing sight of that. I am going to continue to heal how I heal because I'm me, okay? Transitions are hard and scary, yes. While you're going to go through those things, that's going to lead you to God. Now I'm in a place where I don't know what's next. And that is the transition space. That's where God wants me. That's where God needs me in order to lead me. I asked God to show me the signs. No, I had no idea that my life was going to be turned upside down while I'm trusting Him.
But even to me, like, this is so disingenuous. Like, I had no idea my life was going to be turned upside down. Sis, you dated this man for 5 years before he proposed to you, right? You emptied your 401k to help him pay his child support. So he was going to go to jail or something. So that tells me you didn't even check his finances before you got married. 5 years. What the fuck were you doing? Just having sex with this fool? Just hoping he would choose you? Like 5 years, you should have had a background. I mean, you should have known so much about this man. Like, oh, hell no. You probably would have made it to year 1. Like, what the heck? How many kids do you have? How much do you owe in child support? Are you kidding me? And the moment this man even came to you and asked for your 401k, oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Right? Did you even pray and ask God before you married this man? Because God is not a liar. So the answer is no. Did you even ask God before you gave this man your 401k money? Your whole 401k money. You gave it to a man. Have you ever read the Bible? I know some of y'all don't read the Bible. Because even the Bible says, trust no man. For the heart of man is desperately wicked. This man has multiple kids. He didn't marry anybody. So he gets them pregnant and somehow he don't stick around. But you thought he's going to change his behavior. How? Because it's you. Because who are you again? Oh, that's right. You give him money, right? Lepers do not change their spots. People don't change. They just adapt to whatever this is so they can scam the fuck out of you. Okay? But that is crazy to me. Why does a grown man need your 401k? What about his 401k? Oh, he depleted his 401k too? Oh, hell no. Oh, hell to the no. This is insanity. This is insane. And you see, and you know what? Because we can't do it anymore because they're out here just like flagging people. But you know, that's the same thing you would see on Pop the Balloon. They ask these girls, what are you looking for? And nobody wants to talk about money. Oh, I don't like his shoes. Oh, I don't like his age. Oh, I don't like his height. Oh, girl, shut the fuck up. You come and pop the balloon. You should be like, yeah, I want a man that can provide. What do you do? How much money you make? What's your debt? Okay? This is ridiculous. Like, no, oh, I just want a man who's emotionally available. Yeah, it sounds unemployed to me. Sounds unemployed to me, right? Because they want to be with a talker. Because these girls, they care more about what they hear, what they listen to, than to have a man come to see them with concrete work. Where is the work? Where is the coins? Where is the money? Where are your savings? Where are your stocks? Where are your bonds? Where is your retirement fund? Matter of fact, where'd you go to school? Matter of fact, what's your degree in? Or what's your trade in? Right? Let me look at your finances. No, they walk around here like life is just a better dream. It's some Disney production. Oh, everything will always work itself out. Oh, it's going to work out for me. Oh, I'm going to be okay. Because no matter how much I fuck up, I could just pray to God and he's going to position me where he wants me. God don't give a fuck about you, sis. You're not that important. Shut the fuck up. If you even thought that you were that important, you would have conducted yourself like you were important. If you really thought you were important, you wouldn't even be in this predicament. Because why would the daughter of God wait for 5 years for a man to propose to her? Are you crazy? Just like Saul told Paul, he said the hands of God are not too short to act, nor his ears shut for him to hear. Are you crazy? Nothing is impossible to God. So if you can sit here and linger for 5 years for a man to propose to you, you don't believe in yourself. And most importantly, you don't even believe in God. This is ridiculous. And then you had 5 years of dating this man and you didn't know all of this? You didn't know about all the kids, the different woman he got pregnant, how much he owed, and what the freak did he do with his 401k? Why does he need your 401k? What, like, is it even normal to you for a man to ask a woman for money? It's a woman who asks men for money. It's usually women who are financially irresponsible because they like shopping and things like that. So we are very accustomed to a woman not being good with her money. So she'll ask the man to bail her out. But for a man to come to a woman, like the way these banks came to the federal government for a bailout, and you give a man a bailout package, and you are surprised that he out here smashing your cousin, you're not even serious. You are truly, truly not serious. This is so unserious. This is so
Can we take a break for a second?
Hold on. This is so unserious. When I tell you she had me so triggered, I'm like, girl, you are so unserious. Where's that video? I don't know where I was. Where was I again? No, it's not this one. Yeah, I was here somewhere. Where's that video? But I'm like, you are very, very unserious. Maybe it's gone.
Can we take a break for a second just to talk about church? Yes, baby.
Hey, Mom.
Everything is still
Oh,
order to lead me. I ask God. I know that I'm in a place because I know it's all in God's purpose. And who am I to think that
The sick shit they do. This is the sick shit they do to kind of like legitimize their fuckery. Oh, this is all in God's purpose. This sin in no God's purpose. God never told you. God don't need you to go marry a bum. What purpose is that? Like, you don't even read the Bible. And this is how people out here just speaking all kinds of heresy. And this is why some of y'all people like that, when they talk like this, they make people think that God is wicked, because he would definitely be a wicked God. Imagine God saying, oh, I need you to date somebody for 5 years and you're having sex with him, all that kind of stuff. Then I need you to be married to him for 7 years. Then he's going to take your 401k. He's going to take your savings. He's going to sleep with your cousin, because that's how it's going to prepare you for the next chapter of your life. Who the fuck do you take God for? Are you actually stupid? The devil did that to you. But because they don't want to believe that the devil has access to their minds, because they're a bunch of narcissists, right? They have to put that on God. God does not need to do this to you. Are you insane? Are you insane? Anybody who reads the Bible and who knows God, you will know how desperately God always tries to save us from ourselves. We are extremely problematic. Because every time it says God said don't go there. We don't like it because it's calm, it's peaceful, it's full of research, it's full of reading, it's full of knowledge, it's full of wisdom. We don't like to go where it's safe. But the Almighty God, you don't think God knew all this was going to happen? And if you care to be honest, and we look back at this, there are many times God told you run away from this. That's why that engagement, it lasted 5 years, but you wanted it so desperately. Because you're probably a pick-me. right? Because y'all don't know how to read the signs. So, like when something is hard, when you feel like you want something so bad, but it's always running away from you, maybe it's not yours. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. But y'all want to force things. Oh, I need to have more sex with him. Then he'll like me more. Oh, I need to give him more money. Then he'll like me more. I need to have his baby. Then he'll like me more. This man is telling you in so many different ways, I don't fucking like you. Do you think all the girls he got pregnant, they had to work this hard? They had to give him all this money? No. So why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Because these women out here are rebellious. You are so rebellious. You think a man needs 5 years to decide whether or not he wants to marry you? Are you slow? 5 years. That's probably like a whole bachelor's program. Nobody needs 4 or 5 years, a whole PhD course to figure out whether or not this is the woman for you. He's a grown-ass man, and you're not the first woman he's ever been with. And the way you are, that's probably how you're going to stay. So either he likes you for you or he doesn't, right? But instead, you're just a placeholder until he figures out whatever he needs to figure out. His credit, his back child support, his place of residence. He's using you to get back on his feet financially. God does not need you. God doesn't need you. God does not need to torture you to position you for foolishness. You go back to the book of Genesis. God placed man in the Garden of Eden. He didn't even have to want for anything. Everything was right there. The fruits, the animals, the water, and then fellowship with God. God has always placed us in places where we can thrive. It is our own rebellion that puts us in problems. So I'm like, to me, I think her saying that and using the name of God, as a Christian woman, I take offense to that. The devil brought you there. The devil positioned you there. So what you need to do is to ask God for forgiveness because you were rebellious. And that's why this is what it looks like. But the word of God is clear. God said, from the womb of your mother, before you were even conceived, I knew you and I knew the plans I had for you. It was plans to prosper you. So now if you're financially bankrupt, you are emotionally bankrupt, sis, because you are out here partaking with the devil. You are out here fucking with the devil and he fucked you over hard. And now you want to come back to God and make it seem like, oh, he's the author of your confusion. No, the devil is the author of your confusion. And if your sister, if your cousin was able to have sex with your husband, then we already know that that marriage was not covered. Your marriage was not covered. Because even if she had tried, when I tell you the way the Holy Spirit would have handled that girl, I told y'all, that one time I had the girls come over and clean, and that girl tried me. I wasn't even there. But you see, she fell, she tripped, she screamed because she came into my house to do foolishness, and she was handled. Because everything that pertains to a child of God, especially your marriage, a covenant that God has decreed, especially if you listen to him, okay, right? A covenant that God has decreed. Anybody, the Bible says, what God has put together, let no man and woman lay asunder. Try that shit and see what happens. Try to come over here and see what happens. I could be asleep. I could be in a foreign country. Try that shit and see what happens. For the angels that watch over my family and my marriage will handle you expeditiously. They'll be like, oh my gosh, Marlene, this lady did it up. Like, well, I guess she tried some bullshit. I guess she tried some bullshit, right? And that's why anytime before you go marry somebody, you need to make sure this right here is of God. But what people do, people want to marry who they want to marry. People want to marry all kinds of heathens, and they think because they say a little rush prayer, all of a sudden it sanctifies a thing. It is not sanctified. It is not sanctified. It is not sanctified. And you should go read the book of Leviticus to understand why. When God says he does not take an offering, he's not playing about that. If something is not sanctified, it is not sanctified. And if it's not sanctified, it's not going to come back together. You understand? Like Lucky brought up earlier too, even with my situation too. That's why I had so much confusion. But at the same time, it gave me the courage to keep going because the amount of praying I did, the amount of fasting I did, the amount of confirmation I sought. So when this happened, I remember too, when I called my cousin, I was like, oh my gosh, he filed for divorce, And my cousin said to me, Marlene, this right here is nothing but the devil trying to get y'all to spend some money. Y'all gonna get back together. I'm like, no. You don't understand. You don't understand. No. I hate him. But I tell you what, everything it worked itself out. Here we are 15 years later, like 15, 16 years later, right? Because when something is meant to be, when God put two people together, you guys, I'm telling you, even these people, they can try to go their separate ways. They will come back because it was always meant to be. And that's why you got to do things the right way. You have to do things the right way. I have a friend, for example, when she got with her, I guess now he's her ex-husband. But when they first got together, he was sitting here watching the mother of his child get deported. And she never said anything. Because I guess at that point, he was being nice to her. Fast forward, he also wanted her to get deported. But I said to her, God showed you what kind of man he was. Because the moment you saw him sit there and be comfortable with the idea that the mother of his child could get deported, and you as an African woman, you didn't even say anything. Like, okay, that's kind of, you doing a little too much. Like, you can't help her. Da-da-da. You saw how callous he was. But because you're so arrogant, because you thought you were better, you thought he could never do that to you. Now here we are. And mind you, he went back and had an affair with the lady. Right? I'm like, you got to do things the right way. And you have to do things with integrity. You have to. You have to do things with integrity. If you meet a man and he got multiple kids, okay, maybe one or two baby moms is a little crazy. But if all three are crazy, then he's that kind of man. He attracts crazy. He's obviously cursed. Because why does your life look like this? Right? If you have multiple baby moms and every single one of them women is crazy, then you are crazy too. So what kind of chaos are you trying to bring into my life? Right? But you see 3 people before you and you don't say, oh, you know what? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe this ain't it. Maybe this is God telling me this ain't it. Because even him also, he doesn't have his house in order. Because what even a Christian man, a really godly man, would he be okay with all his children under different roofs like that? Why don't you fight to have custody of your kids? As a man, as a patriarch, you should have your children under your roof, especially if they're boys. You need to raise your sons. No, the mamas is raising the boys. And you're okay with that? And then you're also okay with that? Are you crazy? But you think, hey, as maybe he doesn't have his kids, so he has more time for me, so he doesn't have baggage. Let these women raise these kids so that I don't have to worry about helping him with his children. I'll just give him the money so we don't have to worry about these kids. There you go. There you go. Because you're a mean person. Because me as a woman, Marlene, if I met a man and he had children, especially if he had boys, I'm like, why don't you have your sons? Why don't you have your sons? How can you let a woman raise your son? How can, especially your firstborn? So if she has your firstborn, that doesn't, like, it doesn't trigger you? You're not even worried about how this young man is being molded? And he has your last name. He carries your last name. Your legacy doesn't mean anything to you. You are okay with letting a woman raise your son? You are okay with letting a woman raising your firstborn and you go to sleep at night peacefully like that? But you're not a good person. Your name doesn't mean shit to you. Like, you don't care. So if you don't care about your last name, you don't care about where your firstborn is sleeping, why would you care about me? Because obviously your last name doesn't mean anything to you. Because if that's your first son, he should be with you. Like, when are you going to have him? When are you going to raise him? When are you going to make him into a man? That is your responsibility. God gave your son for a reason. So why are you letting this woman raise the boy? She's a woman. You're a man. You need to raise your son. You have to raise your son. Nobody else should be raising your son. If you have a daughter, that's a little different. But a boy, he needs to be raised by his father, especially if he's over the age of 10 or 12. Oh, yes, go get your son and raise your son and change your schedule so you can raise your son. No more having sex, no more parties, no more nightclub. You are a father and you have a teenager. You need to raise your child. You have to raise your son because he needs you. No, you're out here getting more people pregnant. This is crazy. This is really crazy, you guys. This is crazy. This is crazy. And that's why so many of these bums out here are so emboldened to continue to have unprotected sex and get more people pregnant because these women do not hold them accountable. Instead, these women are giving these men money. They are giving these men money so they don't have to face the consequences of being irresponsible. And if he goes to jail, he goes to jail. Right? Or he can call the woman and apologize. He can go to the court and get on a payment plan. It's up to him. If he wants to go to jail, he needs to go to jail. This is crazy. This is crazy. But I'm gonna go take my 401k and take care of a man when I have teenage sons that have to go to college. It's not gonna happen. Like I said earlier, where is your 401k? Why don't you have a 401k? Why don't you have a 401k? How can a grown-ass man in America not have a 401k? Even people who work at the mall, if you work full-time at the mall, they'll give you some kind of 401k. So why don't you have a 401k? What, like, this is insanity. No, this is crazy. No.
I am above God, or this isn't going to happen because I should have a family and all of that. Yes, it's great. You should
That's
have
not
a family,
possible.
but
That is not possible, Lucky. That is not possible, Lucky. You cannot do things the right way and the man ain't shit. No, Lucky. He wasn't shit from the jump. But you thought if you gave him this, you give him sex, you give him blowjobs, you give him children, you stroke his ego, he's going to be better. People are wicked from the jump. Nobody starts off being a good person and be like, oh, she was so nice to me, now I'm diabolical. No, it was always in you. You see, right? Give people the opportunity, whether it's financial, whether it's like social media fame, give people the opportunity, Lucky, and they will show you who they truly are, because this is who he was. You just didn't want to see it, right? And what a lot of women do, because they're narcissists, they will call evil good. Oh, he's not that bad. Oh, no, he definitely is that bad. He's definitely that bad. But nobody good will be, oh my gosh, he was a good man, and because I was so nice to him, he became evil. It does not work like that. He was already evil. He wasn't shit from the beginning, right? And that's the part women don't want to admit to themselves, because it hurts to say, I chose wrong. And it's okay. It's okay, right? But human beings don't change that much. Look at us. We don't change that much. We are still doing shit that our prehistoric ancestors were doing, because we don't change that much. People don't change that much. If somebody is good, they'll probably most likely stay good. Somebody is shit, they'll probably get worse. People don't get better. People are just who they are. And that's why people have to stop trying to change people. All you can do is change yourself and pick yourself and decide to leave, because you can't change people, right? And that's what women struggle with. They struggle with control, but they don't want to admit to themselves, like, from the beginning, I ain't gonna lie, he wasn't shit, because he wasn't shit, right? What comes to mind is Sierra in Future. That man never lied to her. She lied to herself. He never lied to her. She lied to herself. A lot of men are truly upfront of who they are, and these women see it. They see it, but they want to pretend they don't see it. No, he wasn't shit, girl. If he wasn't shit, that means you weren't shit also. Because how the fuck did he show up in your magnetic field? How the fuck did he show up in your vortex? Because you wasn't shit as well, right? But they don't want to admit that to themselves. Just like that girl, Wizard Liz. She wants to blame everything on that boy. I'm like, girl, it starts with you. People are able to do things to you because they were able to do those things to you, because you allowed it. Whether it's consciously or subconsciously, you allowed it. So therefore, here we are. But good people, if they're good, and you give them money, you give them fame, they'll remain good, because this is who they are. Wicked people, they can be fake for a season, but the more you give them stuff, you'll see it, right? But there's a certain level of wickedness when you realize that a man has multiple kids and he doesn't have custody of any of his children. You know, there's a certain level of wickedness also when a man owes so much in child support that he needs your entire 401k. At what point do you say, okay, like, this is crazy? And the thing is, where is your 401k? So now I'm thinking, like, either he had one and he squandered all the money, or he does not even have one at all. So why would you be married to a man that has no 401k? Sorry, where's your financial security? Right? But they don't want to admit that to themselves. I chose wrong. I made the wrong choice. There you go. Because they need to blame someone. You cannot blame anybody but yourself. Right? You cannot blame anybody but yourself. If you're insecure and your insecurity causes you to go attract foolishness, you got to take that L. Like, it's me. Like, there you go. It is me. Because you chose. You chose. Nobody put a gun to your head. Right? So if a man ends up not being shit, he wasn't shit the whole time. One time I talked to a person and she was saying like how, Helena, she was saying like how her husband, he gets upset because he wants her to pay bills. But I'm like, okay. And I said to her, when y'all were in college, how were his grades? She said, oh, I never checked. I said, okay. I said, when y'all were in college, did you ever see if he was, even like when you would go into his room, was his room clean? Was his stuff put in order? His laundry, like, you know, did he have some level of like hygiene to himself? She said, no. I said, okay. He didn't even finish college. I said, okay. The moment he didn't finish college, that's the moment you should have dumped his ass. There you go. So pay the bills. You see, me, Marlene, I'm always very clear. I believe in marriage. I don't believe in foolishness, right? I think I'm greatly traditional. And that's why I say a man has to be a provider. I have told you guys, Jimmy said he's not going to finish after his bachelor. He's going to work and then he's going to see if somebody wants to sponsor him for his master's. I said, no, you're going to enjoy the summer and then you're going to go do your master's. Because why would somebody invest in you when you're not even investing in yourself? And I told James the story of Nehemiah. I said, see, Nehemiah, he went back to build the wall of Jerusalem. And because he was building the wall, it inspired other people to come help him. Some people, they helped him with the labor. Some people helped him with supply. Some people helped him with a prayer. But you see, there's something about doing, right, that makes other people want to join you because it's kinetic energy. People love doers. People love problem solvers. People love active people. There is something about active people, working people, busy people that makes others be attracted to them. Oh, they're always busy. Oh, they're always doing this. What are they doing? Oh, it makes you sexy. I even said, when you're a man too and a woman calls you, even if you're free, tell her you're not free. Oh, I'm busy. I'll call you later. Right? It will make you more sexy in her eyes. But if every time she calls you, you're free and you can talk for hours. So, okay, what is this man doing? Right? Does he work? Does he make money? Right? Because you're not a mystery. You're too available. You are just too available. A man needs to be busy. When you are busy, and the more busy you are, she will have respect for you because it proves that you are worthy. Like there are people out there who need you because you're a problem solver. And the more of a problem solver you become, the more of a high earner you'll be. Right? So he enrolled in the master's program. And guess what? The job came because now you have masters, like what's it called? Master's canon on your resume. People take you seriously because you took yourself seriously. You invested in yourself first. You got to invest in yourself first. And then the employee, okay, this is a good investment because he was not even waiting for us to show up. He just went and pursued his master's. And guess what? When you go by yourself and you pursue a master's, it shows that you believe in yourself. If you want to wait for an employer to say, okay, do you want to go do a master? Okay, so you don't have motivation. You don't know what you want. Okay, you don't know what you want. So why would we pay for your studies when it's not even something that you desire? If you go and you sign up for a master's degree, most likely you'll work hard because this is what you wanted. It is a bonus to have an employer pay for you, right? Okay. But you see, did I give him a choice? Did I give him a choice? And also the way I talked to him, it made a lot of sense. But ultimately, Jimmy went to he went to grad school. He went to grad school because I could not marry somebody that did not have a master's degree. Because to me, a bachelor is just a basic. But if you're a young woman and you are okay with a man dropping out of college, don't cry later. I could never marry somebody that was a college dropout. I'm not doing that. Because even to my kids, how can you inspire my kids to go to college if daddy's a college dropout? This ain't gonna work. Okay? Because if both parents have master's degree, to our children, it's not a big deal. Oh my gosh, you have to go to college. That's just the bare minimum. I have to get the way you can impress us by having a PhD. That's something we didn't do. I'm just saying, right? But the bar got to be set high for the children. But that was not going to be a thing. We cannot be married and you don't have I cannot marry someone that does not have a master's. That was just not going to happen. You can be very handsome. You can be very cute. But we're not going to live today. We're going to be older people. We're not always going to be in college. We're not always going to be in grad school. You need to have more money. So you can be okay with this today because you're getting your master's. We can have more money, whatever. But he understood me and he went and he got it. I even think it took like more than 3 months for him to get his job. And then they started paying for his school. So he understood. And I feel like that's what a woman's job is too. Like, okay, you want to drop out of school? That's fine. No, it's not fine. You don't understand the gravity of this. Right. And my thing is that also, if you get used to being out of school, what are the odds that you're going to want to go to school? So just do it and be done with this. And guess what? He did really well. Jimmy did really well in his master thing. Right. So that's the thing. You know, today, how many of our sisters we have just get pregnant? They just allow anybody to get them pregnant. These people don't even try. Does he even have a job? No. Does he have a driver's license? No. Does he have a car? No. And he gets them pregnant. You're giving something so sacred to people who are unemployed. Are you insane? Are you truly insane? And that's why today, so many of these men, but I don't know what he majored in. Jimmy's an engineer, so I don't know what he majored in. But I don't even know why he would need 2 masters also. Why does he need 2 masters? So most likely there's a lack of focus. There's a lack of focus. Why does he need 2 masters for? So he doesn't know what he wants. So is he going to school so he can put his loan in arrears or something? I don't know. But us math majors, and James, he did operations research. So engineers is a lot different. I don't know what math, because all masters are not equal, right? All masters are not equal. And that's why I also feel like a young woman too, before you marry someone, you need to know. So he lacks focus, right? And that is something woman has to understand, because you need to ask him, why 2 masters? So why you do the first one? And now why this one? And what makes you think this one's going to make you happy? What are you looking for? You see, right? That's my point. There's a lack of focus. So even Marlene, if a girl's like, oh, Marlene, I want to be with this man, blah, I want you to be very careful, because he struggles with focus. He doesn't know where he wants to go. And he's very ambivalent. He's ambivalent. And he's not going to make for a great leader. He needs to know what path he wants, and he has to believe in himself, but he doesn't believe in himself. So I would say at this point, he's not a good husband. He's not good husband material, because he doesn't believe in himself. So he can't lead anybody. He can't even lead himself. So it goes to show you, when he chose his first master, it was a whim. It wasn't intentional. So a man like that, he proposes to you, he's not serious. He does things on a whim. So you need to and I'm telling you, that's why I say people, it's little things like that will reveal somebody's behavior to you. It's just that people don't think it's a big deal. He just has 2 masters. That's a really big deal. Because why didn't you make the right choice the first time? Right? And my thing, even with the first master, why not try to make the most out of it? Career change. No, you're hiding in academia because you don't want to compete. Right? Work ethic is real. You know what I'm saying? Work ethic is real. But to me, a man like that, you should not take his proposal. He doesn't know who he is. Doesn't know what he wants. He's confused. And it seems like many things are shiny to him. Oh, maybe I can make more money here. Oh, let me go over here now. Let me go this here. He lacks patience because he doesn't have conviction. Right? Some you can have some, I don't know what he majored in, but you can have some degrees, some degrees you majored in, and initially the pay is not great, but you have to hold on to it. Just like with doctors, initially their pay is not great because they do residencies. The pay is fucking horrible. However, you got to stick to this. That's why I said about let me show my video, but that's why I said about between Shadur versus with Cam, singular focus. You got to have singular focus. You got to have singular focus. This is the path I'm on. I'm staying here. Because initially it might be a slow start, but it doesn't mean it's not going to be a beautiful ride. But when you're ambivalent, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. He should have considered that. I don't think you're hearing me. Is he your fiance? Do you know what I'm saying? Because you're not listening to me, right? Do you understand me? When he decided to do film, he should have known that this is what comes with the life of doing film. So how can you say you're tired? How can you be tired for what you signed up for? This is me. I don't know if it's your boyfriend or not, but I'm like, this is giving beta energy. This man is not consistent. He's a problem. I would tell everyone to stay away from him, because when he did film, he didn't know what came with that. So he didn't do his research. So imagine a man like this. I'm like, why would any woman even take a proposal from this clown? He is a clown. He is a real clown. Because it's like, because the same thing, a man like that proposes to you. He doesn't really know what marriage is. He's going to do it because, maybe she wants it. Maybe it'll be a nice party. But when shit starts to hit the fan in that marriage, oh my gosh, I'm overwhelmed. If film gets him overwhelmed, what are you going to do with marriage? What are you going to do with marriage, children, bills, hospital bills? This man's going to be gone. He's going to be gone. And that lady, she really going to be alone in her marriage. Because I'm like, this is crazy. Did somebody put a bullet, a gun to his head to force him to go to film school? Right? But I'm like, once again, when you pick a graduate degree, you should consider all of that. When you're at a college, when you're at a university, they have career counselors. There's so many resources on campus for you to know what this career field is going to look like, how much you can expect to make, what kind of hours you're going to have to work, how many internships you're going to be required to do, whatever. They tell you all of that. And if they don't, it is your job to go figure this shit out. So I'm like, this dude right here, it sounds like he's struggling with his manhood, because a man should know what he's about to sign into. Otherwise, don't do it. Do not do it. Right? Exactly. He made very good money, but like you say, he's in debt. So he's not financially literate. I almost want to say, is he a Pisces? Because I'm like, this is crazy. Is he a water sign? Because I'm like, this is a lot of ambivalence. Is he a water sign? I wouldn't be surprised. Right? Because he definitely is not an earth sign, because they don't play about their money. So I'm like, this dude, he has to be a water sign, because this is a lot of ambivalence. I'm like, the more you explain this to me, I see a very chaotic mind. And I see somebody who has shiny object syndrome. He jumps over here. He jumps over here. He jumps over there. This man is not stable for relationship. Matter of fact, he's not even stable for himself. And most likely, if he's not careful, he's going to die poor. He is going to die poor. A man who can't commit to shit, he's not going to build much on this life. He's not going to build much. Because by the time you're 40, you should have a certain amount of money. You should have a certain amount of savings. And it seems like this dude, if you were to look at his liabilities to assets at his age, he has way more liabilities than he has assets. This is not a good partner. So if it's you or if it's your friend, you need to tell her, cancel that engagement. Cancel it. There's somebody way better out there, and there's somebody way more serious out there than this man. He's a waste of time. Now, he could be the type, he talks good on the phone and he reads the Bible, all that bullshit, because he's overcompensating for the fact that he's not man enough. That's why I told y'all, don't be out here doing Bible study with these people, okay? A man wants to do Bible study with you, he's trying to bamboozle you. It's to hoodwink your ass, okay? Why does he want to do Bible study with a woman? Okay, because what do you even know? What do you even know to ask him? You're a woman. Why is he not doing Bible study with men? Why is he not doing Bible study with men? Huh? Why is he not doing Bible study with his elders? Why is he not doing Bible study with married men? Why is he not? You need to ask. Most likely I'm telling you, most likely he's a water sign. Because I can sense a lot of ambivalence. He has a hard time making his mind, and he has he can't stick to anything. You jump over here, you jump over here. It's giving Pisces. It truly is giving Pisces. But I'm like, this dude probably is a water sign, because they definitely don't care about money. Because if he was a Taurus, a Virgo, or a Capricorn, he wouldn't be doing this. He wouldn't even find a way to get a scholarship, because these people, especially Taurus, they don't play about their money. They do not play about their money. He's also not a fire sign, because he wouldn't have been a quitter. Like if he was like Sagittarius, Leo, they are crazy, but they don't give up. They don't give up. Like it's true fire. Like they don't give up. So I'm like, he's not a Sagittarius, because they don't play and they do not give up. These people are relentless. Okay. Fire signs, they are relentless. So I'm like, I know it's not giving Sagittarius. It's not giving Leo. I'm like, this level of ambivalence is giving water sign. They struggle. Water signs really, really struggle with like, make up your fucking mind and then stick to something. So that's what I'm saying. It's giving Pisces. It's giving Pisces. But I'm telling you this, people show you who they are. It's just that, he's an air sign. What is he? Libra? You can go ask, what is he, a Libra? If he's either a Libra or most likely maybe also he could be an Aquarius. Because Aquarius and Libra are connected, like they're right next to water signs. Like after Aquarius is Pisces, after Libra is Scorpio. But I'm like, there's a lot of ambivalence. There is a lot of ambivalence. There is a whole lot of ambivalence. This man is really struggling, you know. But if he's an Aquarius man also, I would say run for your life. I would really say run for your life. Run for your life. Me, Marlene, I would not be doing this. People need to know. You need to know what you want, because you only have so much time as a man to really be established. But by the time you're in your 40s, you truly need to be steady. And you should have a substantial retirement account in your 40s. But, I go for this degree. Oh, never mind. I want something else. This is the kind of shit women actually do. This is not real masculine, you know? And you make the best out of it. You chose this path, you make the best out of it. Even on YouTube, why don't he make documentaries here on YouTube and see how he can, like, you know, build his own resume? Why don't he make documentaries for IDMB, whatever it's called, or make documentaries for Vimeo? What's it called? What's that platform called again? The other video people, Vimeo, what is it called? I forgot. Right? So tell her, if it's you or if it's like whatever, ask her or ask yourself, what's his sign? Because we want to know. I want to know what's the sign. We need to know his sign, and we need to know his life path number, because I don't have time for this. I do not have time for this. You see? But I feel like for some ladies today, when men display all these like, when men display all these like feminine characteristic, I can't make up my mind. I want to read the Bible. Wump. These girls think it's cute because they've been told that anything traditional in a man is toxic masculinity. Okay, good luck with that shit. Good luck with that shit. So that's why you have these dudes out here behaving like women. I don't know. I know I signed up for this. I know I agreed to, I did a master's and I put myself in debt, but I think I'm tired. I think I want to try something else. So I'm going to go spend more money, be in school for 2 years. And when you're in school for 2 years, how are you paying the bills? How are we eating? What about our lifestyle? These are things that women do. This is woman behavior. I'm going to go back to school again. I'm going to change my major. These are feminine behaviors. Why would you want to marry a man like that? Why would anybody want to marry a man like that? Okay? Right? We've had grandfathers out here. We've had ancestors out here. They have no college degree, but they picked a trade and they stuck to it. And they became so good at it. I'm going to change my mind today. I'm going to go change this today. I'm going to go change that today. No. You are crazy. No. If you say Libra, I'm going to scream. His ex-wife wanted him to be home more. So he went back to school for business. He's been with it now for over a decade now. So, okay. Lucky, you didn't tell your friend not to do it. I hope you see the problem here, right? Exactly. So he has an ex-wife. He has an ex-wife. So he's been married before. 2 masters. And they're like opposite of each, like both disciplines are opposite of each other. He's in debt. Most likely he still pays alimony. So this young lady who wants to be his fiance to do what? To eat what? Where is the food? Where's the table? The table was chopped in the divorce. Why does she want to sit there? Like, do you see why I say you women are crazy? Like, this man is gone for. This is insanity. Do you see what Abby said? This is just insanity. This is insanity. So he's already been married before. So he said, his ex-wife wanted him to be at home more. Okay. But as a man, what was his final decision? A woman wants to be so now he's going to blame this lady for why he was at home. No. Once again, I repeat, when he married her, he didn't tell her what came with his job. So now he wants to put that on her. I had to quit my job because she wanted me to be at home more. So once again, like Carl Jung said, he doesn't know what he wants because a man should have his purpose. So obviously his purpose was not into filmmaking. Because the people like Steven Spielberg, people like Scorsese, people like all them people in Hollywood, Steven Spielberg, Scorsese, all them people, how did they manage to stay married? How did they manage to stay married? Boy, go sit down somewhere. Go sit down somewhere. Like, how do all these people in Hollywood manage to stay married? Why? Like, no. Do not put that on this lady. Do not put that on this lady. So he went back to school for business. Okay, and what business does he have right now? And you see, and your friend also, she sees all this fuckery. And then she took the engagement because these women out here they're so desperate for rings. Sometimes I think these women, the way they move around here, you will think they can't even afford diamonds for themselves. It is so pathetic. It's so disgusting to me. They want an engagement ring so bad. They want jewelry. That's all they want. They want jewelry. And because they want jewelry so bad, they're not considering the headaches. He's already got married. He got divorced. He decided to go to school for this master's, got into debt, changed his whole career, went into more debt. So, like, what does he have to offer you? What does he have to offer you if it's not problems? And then what's to say he's not going to change his mind again? And they say, I have to go to school. So now you got to pay for these bills and you got to pay for this. You got to pay for that. This dude is a red flag. But you see, Lucky, your friend accepted that. She accepted his proposal. So tomorrow, if this man does to her what he did to the first wife, I do not want to see your friend on my FYP talking about, oh my gosh. No, girl, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Because this man showed you exactly who he was. He ain't shit. He can't commit to shit. Right? Everything always like, oh, your studies, it goes both ways. Your marriage, like this. Everything is like this. Why do you want to accept the proposal from this man? You've never, like, she's never been married. Why don't she try to find somebody also who's never been married and then experience that together, right? Why do you want to marry a divorcee with loads of debt? And you don't even know if he still has to pay his wife alimony. Like, does she even know his financial, like his real financial situation? When he pays the wife or whatever he pays for, then he just needs to take accountability. Don't put that on the lady. He needs to take accountability. But my thing is, when he's done paying for everything, is he still paying for his lawyers for the divorce? But my point is, when he's done paying for everything, how much is he left over with? What's his debt to income ratio? How much money is left? Because we know one thing about divorces, they can wipe somebody clean. So how much money does he have? When he's done paying all his debt, how much does he have? How much does he have left over? And also, how do we know he's not even behind on his taxes? This man is giving me anxiety. He is giving me anxiety. So if it's you or if it's somebody else for real, I will tell you this. You need to tell your friend to run for her life. If it's you, Lucky, you need to stop. Let this man go. And the sooner the better. Because sometimes also women need to trust the lady who left. Sometimes the first wife who knew better and she left, she probably left some breadcrumbs. And you cannot think, oh, I'm a better woman than her and I can. No, because she left when he probably had more money and he had more potential. And he's not some big person in Hollywood, or he doesn't have like some big thriving business, especially if he doesn't even know how to do social media. So coming in as a second wife, you have the worst end of the deal. You have the worst end of the deal. And also, let me tell you this. If the wife left him, if that lady filed for divorce first, so he has grown kids, oh shit, this is getting worse. I'm going to tell you this. Okay, yeah, sure, he could be doing it on credit. He could be doing it on credit. Welcome to America. He could be doing it on credit. Let me tell you this. The first wife who left, she probably saw something. And if the kids are grown, so he has grown children, and your friend has no kids, why the fuck does she want to put herself in that shit? So he was married before. He has grown-ass children. The ex-wife cheated. So is he bad in bed? Is he a horrible lover? Is his penis too small? What's wrong with his penis? Because why is it that when they were having sex, he could not subdue her sexually? Why? So he couldn't satisfy her? Because why is she cheating? Why does she even have an extra orgasm to give to another man? Why is she cheating? Does he have a small penis? I'm like, what is going on here? Right? Because he's being cuckolded. From that thing we saw that one thing. They were saying, oh, well, I'm just saying, he must have a small penis. And because he understands your friend, because he understands most women, they want money. So because he's giving her money, she's overlooking that. Let her get into that marriage. She'll see what he's made of. But when I tell you these people wasn't shit from the beginning, you see this, right? And you see how everybody on the chat is realizing he ain't shit. But because he's giving your friend money. So she's just looking at the money he's giving her today, not even realizing that that money could be a trap to blind her from seeing things for what they truly are. Because all that money could be on credit. If he has a house, maybe he went and got a home equity line of credit. We don't even know. Right? But has she ever sat down and looked at his finances and see how much money he truly has? No. This is America. A lot of people out here are scammers. A lot of people out here are faking it. They are faking it. They're robbing Peter to pay Paul. They are overwhelmed with debt. But you see, because she's a woman and she's greedy, when he gives her money, she overlooks all of that. Right? It doesn't matter if she makes great money. She wants to believe that he has money too, because most women don't want to spend their money. But if she had money and she had self-confidence, why the fuck would she go for that? Right? So maybe your friend too is not good with her money too, because something is bizarre. Because if you have money and you have self-confidence, Why would you accept that? Because that man is giving her money. But this man is not a catch. This man is not a catch. Why would you go for that? If you make good money, why would you accept that? Confused, 2 master's degree, failed marriage, grown-ass kids, full of student loan debt. Where the fuck are we going? Does he even have money in his 401k? Does he even have real savings? Or did he like just wipe everything out? You see, but I'm saying he is showing her he ain't shit. And because he's giving her money. And that's how most men get these women. The women know they ain't shit, but the greed. I keep saying this. I said women are extremely greedy. And it's the greed that makes them spike their noses. And they cut the nose off. They don't want to say, I didn't see this coming. I was sad. He manipulated me. Yeah, with money, because you're greedy as fuck. Because why would a young woman who's single, never been married, doesn't have children, has her finances in order, why the fuck would she run into a burning house? A woman left that house and never looked back. Why do you want to go in there? Why? Because he's giving her money. And he gave her a ring. There you go. So these women are panhandlers. They are panhandlers. They're not self-sufficient. Because I don't need a ring. I need common sense. Right? I need financial literacy. How does this make any sense? And when you have your children, so his children, and that's even if he's able to have to leave an inheritance. But how many kids does he have? And let's say she has 2 kids or 3 kids. So by the time he dies, that money's going to be split up into 6 people. No. No, we're not doing that. So why would you not go find your own, build with that man, and whatever he has and he leaves as an inheritance, only your children get to split that money up. Why would I want my kids to go split money with some grown-ass kids who are going to bully my kids? No. Because we know how it goes. When there's like the first set of kids and the other set of kids, especially if the dad's not a millionaire, they're going to bully these little kids and try not to give them anything. I have a follower like that. Her husband, she got remarried to some dude who got a bunch of kids. The man, he died. Come to find out at the workplace, he never put her child on his paperwork. So when he died, all the money went to the first set of kids. They never even called her to say, oh, here's something for our little brother. Please. Did they even see that boy as a little brother? It doesn't matter if she's not taking care of him. That's the bare minimum. Why the fuck would she take care of him? I think it's you. I really think it's you. Because why the fuck would you take care of him? That is like that girl I saw, April. It is the bare minimum. Why would you take care of an older man who has more life experience, already been married, and has grown kids? He's not an invalid, is he? Why would you take care of him? For what reason? That is the bare minimum. But what I'm saying is, you or her, whatever, you can go and find someone that is completely free, with no baggage, and with a steady mind, and he knows what he wants. And he can spend all his time, all his energy building for you and your children. And the day that God calls him, everything he leaves is for you and your kids. Do you not understand that part? Right? But why would you want to marry a man that failed at marriage with multiple children and he got cheated on? So does his penis not work? Like, what is going on? Like, if he can't satisfy the first wife sexually, something is wrong. So why did she cheat on him? Is something wrong? I'm like, what is going on here? Right? So what is going on? So like when he has sex with her, he left her with an extra orgasm. Why can he snatch all the orgasms out of her? I have real questions. Right? People have questions. And also, how do we know he didn't cheat? So, because sometimes people will say disparaging things about other people to make themselves look innocent. But like I said, I haven't talked to the ex-wife, so I don't know. Maybe she cheated. Maybe she also cheated after he cheated. Maybe they both cheated. What the fuck do I know? But one thing I don't do, I don't take one side and say, oh yeah, she cheated, so I feel so sorry for you. Why did she cheat? Why did she cheat? Was she not satisfied sexually? He wasn't eating her out? Like, what was he not doing? Like, why would she cheat? Does he have a small penis? Does it not work? Why did she cheat? Is he insecure? Is he weak? Did she walk all over him? So she was disgusted and didn't want to sleep with him? Why did she cheat? Was he like, latching onto her So she was just annoyed by him. Why did she cheat? So there's a lot of things, like there's a lot we don't know. My boss died, and his new wife got all the money, and she'll get nothing. No, they don't always get the money. For the most part, they do. The most part, they do. And that's why we got to look at the paperwork. But I'm like, you can stay with him if you want to. But my point is, tomorrow when he fucks you over, do not cry. And don't come and say, oh, man ain't shit. Because from what you told us, he ain't shit. But you seem like you want to be with him because maybe you fear being alone. So that's the thing I'm saying. Don't say that man ain't shit. Woman ain't shit. Because they can't even admit to themselves that the fear of being alone is what's driving them to go into these goofy ass relationships. Right? Because this man sounds like a red flag to all of us. Like, even we're all confused. This is just too much walla. It's just too much. It is just too much. It's just really too much stress. It's just too much. It's not worth it. It's better to find somebody that knows what he wants, that is driven, that is goal-oriented, that's a high achiever, that gets the results that he's looking for. You don't want somebody whose mind is ambivalent. Because even you, that's the big risk, because that's in his personality. What if tomorrow he says, oh, I don't want to be with you anymore. Oh, you know what? I'm tired. Oh, I don't want to do this. He had a divorce once. He can do it again. You know, back in the day when I used to talk to Lapo, she was like, yeah, her dad always told her, the hardest divorce is the first one. It's really hard to divorce your first wife. But after you divorce your first wife, who's the second wife? What's the third wife? He's already been through the most painful separation of his life. That's his first divorce. So what are you bringing to the table that he hasn't experienced before? He's been married before. He's experienced fatherhood multiple times before, right? He's had to make choices by himself before. So you coming in as a fiance, whatever the fuck, it's like, what are you offering this man that he's never had before? Right? Another child, yeah, it's cute, but he's already had children before. There's nothing new here. There's nothing worth committing to. I mean, I don't know if most men in their 40s are single and divorced. I really don't know. I truly do not know. But I just know this is why I encourage women to really be strategic when they're a lot younger, to not involve themselves in this foolishness, because it's ridiculous. It really is ridiculous, right? But I'm like, that's why you got to start younger. You cannot be a young feminist because you're hurting yourself. And by the time you change your mind, this is what you have to deal with, right? So I'm like, I encourage young ladies, get on it early. And that's why we encourage a lot of young Black women to find a husband in college, the same way the white girls do, okay? You can multitask. You can go to school and you can also look for a husband. Hopefully you'll find one, right? But the more you wait and the longer you wait, you're going to find yourself in the ones that are in their 40s and have never had kids or been married or red flag. It depends. It depends. I'd rather you be in your 40s and not have kids than to be in your 40s and have kids and don't live under your roof. So it really depends, right? Never been married also at 40. It depends. I would need to talk to him. I can't say that's a red flag. I cannot call everybody a red flag just because I want to make myself feel better. I don't know. Right? But okay, that's kind of interesting. Why did you stay single for that long? Right? But I would need to hear the person out. Because everybody's story is different. I'm like, maybe not. It depends. Right? But to be 40, divorced with multiple kids, oh yeah, I think that's definitely a red flag. What the fuck is this? And I also feel like, for the most part, a man should try to keep his family together. You know, you should try to keep your family together. Because what happened? And what about your leadership in that marriage? Why are we here, sir? Why are we here? Why are we here? You know, because I feel like part of your sense of duty and your sense of manhood is like, my kids need to be with me. So I gotta make it work. But I will also assume that you also knew how to pick. So you didn't pick an unhinged or feminist hyena, right? But yeah, I think most men should try to stay married. You try to stay married. But if somebody is 40, single, never been married, no kids, we need to talk to him. I would go on a case-by-case basis because everybody's not the same. Everybody's story is not the same. So you got to hear somebody's story. But this story you told me here, no, we scared. We are. And I truly hope it's not you. And if it's you, I need you to leave. Because this ain't it. There truly is something. There's something a whole lot better out here. Like there's something a lot better. but you need to have somebody who knows what he wants. That's a really, really big deal. You need to know, like, you need to be with somebody who knows what he wants and who's going to work really hard and not give up until he gets what he wants. But like career change in the 40s, career whatever at 45 or 50, it's like, ain't you almost dead? Like, what? No. You know what I'm saying? That's just too much for me. That gives me anxiety.
The first red flag is starting a relationship with someone that doesn't know God, that doesn't. If I to take a break in his promises, a relationship with someone that doesn't know God, that doesn't seek God, that doesn't want to know more about God. I know that I'm in the place as to where God wants me to be. I'm in the place to where
Good. You are in a place where your decision led you to. She said, oh, the first red flag was starting a relationship with somebody who doesn't know God, doesn't fear God. Girl, even if you feared God, he wouldn't have been attracted to you. So obviously you yourself didn't even fear God. Okay. You cannot be a holy woman. You cannot be a woman of conviction. You cannot be a woman that walks in the word of Christ and attract somebody that's a full-blown heathen. How's that even possible? Because you're like, oh no, this is a red flag. Where are your kids? Like, I'm still asking, like, where are your children? I'm gonna say it again. Why aren't you raising your sons? Right? Because a godly woman is a woman of principle. So how does this work? You know what I'm saying? So if you attracted this man, then you yourself were not godly. Maybe you were performative in your faith, but obviously you didn't have a real relationship with God, because he wouldn't have stuck around that long. Because it's not possible. What if two people have different spirits? You have the spirit of God. He got the spirit of Zebulon, whatever he got going on. He's not going to be able to stick around you because you will make him really, really uncomfortable. Right? That's why people that have integrity have a tendency of making people that don't have integrity uncomfortable, because they can't stick around you because you're not corrupt. Right? That's why corrupt people are of kindred spirit. People who like sin walk with other sinners. People who believe in foolishness walk with other fools. There you go. Because you're kindred spirit. You make each other's comfortable. You are enablers. Sinners enable other people. Sinners enable other sinners. That's why they like to be together. Narcissists like to walk with other narcs because they enable each other, right? Food addicts will walk with other food addicts, right? People who are promiscuous walk around with other promiscuous people because it's the frequency. It's a very low frequency, right? But when you meet somebody who is righteous, when you meet somebody who really believes the word of God and walks according to the word of God, you are going to be uncomfortable because you're going to feel like they're judging you. No, they're just asking you to do better. Right? And that's why most people don't get better, because most people would rather hide among other addicts. Most people rather hide with other liars, other delusional people, mentally ill people. Because when you're mentally ill and you hang around other people that are mentally ill, you think you're sane. Of course, you're in an echo chamber, right? But you're crazy. But you know, as soon as you step out of the little friend group, people are going to confront you like, no, this is not okay. And you don't want to hear that. So you go right back to with your mentally ill friends, right? Because that's where you're safe. So yeah, but if this man didn't have a relationship with God, he didn't walk with God, is because you also did not walk with God. Because if you walk with God, if you had a relationship with God, it wouldn't have worked. It wouldn't have worked, right? But you became yoked with this man because you were performative in your faith. You were performative Christians, like a lot of Black Christians. It's just performative out here, right? And now here we are, right? And that's what the prophet Samuel says, God will not be mocked. For whatsoever a man sows or a woman sows, you're going to reap it. This is what you reaped. There you go, right? So we have to take ourselves seriously. It's not possible. It is not possible. You cannot be a pagan, a heathen, and walk for 12 years with a person that is fully sold out to God. Somebody's going to change. So it's like either the person that is sold out to God is going to convert you over to Jesus, or you have stronger demons, so you're going to convert that person over to the devil. But ultimately, a person that really walks with God will say, you know what? I'd rather separate myself from you than to lose my faith, lose my covenant with Jesus. Right? So at some point, you made a choice that it was better to be with this man than to be with God. It's okay. You can be honest with yourself, because you probably felt lonely and you didn't believe in God's promises. So whatever came to you, it felt good, it felt cheap. You went along and you took that ride. You got to be honest with yourself, right? Because the God that I serve, he reveals things really quickly. Even in your dreams, God can give you dreams and show you things that you never seen before. Like, this is crazy. And you will keep having that same dream over and over and over until you address it. God will start doing things around you to say, like, this is dangerous. This person does not mean you well. Because it's also in the scriptures. He will command the angels to rescue you before your foot hits the stone. But you got like pummeled by these stones. So where were your angels? What is going on? Okay. So you were obviously on the other camp. You were just performing. A Bible does not make you a Christian. A big Bible don't make you a Christian. Right? You really have, your heart has to be really sold out to God. He will talk to you. He talks. And if he's not talking to you, he'll send your angels to talk to you. But if people cannot get through to you, you are not locked in. So you got sucked in by the devil. But you also did not have a real relationship with God. Otherwise, you would not be in the situation, right? You wouldn't be here. And he would have told you. And that money, you wouldn't have lost your 401k. Now, this is not of God. Because a man, it's not possible for a man to say, oh, wife, give me your entire 401k that I can go pay my child support. No, sir. That's crazy. Because a man needs to protect his wife. For the Bible says, women, submit to your husband, and husband, love your wives as Christ has loved the church. What does that mean? Jesus, he died at the cross to protect us. So therefore, a husband should be willing to die to protect his family. He does not ask the wife to die for him, because when you're asking your wife to give you all her 401k, that's you're asking for too much. Has she ever even came to you and asked you for your 401k? So why are you asking her for her 401k? What exactly is your plan? But like Jesus says, the devil comes to what? Steal, kill, and destroy. There you go. And he also says that the devil is not going to come into your house. The robbers are not going to come into your house unless they have bound you. Because once you're bound, they can do whatever they want to do to you. So how they get inside the house? Who opened the door and who left the door open? Right? Sound like Halle Bailey, leaving the doors open. Everything starts with self. Everything starts with self. And you have to be honest with yourself. God, I didn't take my walk seriously. And I got to a point where I turned this man into an idol. And for that, I'm sorry. You see, in this life, everything got to go in order. I don't care how much you love your husband or how much you love your wife or how much you love your kids. Your first love needs to be God. Is God, then it's your spouse, then it's your children. But the first love in your life has to be God. Because when you put all your heart into God, because of that, God, he's going to pay it forward. He's going to protect you. Right? But your husband can fail you. Your wife can fail you. But if you're completely sold out to God and your first love is God, even when they fail you, it's not going to hurt as bad. Because God will take care of you. But when you put the man first, then your children, and God is somewhere, then okay, cool. Whatever happens, it happens. But you cannot say, oh, God is putting me here. No, you put yourself here. Because when things are out of order, when you put a man before God, or you put a woman before God, or you put your children before God, there you go. When things are out of order, this is where we end up. Your first love should always be God. The Bible says, love God with all of your heart and all of your might and all of your understanding. Everything you have in you, God has to be first. And because you honor God with your love, he will take care of you. Right? Bible said the Bible even said, how does it go? That God would even raise a standard when the enemy comes like a flood against you. That's a beautiful passage, right? He will raise a standard. Like, you're right here. The enemy is coming like a flood. And God's like, oops, she's right there. You can't get to her because she's in me. And if you dwell in God, God is going to dwell in you. And no matter who it is that is forging weapons against you, them weapons will go right back to sender. And they're going to be persecuted by the weapons that they forged against you, right? Because everything, God goes first. God always goes first. And we put our trust in God. Even I saw a video of this girl, I guess like her mom is going through cancer and it's moving rapidly. And she was so frantic and she was crying and she was like, pray for my mom and things of the sort. I'm like, you see, even these emotions that you're having when you're crying like that, because God is not first. If your mother dies, you have to be okay with that. Everybody must go back to God. Everybody must go back to God. You got to put God first. And if God is your first love, and if God says, I'm going to call back your mom, he said, okay, just let me say goodbye to her. But we all have to go back to him. We're not meant to live forever, okay? And we have to go back, and we have to be held accountable when we go back. That is life, you guys. God will call us in different ways. Some people, it's going to be a sickness. Some people, they're going to sleep peacefully, and they're not going to wake up. Some people will get to say goodbye. I don't know, right? But we're all going to go. We're not staying here forever. Right? But when you cry like that, my mom, it goes to show that God is not first. Because if God was first, he would have told you, I'm taking your mom. Right? And you're going to be okay. That's why you have a sister. That's why you have children. That's why you have nieces and nephews and you have a husband. You're going to be okay. Everybody is going to die. And part of also being a Christian is preparing yourself for the fact that you have to say goodbye. That's it. You have to say goodbye. We're going to have to say goodbye because we're not here forever. And that's why you realize that all these hashtags and all these movements and all these feminist movements is a bunch of bullshit, right? Because when that time comes to go, whether you're a feminist or not, it's not really going to matter because you have to go back to God. So you need to live a life that honors God. And hopefully the day he decides to call you, he will allow you to have the grace to talk to your kids, talk to your grandkids, and say goodbye. Yeah, because of course it fucked her up because she doesn't believe in God. Otherwise, it is what it is. God has the last say so. Even me, I could die tomorrow. That's life, right? God does not owe you to keep your parents until they're old. It would be nice. But at the same time, too, you don't know how your parents lived. You don't know what kind of deeds they did that were evil or good. You don't know if your parents did enough for the Lord. As he says, is it as Hezekiah? When he said, God, let me remind you what I did. Even the Bible says that. God says, remind me of what you did in my house. Plead with me. A lot of people cannot remind God of anything because they lived a selfish life. Of course, today they look old, they look wrinkled, so people want to feel sorry for them. You're crazy. Okay. They're wrinkled, they're old, okay? But when they were young, when they had youth, when they had energy, what did they do? How did they honor God? So why today should he make an exception? When you lived a life and you never considered him. You lived a life, you never said hello to him. Hey, Father God, how was your day? You doing okay? These humans are stressing you, huh? Child, let me tell you, I love you, right? There are a lot of people who live without considering God. They only call on God when they're going through bullshit. They only call on God when they have to face the consequences of their goofy ass decisions because they see God as some kind of like firefighter, EMS, 911, call dispatcher, whatever it is. It's like, oh no, he is the almighty God. But at least if you were 30 and your parents died at 30, at least you got to have your parents until you're 30. There are children who are completely born orphans. They have no mom, they have no dad. And they go through this life never knowing what it feels like to be hugged by a mother, never knowing what it feels like to even be grounded by a father. So you got 30 years. That's a lot. And like there was to be a point in time, at one point, human beings used to die at 40. Right? So that's why, because you don't know when your parents are going to die, you should not try to be a feminist. Get married, have your children. Let your parents see you get married. Let your parents see you have children. Okay? Because you don't know when God is going to call your children. But at the end of the day, he does whatever he wants to do. So be fucked up if you want to. They're gone. Yeah. And that's good. So because they're loving and kind, they shouldn't die early. Like, what the heck? I don't know. I'm so confused. People need to know this. You're going to die. We're all going to die. But every moment you get with your parents, be grateful. And if they die at 30, at least you got to have them until they were 30. Hopefully you maximize your time with your parents. But people die. There are people who lose their parents at the age of 10. There are people who lose both parents in a car accident. And they're still children. Put things in perspective, right? But at 30, emotionally, physically, financially, also, you should be emotionally prepared for the fact that, yeah, my parents can die. My parents will die. And that you need to work on that. And you need to be able to accept that because nobody's promised forever. Some people, their parents will live and see their kids. Some people even get to see their great-grandkids. Some people have that favor. Some people don't. God just calls them. You can cry as much as you want to. You can spiral into depression. You can say, I'm going to go kill myself. Do whatever you want to do. They're not coming back. They're gone. So you can either live this life and make sure that your parents are proud of you because they left you here to do something on yourself, or just do whatever you want to do. Me, I don't entertain all this stuff. I'm like, this is crazy. Human beings have been dying for millennia. This is nothing new, right? There are a bunch of children. Yeah, at least, and there you go. She got to experience her parents until she was 20. What if her mom had died at birth? She never would have gotten to know her. What if her dad had died when she was 5? Right? So at least she got to be in her 20s. So she can still remember that. She can still remember their voices. And for that, she should consider herself grateful. But what I'm trying to tell you, there are children who are born, don't have a mom, don't have a daddy. Right? There are even babies who are abandoned at the hospital. Right? There are children, especially crack babies, who are abandoned in a NICU. So I say, put things in perspective. Just when you think you're hurting, there are people who could hurt more than you. Just when you think, oh my gosh, look at what I'm going through. I'm saying there are younger children who are going through way worse than you. Right? Do you even have children that are slaves in this modern age? Right? So if you got to experience loving, kind parents until your 20s, consider yourself lucky. It would have been nice if they lived longer, but that's not the way it went. And it was written from the beginning that they were not going to live and see their great-great-grandkids. It was not their portion. So you have to make peace with that, right? Because they're gone. What you going to do? Bring them back? You cannot. Nobody comes back from the dead. So you have to live your life. You have to live your life. And hopefully you live a life that honors them. So, you know what I'm saying? So that it's okay. But I'm like, people die. I don't know why we keep going through this. Oh my gosh, my mom is dead. Yes, she was going to die. People die. We all die. Even like sometimes I look at my daughter, my man, one day we're going to have to put Shushu down. It's life. It's the cycle of life. Right? My dog's not going to live forever. One day she's going to have to having all these issues, all these health issues. And we're going to have to say, okay, tomorrow we'll go kill her. Because that's what it is, put her down. It's killing the dog, right? Yes. Because we don't want to see her in pain. That is life. You even have parents who lose their children. Life comes with pain. You know, it does. And you got to be mentally prepared for that. And that's why we say, put all of you in God. So when these things happen, you can sustain it. And be like, you know what? If he saw fit to do this, there's a bigger reason. Just let me say goodbye. That's it. And may he allow you to say goodbye. But they have to go. People have to transition. Okay? That's just life. People have to transition.
Can now receive his blessings and his promises that he has for me and for my life. And with that, I'm at peace. I'm hurting, yes, but no one said it was going to be easy. I'm grateful to be here today. I'm grateful to be able to share my healing journey. I'm grateful to be able to share my story. So many women, so many people have reached out to me. When I tell you there's life that has been poured back into my body, let me just read a verse, if I may. And I will, because this is my platform and I'm going to do whatever I want to do. And I'm a prophet and God has me here to share my story, to continue sharing my story.
You are not a prophet. Stop lying to yourself. Nobody gets to decree themselves a prophet. If you were a prophet, you would have seen the shit coming from a mile away. If you are prophetic, you see things coming. Obviously, you wasted 12 years. So prophet waiter, you are not a prophet. And also, most prophets receive the mantle of, some people are born prophetic, but I also feel like most prophets receive the mantle of prophecy from other prophets. So, like, girl, what? Okay? No, because once again, you don't read the Bible. You didn't read your Bible. It's astounding to me the number of people who call themselves Christians and are so illiterate when it comes to the Bible. Girl, what? Name all the prophets in the Bible. How did they become prophets? They anointed themselves prophets. They call themselves prophets. Do you even know you even know what it is to be a prophet or have the gift of prophecy? Are you okay? Like, this is crazy. This is really crazy. You are not a prophet. You are a woman who's hurting. And now you're going to the Bible to try to make sense of this, right? You want to find sense in your pain in the Bible. Like most people, you treat the Bible like it's some kind of, I don't know, some kind of like tarot card bullshit. You don't have any respect for the Bible. Everything is so selfish. Oh, how can the Bible fix me? How can it help me understand? No, you read the Bible because you want to get to know God. Not, oh, I'm trying to understand why my husband cheated on me, because he wasn't shit. He had a bunch of kids, never married anybody. He was never husband material. And that's why you have to give him money to get him to commit to you. You don't need to read the Bible for that. Read yourself. Okay, read yourself and do better. But when you read the Bible to get to know God so you can serve God. You don't read the Bible for self. What can I get out of this? How can this fix me? How can this do this? Y'all, people go to the Bible for all the wrong reasons. And that's why you're going to continue to be abused. Okay, that's why you will continue to be abused. You read the Bible to get to know God. You read the Bible to be transformed. You read the Bible to understand what it is to live a selfless life. Like, you know what? I'm here to really live out God's purpose. Right? Whatever happened in your marriage, it's called therapy. You go talk to a therapist. They're going to help you understand human relationships. Okay? They're going to understand you because it starts with self. You read the Bible so that you can understand how to have the right posture, that you can have better and intimacy with God. The Bible is not a book of wizardry. It's not like the book of, like, what's that boy's name? Harry Potter. Like, this is, it's not a book of witchcraft. It's a book it's like, this is the holy book to allow you to get to know God, that you may know how to serve him better. Right? Oh, let me see. The Bible says this. Maybe he's going to do this with me. Maybe this man's going to come back. No, stop it. We had a woman like that. We used to have like, a prayer thing at my house, a prayer cell at my house. And this lady, she was Filipino. She used to come every Tuesday because her husband had left her. He left her to go with some woman and he left her with the kids. And it's like the only time is she kept coming. She was very, very faithful. But it's like she was only coming because she wanted him to come back. So eventually the man came back. She stopped coming to prayer. Then the man left again. He left again. So she ran back to the prayer. And I remember thinking as a teenager, like, girl, you're here for all the wrong reasons. Obviously, he doesn't want you. But why come to a study group? It's like you come to pray, you come to the prayer cell. Instead of focusing on what, like, you, yourself, being closer to God, you're only coming here because you think, God, if I come here, God is going to see that I'm a faithful Christian. He's going to tell that man to come back to me. No, that man has free will. And part of his free will involves being a degenerate. He's made his choice. And you have to respect that. Just like when we decide to live sinful lives and do all kinds of foolishness, God lets us do it. Right? You don't use the Bible. You don't use the Bible. You don't use prayer to put sorcery over people. People have the right to do what they want to do. And they have the right to mess up. And they have the right to not be shit. And you have to learn to accept that. Right? And that's part of being a grown person too, is like, I cannot control people. I have to let them do what they want to do. Hopefully people find that you're good, that they want to stick around. But if they don't, that's okay. You know, every life cycle has a purpose. You will have trial and tribulation. Right? But trial and tribulation is not the same as self-affliction. Let's not get things twisted. Right? The Bible is a book that helps you to understand, like, your purpose as it relates to you and God. Like, why am I born? What am I here for? How do I live my life so I can honor God? And we know, because the devil is part of this world, anybody who lives to honor God will have harder time, because the devil does not want you to honor the Lord. But you going and being with the man with multiple kids, bad child support, these are not tribulations. These are self-afflictions. You brought that demon into your life. and you brought whatever chaos he had going on into your life. That's not God. This is you. This is self-design. It's not the same. Try, like when you look at Jesus and what he went through, right? It's not like, oh my gosh, I'm gonna go over here. No, he was born for this. He's born to be a Messiah. He was born to be crucified and things of the sort. So he went through tribulation per his purpose, right? You know, but God is not telling us to willingly go seek problems. And that's why I say you probably also don't read the Bible, right? You don't read the Bible, because if you read the Bible, then you would go back to where the devil tested God, Jesus, and he said to Jesus, jump. Does the word not say that he will command angels to come and rescue you? And he said, yes. But just because God promises to rescue me if I'm in danger, it doesn't mean that I go and I look for problems, because you're not supposed to test God. You don't test his love. You don't test his loyalty, right? That's why you stay the fuck out the way. Just like when you have parents, your parents love you, but you're not about to be out here and go test a gangster, right? If your mom tells you don't do it, don't do it. Because when you love people, you respect people. And that's why a lot of so-called adult Christians struggle. Respect God. And when you respect God, you keep yourself away from foolishness, right? And that's why in the book of Proverbs, King Solomon says what? That the beginning of wisdom is the fear of God. If you want to be considered wise, then you must fear God. So if you recognize that something is not pleasing unto the Lord, you stay away from it. Is it pleasing unto the Lord for a man to have multiple kids and not take care of them? I'm like, this man is probably cursed. So why then would you as a child of God want to attach yourself to a thing that is considered cursed? But because, like I said, people don't read the Bible. Even when they go to church, they go there to dance, to do their little fashion shows and do whatever. They're not really going there to truly worship, because sometimes the singing is for 45 minutes and the preaching or the even reading the scripture is like 2 minutes. They read 1 or 2 verses and that's it, because people are so damn lazy. Right? People are so damn lazy. People don't preach like they used to. People don't teach how they used to teach, right? But to talk about trials and tribulation, that has nothing to do with self-afflicted foolishness, right? There are many things that don't have to happen to you, but you don't want to listen. That's why the Bible even gives us the testimony of the prodigal son. He was completely safe in his father's house. And also his dad has money. This boy wanted for nothing. He just wakes up one day and says to his dad, oh, I want my inheritance. Do you even have a plan? No. Wants to be an idiot. So his dad gave it to him. But what happened to the money? Money gone, because he spent his money on prostitutes, all kinds of foolishness, to the point that he ends up being a slave. How did you spend all your money that you end up in debt? Now you're a slave to pay back your debt. So then one day he says to himself, here I am eating with the pigs, because it got to a point he was eating the same food as the pigs. And he said, even in my father's house, the slaves, the workers are treated way more humanely than this. This is crazy. I'd rather go back to my daddy's house and be a slave. But because even the slaves at my daddy's house, they eat better than this. This is ridiculous. But he had a beautiful life. But that's not trial and tribulation. That's just your own stupidity. Like, this is just your own stupidity. But like I said, because people are narcissists, they need to make it seem like, oh, everything I'm going through is some kind of spiritual trial. No, it's your idiocy. There is nothing spiritual about this. You're just an idiot. You are an idiot who played herself. And it's okay. I'm sure I've been an idiot too. But trials and tribulation, it pertains to your purpose. Right? If God tells you, oh, maybe become a doctor, and he's telling you to go there, like, I want you to be a doctor. I've given you the healing ministry. You're going to have trials and tribulation there too. You got to go to med school. You got to compete for this. You might not get certain things. But ultimately, because he told you to go, trials and tribulation, you're going to make it. Because he told you to go there. Right? There you go. God can say to you, I want you to open a non-for-profit. It might not be easy in the beginning. Like, what about this? What about that? Like, what the heck? What is this? Trials and tribulation. But it's your purpose. You're going to make it. One day you'll have one of the biggest non-for-profits in the world, right? But we're talking about trials and tribulation per your purpose. And also, even though I believe that marriage is purpose, but marriage also is not a place to be so insecure and to worship men, right? If you believe in the purpose of marriage as a Christian woman, then you know that this man is not, he's not marriage material, because he's not even living a life that honors God. Why don't you have your kids? I'm so confused. And every woman you got pregnant like this, how does that make you feel? Do you have any remorse? Do you have any regrets? Have you even asked for forgiveness? Have you called these women, even though they have their part to play, like, you know what? I should have been more careful because I knew I was not going to marry you. Did you ever apologize? No. So what the fuck? Like, why would I marry you? You know what I'm saying? We can say, oh, we all make mistakes. That's not a problem. But once you realize you made a mistake, what did you do to atone for that? And that's what we learn as Christians. People make mistakes, but we as Christians, we have to say sorry. Like, yo, this was messed up. I messed up right here. Like, that's my bad. I'm sorry for that. Is there anything I can do to do right by you? Like, are you okay? That's the Christian thing to do. God is not saying be perfect. But when your conscience lets you know, when the Holy Spirit says to you, you messed up, you hurt someone, you did something wrong by someone. Oh, child of God will say, wow, I didn't really see it that way, but God, because you have convicted me, I will apologize. You know, it wasn't my intent to hurt you. I can definitely say that I can see that I hurt you. The Holy Spirit brought it up to me that I hurt you. And for that, I want to say, I'm sorry. Is there anything I can do to make better? Is there anything I can do to fix this? You see, that's a Christian disposition, right? You understand? You went and got into debt behind this child support. You have to go to the courthouse. You can say, oh, wife, please pray for me so that when I go to the courthouse, I can have favor, that the court can put me on a payment plan. No, you want this woman to come and bail you out. You ain't shit. This man don't have integrity. Because you can say, wife, pray for me. And when you go to the courthouse, they'll have favor. They'll put you on a payment plan schedule. And if you have integrity now and you want to be a better man, you are going to make your payments. And you're going to keep paying until you're done with that. But you don't come and tell me to give you my 401k. Because you see, even that too, that is not trial and tribulation. That is just stupidity. That's why I said, did she pray and ask God, God, my husband asked me to do this. What do you say? And I'm even sure when she also applied to cash out her 401k, the people told her how much she was going to pay in taxes. But she did it anyways. But that's not trial and tribulations. This is self-inflicted wound. And we have to call a thing. We have to stop trying to always embellish our bullshit as oh, that's just some spiritual journey I'm going through. No, you're just an idiot. And you need to learn from this and make sure you don't do it again, right? If you rebuild your 401k, don't do it again. And when it comes to your kids or anybody you know, you will tell these people, never cash out your 401k for anybody. It's like you have to act like it doesn't even exist. Maybe if you want to buy a house, maybe, I don't know, but you really have to act like it doesn't exist. You have your salary, you spend that. If it's over, it's over. You wait until the next paycheck. That's it. Or you go get a second job. That's it. I don't have it. But even the Bible tells about the talent stuff. Like we have to know how to manage money. That's also very biblical. Because the Bible says the one who doesn't have, they will take, like whatever little bit you have, if you don't multiply it, they'll take it and give it to someone that has more than you, right? So you also have to know how to multiply your talents. You have to know how to multiply your money. The Bible also said that if you're a man and you die and you don't leave an inheritance for your children, that you are a wicked person. You are wicked. Because a good man leaves an inheritance for his children and his children's children. So you are required to leave money for your kids and your grandkids. And then the Bible considers you a good man. But if you leave nothing for your children, the Bible says that you're wicked. So therefore, a man also has to be financially literate. He has to understand money because he wants God to say you're a good man. You left something for your kids and your children's kids. And even the grandkids. They're like, wow, my grandpa left me this. My grandma left me this. And because of that, it makes my life so much easier because this generation has to think about the next 2 generations. It is our job to make their lives easier. But you have so many people now don't even care about financial literacy. They can barely keep themselves financially solvent. And you cannot call yourself a Christian if you don't care about financial literacy. Because there are certain things that you are required to do. And if you didn't know, now that you know, you got to ask God to forgive you. You got to ask God to give you the wisdom that you can catch up as fast as you can, right? But it's the reality, you guys. People think, oh, being a Christian is just worrying about the afterlife or speaking in tongues or whatever. No, there's more to it, right? But marriage is also about purpose. But if he's not even taking care of his kids, like, what are we even doing? What are we even doing? Like, what's the purpose of this marriage? But unfortunately, today, marriage has been turned into a weapon. Like, oh, I use my marriage to flex on people. I use my marriage to prove that I'm worthy. I use my marriage to show off my ring. This is insanity. This is real insanity. Marriage is about purpose. Two people come together to build something. But how can you build something with a man that has children over here, debt over here, debt over here, debt over here, debt over here? What are we even doing? What are we doing? And this is not a God. Confusion is not of God. Confusion is of the enemy. Confusion comes from the devil. God is not the author of confusion. God does not bring confusion. God brings clarity, right? But the sad thing is, a lot of people don't trust him. Oh, but I've been with this man for 4 years. Who asked you? Right? I've been with this man for whatever. Oh, okay. Right? But if you had asked God, this thing would have ended a long time ago. But you didn't want to leave. And that's why I even say having sex with people too can make things extremely complicated, because if you like having the sex with someone and the person ain't shit, you're more likely to stay because the sex is awful. The sex is good, but the whole thing is awful. And people are having the sex sometimes a little too quickly sometimes. And that can also cloud people's judgment, unfortunately. So may God help us with that too. Hold on.
And to continue bringing people closer to him. So Matthew 10:39, whoever finds his life will lose it. And whoever loses his life for my sake will find it. Church was nice. It was just me and the kids, and one of my sons brought two of his friends along. So we had a full car.
I don't even know why she read that passage. I'm like, what's the context of this?
and it was a great message. I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to talk about
the problem, Lonnie, too. Like the issue we have with the church today is that people think church is supposed to be a place where they go for a confirmation. So whatever I want to do, you need to tell me, yes, God agrees with you. God agrees with you, you know, because today in America, you can't tell people no. People are so egocentric. People are such narcs. They want to go to church and they want you as the pastor to validate every goofy ass thought that goes through their head. It's like, no, God is not in this. It's you talking to yourself. Okay. Because you want this thing so badly. You want to believe that God is in it. Okay. Let's break it down. If God is truly in it, it's going to make sense to all of us. And that's why sometimes when we start talking about things out loud, you realize how outlandish it is. That's why every time somebody has a business idea, what do people say? What do most bankers say? What do most investors say? Write a business plan. Because it's one thing to have the idea, but to really extrapolate your idea on paper, to really write it out, you're going to be like, does this actually make sense? Do I actually want to do this? Then start doing your financials. You're like, I don't know. Never mind. Okay, I don't think I like this business too much, right? But what people do, because a lot of people are incredibly immature and they're narcissistic, they have a thought, they have a super, super elevated sense of self. So they say to themselves, oh, because this is my idea, this is my thought, so therefore I'm right. Therefore it's going to happen. Therefore I'm going to manifest. Therefore it's going to work out for me. And that's how people go and they get into these crazy car loans, right? Where you're paying $2,000 a month for a $100,000 car. And it's like you pay for 2 years, but only $5,000 went to the principal because you're delusional, right? At that time, it was an idea. Oh, yes, sounds like a great idea. I can do it. I can pay $2,000 a month. Because honestly, if you had really thought this out and you had done the numbers, you would have known before you signed your name on the dotted line that, yeah, after 2 years, even though I'm paying, you pay $25,000 in 2, right? No, 2 years, almost $50,000, but only, or a year, whatever it was. I think it was like $25,000. So it was like a year or something. But after a year of paying this, $25,000, only $5,000 went to the principal of the car, which lets me know you didn't run your numbers before you went to the dealership. Right? You didn't even ask the dealer people to actually run the numbers because you didn't want to see the reality. Right? Because they can print that stuff out for you. They can print your entire payment schedule for you and show you this month you're paying this much and it goes da, da, da. But you didn't want to see it. You didn't want to see it because you wanted that car. Because you want to believe that, oh, yeah, I can buy a car like that. I'm one of these girls. I deserve. That's what they say. Every time they're about to do some foolishness and just jump off a cliff. Oh, I deserve. I deserve. I deserve. What about I've earned? Unbelievable. Bunch of narcissists. Because I'm like, I know. Anytime I hear a person say, I deserve, What about the thing? What about you saying, I've earned this? You can't say it because earning something requires work, a lot of work, a lot of sacrifice. No, I deserve. Girl, let me tell you something. We can all claim to deserve something. I deserve to be in the White House. I deserve to be a multimillionaire. I deserve. No one cares what you think you deserve. We care about what you have earned. Right? And that's why today delusion is so rampant. Mental illness is so rampant. Narcissism is so rampant because we are allowing people to carry on and say things like, I deserve. No, what have you earned? What have you earned? But they don't want to talk about that because they know the work is not there. The work is not there. The commitment is not there. The sacrifice is not there. So they can't talk to you about what they've earned because they know. It's like claiming, trying to claim some point at McDonald's. Like, all you earned was a free lunch for the day. That's about it. Right? But if you say, I deserve, you get to be as outlandish as you want to be without truly justifying why you actually should have such a thing. Right? What have you earned? Because in this life, for the most part, you will have exactly what you've earned, good or bad. Because you're the author of your life. You decide what happened to you, right? So what have you done? What have you earned? What have you worked on? What have you sacrificed? What have you committed to? Right? But I truly refuse to believe that a young lady with her whole heart committed to God, not just because, now I want to be married, so now I'm going to start going to church. No, your whole life, for as best as you could, you truly committed to God. I really don't see why he will deny you of good things. I really don't see why. I don't see how he can even allow people to play with you like this, right? But unfortunately, too, a lot of people only go to church when they want something. I want marriage. I want a marriage by tomorrow. I want a child by tomorrow. I want a new job by tomorrow. I want a 6-figure job by tomorrow. I want to be a multimillionaire in the next 2 days. Okay. Right? That's why you go to church for. No problem. And then you will find these charlatans, these quacks, these lying-ass pastors, so-called pastor, who will deceive you and take all your money. Right? Because the day you say, God, I would love to do so-and-so. I believe that you've put this desire in me to become so-and-so. I just ask that you give me the courage to make it happen. You see, a humble prayer, it gonna get you far. That's what God told King Solomon, because you didn't ask me to go kill your enemies. You didn't ask me for money. You didn't ask me for self. You just asked me for wisdom. I will give you all those things, right? But there are people, as soon as they open their mouth, God, give me this. God, give me that. You okay? I don't think I was lucky. Oh, blessed. Oh, you said blessed. No. He didn't decide. No. Let's be very correct. That I was blessed. Yeah, maybe you can say I was blessed to get Jimmy in college, but I also think he was blessed to also have me, because it goes both ways. I think he was also blessed to have me as well, because I had met him before. We had met each other before. That's number one. But I think he was blessed to have me too, because I'm a woman of faith. So God don't play about me. Okay, so for that, I will say he was definitely blessed to have me, because I think it's a beautiful thing to be married to someone who has lots of faith in God. But that, for as much as my mom is annoying, but I will always thank her for that, because she really took me to church and she really put the love of God in me. Jimmy has been an incredible blessing to me, but I think initially, I was a bigger blessing. But we'll leave it that. When it came to the whole, even me, I'll tell you this. When it came to the whole divorce thing that happened, like, when was it? Like, whenever it happened, back, like when he was in Columbus, right? I ain't gonna lie to you. Confusion, anger, it was all part of my echo chamber. What was it, like 25? No, 85. 27, huh? I was 27, 28. It was all part of my echo chamber, because I was like, what the freak? Like, I felt so betrayed by that. Like, what the heck is going on? This is crazy. And when I went to Columbus, oh yeah. When I tell you, like, my my chimneys, like everything in me, like the flames, the flames were coming out of me, because I was so angry. I was just so angry. And maybe that's even why I called my cousin too, because I was like, what the heck? Did you lie to me? What the fuck is this? What the frick is this shit? You understand? But then we went to court one time, and I was sitting here with my lawyers. He was sitting over there with his lawyer, and the judge was there. And I was like, Your Honor, I love my husband. And I was crying, kind of crying. And the judge looked at me like, girl, what? And you see, that judge too, his name was William something, because my middle name is Willie. And the way that judge looked at me, I was like, what the fuck? Because I was like, Marlene, you also got to have self-awareness. Because I was really delusional. Because guess what? I grew up here too. Why do you think I hate the feminists so much? Why do you think I hate feminism so much? Because I was brainwashed as well. When I left that courthouse, I remember I called the law. Oh my God. She was like, Marlene, he may have won the battle, but he didn't win the war. I said, that's right, Global. That's right. You know. But when I went home, though, after you, like, you know, you accuse everybody, you blame everybody. I really said to myself, like, do happy people file for divorce? And that was kind of hard because then I had to like look at myself like, what you mean you wasn't happy with me? Are you crazy? You know, because I had a lot of ego about myself, right? Math major, GPA, like a lot of scholarship stuff. I can say I had a really big ego about myself. And I was like, maybe Jimmy was really sad. Maybe he was not as happy as he looked like, you know, maybe he was really sad. You know what I'm saying? And then we're both air signs, so maybe I can relate to some place, right? But I said to God, whatever I have to do to become a better person, a better human being, and a better Christian. And that's where, this is where I feel like this is where God can really hear your prayer. It's like, you're not saying, God, I need you to change James and do X, Y, and Z and da-da. No, I was like, maybe it is me. Maybe I'm an asshole. I mean, I am an asshole, but I think I was even a bigger asshole back then. But you don't think you're an asshole because you think it's normal to behave like this. You know what I'm saying? And I think that night, like that day, it really changed my mindset. You know what I'm saying? And I think also because Jimmy had love for me, because even though we were going through this, like he was still paying for the car, he was paying for the car insurance. I still had medical insurance. I'm like, is this man even really upset, or he just want to show me that he's hurt? You know what I'm saying? And so everything, I guess, worked out the way it worked out. Like everything's, even that too. Maybe the prayer also is what helped the business to also take off. Because I was truly like, God, if it's really me, if I'm also being an asshole, because I know I can be an asshole. Because I used to have an anger problem too, huh? But I used to tell them that, Marie, you calm down. Like even me, sometimes I'm so surprised. I am so chill now. But I used to be like, I used to just go off on people. I used to just cut people the fuck out. Who the fuck you think you are? Okay. I was like Kaya Motormouth out here. Like it was just so belligerent. It was just so belligerent. But I'm like, oh my gosh. Maybe I said too much. Maybe I was being mean, you know. So that really brought me down. I think an apology also, it suffice, you know. We worked it out. You know, God is cool. But he's really my bestie though. You know what I mean? He's really my bestie. But I think, and then plus the culture too, I think sometimes my parents did a little too much. You know, I just feel like, oh my gosh, it was a lot. It was just too damn much. It was too damn much. But it's so crazy because you think about, I'm like, this is crazy. This is really crazy. You think about everything and you was like, wow, God is real, for real, for real. But I also feel like that's because you move from a place of honesty. And also, to me, even when it comes to like, oh, I'm a Christian and I want to pray about my marriage also, you cannot force who you want out to God. Like you have to be willing to hear that, yeah, maybe not. And I asked people, like we prayed a lot and I really asked. That's why I called my cousin because he was like, oh, Marlene, da, da, da. I said, okay, cool. Because I was like, let me make sure. Because, you know, off the bat, I knew we had different cultures. I just didn't know it was going to go all the way where it went, you know. But I think like 15 years, like what is that? 16? It's almost 16, almost. I've known him for what, 16 years, huh? 16 first, right? And then February is going to be 16 years of marriage. Okay, cool. But I will say this. I think we've got a lot better. Got a lot better. We got greatly better, right? Because we understand each other a lot better now. So it goes to show it was the right choice. But I'm like, you cannot just take what you want and like put it onto God. Like, oh, this is what I want, so by force it's going to be that, you know. Because I'm saying like there are certain red flags you cannot ignore. You know what I'm saying? There are certain things you cannot ignore because I'm like, this is really, really serious. We had a cultural issue because it was a lot, you guys. When the West Africans meet the African Americans, okay, it was a lot. And like, because at that time it was a lot. Maybe one day I'll do a whole series about that, but it really was a lot. It was a lot. And I even feel like that was also very unfair. I think on both sides, it was very unfair. And maybe that's why today we just stay to ourselves, because we realize how much these four people, they put a lot of pressure on us. And I think it was very unfair. It was really unfair. It's like, oh, are you going to let them do that to your mom? Oh, wait, are you going to let them do that to your mom? It's like, what the fuck? And I was like, they were very selfish. They were really selfish. It never had to be any of us. You know what I'm saying? It never. And I even feel like sometimes, even my in-laws, I feel like sometimes like they probably want me around a bit more, but I'm like, yeah, I'm tired. I got PTSD. You know, yeah. Y'all, it was real. It was real. But I also thank God Trisha doesn't remember any of that kind of stuff. Yeesh. But I remember it was real. Oh, I don't know. Well, maybe he feels bad about what he did. Maybe he feels bad. I'm gonna tell you this. I don't think cheating automatically makes a person bad. It can make you weak. It can make you weak. I think you need to go understand why you did it. Right? Why you did it? Like why was like what happened? Why did you do it? Because sometimes people will do it then, oh, he cheated. People just okay, you get discarded. But I still think no matter what, you need to find out why you did it because it could happen again in another relationship. There could be something that triggers you, right? Because some people don't know. I think a lot of people, they don't know how to do conflict resolution. Everything is always extreme. You know, if they're uncomfortable, they don't know how to say how I'm comfortable. If they don't feel seen, don't know how to say I don't feel seen. If they feel disrespected, don't know how to say, oh, I feel disrespected. So people are just out here acting a fool because you don't know how to deal with conflict. So you seek escapism, whether it's infidelity, drug usage, spending money, all kinds of foolishness. But, you know, I don't think people cheating, like, because it depends how much you do it. I don't think automatically cheating makes you a bad person. You know, you could be a weak person, but you have to know what your triggers are. What triggered you that made you do this? So I would say people should go to therapy and find out. You should find out. So that way in your next relationship or if people decide to go back together, okay, when this happens and you don't hear me or you don't do da-da-da, it makes me want to do this. But next time I'm not going to let myself do this. But if I come to you and tell you this, then this, and that. You know, people need to go find out why, like what's going on. Or do you feel like, oh, if she's being mean to me, maybe she doesn't love me anymore. So therefore, I guess our relationship is over. So I can just go cheat. I just feel like people need to figure things out. You know, like what are your triggers? You need to know what your triggers are. You know, but maybe he feels bad. Maybe he really feels bad. So that's why he's doing it. Because maybe he feels bad. Maybe he's really sorry he did it. You know, so it depends. You really have to like talk to the person. Now we have some people who are chronic cheaters. Now that to me is a mental illness. That is a mental illness because I do believe that some people are nymphomaniacs. They cannot have enough sex because they were not introduced to sex in a healthy way. So one woman will never be enough. And people just have to accept that. This is who they are. They're nymphomaniacs. Like Eric Benet, when he was with Halle Berry, Halle Berry, he said that, you know, he needed more sex. Like, it's not even her. He's just a nymphomaniac. And when you're a nympho, there's not one person that can satisfy you because you just want more sex. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. But if you're still hurt about it, if you guys want to go to therapy, you can because maybe it's still affecting you. You know what I'm saying? If you feel like you can talk about it from a mature place and it will bring you closure, and if he's also willing, I think you guys should go to therapy. Because I'm like, what's the worst that could happen? It can help both of y'all. You know? Because obviously you had a friendship, so maybe you can, like, a therapist can help you to say in a healthy way, like, you were really hurt, you were really devastated. I wish you would have told me X, Y, and Z. He can also talk to you and say this. People can help y'all, you know? So new relationships, people know, like, okay, be mindful of this, be mindful of that. If you're feeling some type of way, you need to say it. Confrontation does not always mean the relationship is over, right? Conflict does not always mean we hate each other. Like, no, it's just a very difficult conversation. But it doesn't mean it's like we hate each other, you know? Because some people don't know how to have tough conversations and believe that there's enough love for people to come back, you know? Oh, we got into a fight. Maybe she doesn't love me anymore. Maybe he doesn't love me anymore. So let me see how somebody can give me affection, right? Because I'm like, that also needs to be talked about. Yeah, you should. If he's still your friend and you guys talk, obviously you take the money for the car, right? So you can go. Y'all should go to therapy. I think there are a lot of exes out here who need to go to therapy. Because they oh, I went for closure, but then they'll go to a restaurant for closure, and then they start having sex. Like, that's crazy. If you're still, if somebody is still hurting, like maybe you, if whatever, you should probably still go to therapy. You should go to therapy, especially if you love them a whole lot and it really hurt you. Because maybe that too also, like, it killed your faith in man and things like that. So if you guys have a healthy friendship, I think you should go to therapy with him. You know. Because I think, I'm like, what's the worst that can happen? It can help both of you guys. You know, makes sense. Because sometimes some people don't come into your life. Some people come into your life for a purpose. You know, and you help. Sometimes also you can help people to see their shadow self. I think sometimes we don't talk about that. But certain relationships bring the shadow self out of people. The stuff they hide, the stuff they can't control. Right? It's like, yeah, this right here is letting you know you need therapy. You need a lot of work. You know, because we love to act as if like we're not a product of our childhood, or we're not a product of how our parents handled their relationships and what they did in front of us. You know, oh, I'm okay. I'm okay. Are you really okay? Are you sure you're okay? I don't think you are. You know, because parents can play, your parents can really play a big role in how you behave in relationships. You know, parents can normalize a lot of things. It doesn't matter if a baby was created. It doesn't matter. That's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Is he with her? It doesn't matter if a baby was created. That's still a blessing in a way. You know. But if he's still your friend, because I'm like, you're taking the payments, right? So obviously you're not that mad anymore. If he's still paying for your car, then I'm saying like you're obviously not that mad, right? But maybe you wished it would have turned out a different way. No, it doesn't. I don't think it really does matter. Why? Is he with the girl that he got pregnant? It doesn't really matter. It depends. I don't know how to explain this stuff to y'all. Everything really is a case by case basis. Yeah, but don't you think that instead of giving you money, he owes you a proper explanation, like with healthy supervision? What do you think? Money is nice, but what if like you guys really had a real conversation about what really happened? Like a mature, under like, I don't want to say medical supervision, but under like professional supervision. You know, I think that would be more beneficial than the car payment. But I'm just saying, if he cheated and he's still paying your car note to this day, obviously he feels really bad. You know what I mean? Obviously he feels really bad. The people who cheat don't even give you shit. They don't even give you shit. Oh, whatever. They don't even pay for anything. So I'm just saying. Right. But I think, I don't know, is he with the girl that got pregnant? But there is an explanation. It might not be sufficient, but there is an explanation. Absolutely. No, there is an explanation. Because like you said, we need to understand. Because if he met the lady and she already had all these kids and all these baby daddies, why would he go and add himself up? Does he have a spirit of self-sabotage? What is going on? So I'm like, yeah, he needs to tell us. Because me, I want to know. I really want to know. What were you thinking? You know, and maybe that's the problem with him also. Like his whole life, when he does dumb shit, nobody ever sits his ass down and say, what were you thinking? I think he messes up and people just write him off. So we need to ask him the question, what the fuck were you thinking? That's what I do with Trey. Explain to me how your brain works. Like, I'm like, what happened here? But we get so mad. Oh, you cheated. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying, if you're taking the money for the car note, obviously you're not as mad as you used to be. Because if you were really, really angry, you wouldn't even want his money. So I think deep down inside, he's not an evil person, but he's reckless. He was reckless, right? And he didn't think properly. So my thing is, why didn't you think properly? Because where you thought you were hurting me, you hurt yourself. Because now look what you're lumped into. How can you deal with that? So I'm saying, if it has really done something to you and it's making it harder for you to move on and be in healthy relationships, right? I think you guys should go to counseling. Because he needs to tell you what he was thinking. under professional supervision so we can know, what were you thinking? And what was it about her that made you feel like, yeah, I'm willing to like risk it all for I'm committed for the next 18 years. What was going through your head? It's going to give perspective. But you see, you're still angry, Lucky. So I'm telling you, you need to talk about this. Because maybe you really loved him. And it's okay. I don't know how to say it. But me, honestly, I think it's perfectly okay to be vulnerable. I really love someone, and look, he went and he did this and that. Now, he needs to tell us what he, like me, I would ask him. Break it down for me. Like, here's a piece of paper. Draw the schematics. So you were here. How did you end up over here? And now why are you here? Right? Explain that to me, because I want to know. Because a lot of people are used to just doing, but nobody ever says, explain to me how your brain actually works. Why did you think that was a good idea? You know what I'm saying? That's that. And a proper apology also probably be nice, huh? Proper apology. But ultimately, I mean, a child is a blessing. So hopefully he does right by the baby and the baby becomes successful. But I just feel like I think you two should go to therapy. I think he really hurt you. Like you said, you were devastated. You're probably still devastated. And you don't have to heal alone. If he's available to go to therapy, he needs to look at the consequences of his actions. You don't have to pretend to be a strong Black woman. That's okay. Because he needs to know, this right here, when you did this, it really broke me. You don't have to hide it. He needs to see it. That's it. So that way you're not alone. Because obviously he feels like something is bad, so he wants to pay for this, but it's not enough. Because something in your soul, he shattered something in your soul, and he needs to know, and he needs to see it, right? So I said under professional supervision, so he can understand, right? And hopefully it lives with him for the rest of his life, right? But when people say, "Oh, you cheated, I'm going away," like F you, whatever, people don't really get to see what they've done. It's like war scenes. Like people just go to foreign countries, they shoot people up, they bomb the place, they blow up buildings, and they just come back to America like everything is all good. It's like, because they don't have to live there. They don't get to see what they've done. Right? So sometimes, he was scared. What scared him? Oh, you're a Leo. Well, we know how you people can be destructive. Right. But the thing about you guys also, you can be a little stubborn in your relationship. So I need to know the whole picture. But I think if you guys, I mean, if you're like somewhat good friends, you should ask him. You should tell him, I'm really sad. Because this thing right here, it was very me. Because I thought we were probably gonna be married and have kids, and then for you to go do that, like, wow, that's some fucked up shit. And that really hurt me. And I'm not saying I was perfect. I probably did some things that were not right. But I wish you would have came to me and told me. So at least I could have tried to change my behavior. But you didn't. Yeah, you need to tell people. Do not internalize anything. This life is too short. Life is just too short. Because you could have... Oh, scarred. Yeah. Because, and I'm sure, and I really feel like even this kind of behavior probably goes from his childhood. You're going to see maybe his mom was cheated on and she always kept a strong face. So he thinks most women can keep up with that. That's what I'm saying. You need to go and find out. You need to get him in a room with a therapist. And you need to get to the bottom of this. Because this is coming from somewhere. You need to get to the bottom of this. You need to get to the bottom of this. You don't just say, oh, pay my car note and that's it. No. You're going to sit here and you're going to listen to what I've been through. And you're going to listen to what it did to me. There you go. Until you feel better. Because I believe in holding people accountable. Because it's too easy to damage people and just, I just pay your car note. Or, no. Thank you for the car note. They'll keep paying the car note. But I do believe that you have to heal what you've done to people. That's why you see, like, when they have things like the Nuremberg trials, they even had some trials also in South Africa, like after the apartheid, they made the victims go up there and just face the people and tell them what they did to them. You did this to me, you did that to me, you did that. And it helps. It really helps. you know, because paying for damages alone without actually hearing what you did to people, I'm like, is that actually sufficient? I don't know. I don't think it is, because you're still hurting, right? So pray on that. Pray on it, write about it. Maybe look for a therapist, and also you can probably make him pay for the therapy session, since he caused all of this, right? But I think if you do it, I really do believe that if you do it, you're going to have a great emotional breakthrough, and it's going to set you free. You know, because it could be that even though you're by yourself, your soul could still be tied to him. Because, you know, pain can also make us attached to people. So your body is free, but your soul is attached to that pain. And as long as your soul is attached to that pain, you're pretty much in a relationship with that man. When he told me I had just come in from church, I don't know, maybe not, I don't know, right? But at least he told you. He could have also lied about it. And would you have known? I don't know. Right. But I don't want you to be attached to pain, because it's not healthy. It's not healthy. And if you still have a soul tie with him because of all that pain, it's going to be very hard for you to be free for the next person, because your body is free, but your soul is still there. Maybe it could be that you loved them a whole lot, and it's okay. It really is okay. It happens. You know, it happens. But if you can find a therapist and if you can pay for it, I think you guys should go. I think you should go. And I think you should have proper healing, so that way you can have proper closure. You know what I'm saying? Because I can also imagine if you can also feel like, okay, but she has all those kids, like, the heck? What does that say about me? I can see that too. Because that can also cause like insecurities. So I really think you should look for one, and you should tell them that you need him to come to therapy with you, because you haven't fully digested what he's done. Thank you for the car payments, but you haven't fully digested what he did to you, and you need proper closure. So here's a therapist, and then, like, when can we start? And hopefully by the end of the year you can be done with this, and you can set yourself free. You know, you can set yourself free, because you don't have to suffer in silence. And this is why sometimes girls start like having sex with all these people. They start being drunk and doing all kinds of stuff. You know, I didn't say to make it work. I never said that. I said you need to go to therapy. No, she needs to run for real, for real. I say you need to go to therapy, because you haven't moved on. That's what I said. So I said he needs to see what he did to you, so y'all can talk about it. And you can get to the bottom of this, so you can have closure, so that it can give you clarity for your next relationship. You have to listen to me. I didn't say you have to work on it. You said there was a baby. I'm like, I don't know. Does it really matter? It depends on what it is, right? But what I'm saying is, if you took the money, then obviously you're not as mad as you used to be. You're probably a little bit better than when it first happened, right? It doesn't hurt as much as when it first happened. So I said, I would recommend for you to go to therapy with him under professional supervision, so you can know what he was thinking. You can know what happened. You can ask him questions. And he also needs to know why he did that. I don't think you have. Or maybe, are you afraid to see him in person because you think you might have feelings for him? You have to face that too. You have to face that as well. Because if you're going to be done, you need to be done. So like when you see him, you should not feel anything. But if you are afraid that if you do see him, you are still going to have feelings for him, then you're not really done. And if you're not really done with this chapter, you cannot go into your next chapter. So hopefully you understand me, right? Do I make sense? Right? Because when you're done, you're really done. We can talk about it like, okay, this, because I need to talk about this so I can be fully done with this. You know, because the thing is, like, only he can give you the answers you're looking for. Like, I can't, you can't, because we're not him. We're not in his head. But what the freak were you thinking? When did it happen? What did you do? Why did you do that? You know what I'm saying? You might not like the answers, but it'll give you perspective, right? And then that's it, right? Then you can be done. Yeah, I'm telling you, it still hurts you that you brought it up. And if you, and it's normal if you feel like if I see him, I'm like, because maybe, I mean, I'm sure you were attracted to him because you were with him, but but what I'm saying is, if you don't properly close this chapter, because denial is not proper closure. You know what I'm trying to say, right? Oh, I'm okay, I'm good. Da, 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 da. Sure, whatever, right? Denial is not proper closure. What I'm talking about is proper closure, because it truly hurt you what happened. You said you were, and I think you're still devastated. You're just not as devastated as you used to be. But I do believe that it probably did something to your self-esteem and your self-worth as a woman, right? And that right there, you need to understand. But sometimes it's good to go to therapy to talk about stuff. But sometimes you need to be in the therapy session with the person that caused all of this, because only he can give you the answers that you need so that you can heal from this. I don't know. Certain things you can't heal by yourself sometimes. You need the other person to talk to you. And you need a proper apology. You're like, okay, thank you. And now you're fully healed. Like, it was hard to hear it, but that's his truth. Like, I mean, that's his perception, whatever this is, whatever, right? And I can move on. And then your heart can really be free and your soul can really heal, because your physical body might be okay, but your soul could be crying in the corner. You know what I'm saying? Because we're not just flesh, we're soul, we're spirit, and your soul could have really been shattered. Like I said earlier, there's a thing about pain that can make us bond with people. It's like, yeah, I know you hurt me, but I'm still attached to you because I don't understand why you hurt me so much. That's why a lot of people go back to their abusers. It's the soul. The soul is attached to that person. And what I'm saying is we have to separate the soul from that person, or at least separate the soul from the thought of what could have been with that person, so that people can have proper closure and move on for real, right? Where it's like, it's no bad feelings. I forgive you. I heard you. I don't like what you said, but whatever. I forgive you though. It's cool. I wish you nothing but the best. And I really mean that. We're like, you mean it from a good place, like whatever. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Okay. All right, you guys. I love you very much, but I have to go exercise in the morning. That's why I like coming outside with y'all, because y'all take up all my time. You take up all my time. This is like a full-time job. What in the world? Yeah, I am working on something. By God's grace. By God's grace, I'm successful at it. Okay. But I love y'all. I hope you enjoyed this live. I didn't even talk about my immigration stuff. That's so crazy. Maybe tomorrow I'll do my immigration stuff. I have too much to do. But I love you guys. Pray for me and my what I'm working on, because I need to be on it. I was to season my meat today, but unfortunately I came here. That's why I stay away from y'all, because when I come here, I can't do anything. I really cannot I can't work. I'm like, I have planned to come here for 2 hours and then it turns into 8 hours. This is crazy. This is really, really crazy. I need to stop doing this. I need to put a timer on right here. Okay. But if you don't see me in a minute, this video should last you for a hot second. Okay. Until you see me again. Maybe tomorrow I'll come back and do my whole immigration video. But these people need to stop burning up LA like this. It's just insane. This is America. It's not Mexico. This is insanity. Okay. Love y'all. Bisous, bisous. And hopefully I'll see you in a few hours. Bye-bye. Like, seriously, but I only did 8 hours today, though. Like, but no break. This really is overtime. There's just so much madness out there. Because there was just so much madness this week. No, the past 2 weeks. But that girl, Wizard Liz, I need to get her. Because she's another agent of chaos. Another agent of chaos. Out here promoting foolishness. But you meet a man and you, in less than 7 months, you're already pregnant. Like, girl, your whole platform is a grift. Nothing but a grift. They like, yes, girl, always promoting foolishness to people out here. No. And I'm like, when you act so tough and such a feminist online, I need you to make a man wait at least like 3 to 4 years before he gets you pregnant. And you gangster or not? Oh my gosh, that Wizard Liz, that thing is just so freaking embarrassing. Oh, good night, bro. It is so embarrassing. I'm like, 7 months of knowing him, 4 months pregnant. So how soon did y'all start having unprotected sex like that? Like, what is this? And the girl has millions of followers. I'm like, it's so easy to grift out here. It is insane. But I will see y'all in a few. Okay? Love y'all. I'll be outside tomorrow. I'm messy. I'll be outside tomorrow. Love you guys. Gotta go. I need to go to sleep. I'm tired. Bisous, bisous. She's tired.